Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I put a button, I put a dog book.
Sunday, All right, enough of that. Osunday Wendy. So there it is. Osunday Wendy. It's been a while since we played that song as the opening phase. So there it is. It's back with a bang. Do you want it back though? Let me know in the comment section. So pardon me. Good day to you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. How are you? So good day to you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So how are you? So another session, of course, it never stops, as you know, on this platform. So here we go again, all matters pertaining to Nigeria. So a lot has been happening within the Nigerian circle, of course, and all of them to be discussed on this platform in an elegant, intelligent manner. So that's the expectation, and hopefully that is the delivery as well. An elegant, intelligent conversations about all matters pertaining and germane to the country we call our own, Nigeria. So if that is your diet, then this is your restaurant. I'm trying to work on that metaphor. I don't think I've quite gotten it quite where I want it yet. But yeah, so all matters pertaining to Nigeria. But before we start anything, of course, there's a protocol to be observed. So that protocol is for you to click on the like button. Of course, you know, I ask you to do that every day. Some of you oblige, but not enough of you. So if you haven't obliged before, oblige in this instance. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. And then if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well for the same reason, the YouTube algorithm. And then this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, this is your open invitation to come and join us in these conversations. It's a first come, first serve thing. So there's no designated seats. It's literally whoever clicks on it first comes in that completes the 10 on the screen. So be one of the first 10 by clicking in early. So we're always canvassing for new voices. If you haven't joined us before, then make this that day then that you make your debut on the platform. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us on the screens. And of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is always being asked. So that's entirely at your discretion, of course. You can use that only if you want to. So there it is. So click on like, click on subscribe, the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the studio, and etc., etc. So do all those. But why are we gathered here is your question. Here is the answer. Let me remove this from the screen. So 2023, I confronted APC asking why they did not choose Osinbajo. So this is Peter Obi now. And not satisfied with being the lead person. Sorry, a text just came in. So not satisfied with being the lead person in the Labour Party, he wants to be the decision maker in the APC too. At least that is what the headline suggests. I confronted APC asking why they did not choose Osinbajo. So that is Peter Obi speaking there. But really, so of course, we feast on that diet. Of course, we will feast on that diet. Reno Omokri claps back at him. So we have a look to see what Reno Omokri says in response. Kwankwaso lobbying for positions within the Tinubu administration. So we find out exactly what is in play there. Well, pardon me. And then the House of Assembly, still contentions there. So what Abdullahi Adamu is inviting from Godswill Akpabio is for him not to feel satisfied too early. So we have a look at that as well. We'll have a look at that as well. And then we're going to spend, yes, we'll have a look at this as well, because of course there's a story that broke in Anambra State yesterday, the shootings of and killing of our U.S. envoy. So we have a look at that to see, because Peter Obi now responds to that space at Anambra, of course, being his own home state. So we'll have a look then to see what is going on there. So we have a look at this as well. And by the way, you almost certainly will not get all the readouts for all of this because it'll be long and winding. So we have a look at this as well. Tribunal rejects Labour Party representatives in Peter Obi's case against Tinubu. So we'll be having a look at the LAMIDI APAPA scenario, who turned up at the petition and was summarily beaten up by the by who purports to be Peter Obi supporters. At least that is who he is passing the blame to. So we have a video clip on that, which we'll play you just shortly. So this is the response of the Tinubu camp now to the request that the petition tribunal be transmitted live. So this comes as no surprise then, as they categorically reject that idea. It is an abuse of court. Tinubu opposes a live broadcast of election petition proceedings. So that comes as no surprise, but nevertheless, what are we making of it? So we have a look at that as well. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, click on subscribe, etc., etc. You know the procedure. Click on like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, etc., etc. So do all that. Let me take a minor musical intermission before we delve straight into the throes of it. You know where we're going, of course. We're going to the Kegai.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi akekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is. Important prayer by the care guys. So let's actually kick this off with a video clip of what happened at the tribunal today. where LAMIDI APAPA was summarily, well, you see for yourself. I'll play you 2 clips just to bring you up to speed.
As the acting national chairman of the party, I decided to appear in court today to assert my authority as the acting national chairman of the party, and for me to hear from the lawyers how far they've gone. The first thing I experienced this morning was that Mr. Shontokun, who was the Director General of Obi Campaign Group, was sitting on the seat of the Labour Party chairman. I went to him that in what capacity is he sitting on that seat? And as of today, since I'm here, I'm the right person to be on that seat. There was argument at that time, but we were asked to go and take our seats. That when the court starts fully, the proper introduction can be made. When the court session started, there was introduction, and I also stood up to tell the court that I'm representing the party. Because of the 2 names that accept the candidate as Peter Obi. But immediately after the close of the court, the arranged talks, which I believe Peter Obi is aware of, bounce on me, and ABURE, they bounce on me, remove my cards, they beat me up, and thank God, because if you are not there, I'm very sure I would have been dead, because they deny me to talk there, and they do all sorts of things to prevent me from addressing the press. But here we are again, that because of the love and belief in the rule of law, I'm still addressing you today. And what led to my being there today is what you know before, but for purpose of emphasis, the ABURE and 3 others have been restrained by this court, by the FCT court in Abuja here, and with all their pleas, the court remains the same. And because of that, I need to take over fully as their pleas, the court remains the same. And because of that, I need to take over fully as the acting national chairman of the party. But surprisingly, what happened today, we only took it lightly, because my colleagues, they attended meetings with OB groups and ABURE just yesterday, day before yesterday and yesterday, and they boasted that if I should appear in court today, that heirs will roll. But my people took it lightly, that nothing will happen. But thank God we are still alive to see it. But my fear is this. Our principal is in Tribunal to claim his mandate through the court of law. And the same person failed to obey the court of law. That's contradiction. And I want the whole world to interpret that behavior. Thank you so much.
So there it is. So that was what transpired in court today. Summarily ignored, beaten up even, and you don't have to take it. In fact, let me just show you it. It was quite an ugly scene at the court today. But
Nobody knows this man. He's too old for this man. Nobody knows. We don't know.
So that was the ugliness that transpired in court today. The obedience summarily rounding round APAPA and giving him it was quite an ugliness actually. They are longer, more detailed. It was beaten up. That's just a 78-year-old man who via the courts asserts his legitimacy as the chairman of a party and then carrying out the functions of a chairman of a party. He was summarily beaten up. So there it is. The ugliness that hopefully this ugliness comes to an end very soon. I hope that our judicial process is fast-tracked so that we can land on the space. But whether that judicial process is fast-tracked or not, the chances of us seeing it on telly is quite remote. Watch this, not watch this. Let me bring you this, I should say. It's abuse of court. Tinubu opposes live broadcast of election petition proceedings. The president-elect Bola Tinubu has opposed the application of his closest rival, ATIKU Abubakar, and the People's Democratic Party (PDP) for a live broadcast of the proceedings of the election petition. In a response deposited before the Presidential Election Tribunal by his counsel, Wale Olanipekun, Tinubu and his vice, Kashim Shettima, said the application is an abuse of the processes of this honorable court. They asked the Presidential Election Petition Court to dismiss the application, arguing that the relief demanded by the applicants is not such that the court could grant it. With much respect to the petitioners, the motion is an abuse of the processes of this honorable court. The application also touches on the powers and jurisdiction invested in the president of the Court of Appeal by the Constitution, over which this honorable court is presently constituted, cannot entertain. The application touches on the administrative functions, which are exclusive preserves of the president of the court. So essentially now what they are suggesting is this is somewhat of an interference in the process, this application. It is not within the purview of ATIKU or anybody else to demand a live telecast of any judicial proceedings. It is entirely and indeed exclusively within the purview of the court. And if both parties are not consenting to it, then I cannot see then how that will follow through. So it looks as though dead on arrival, that suggestion, dead on arrival. So dead on arrival. So we've already seen video clips of this, so I'm not going to label this excessively, but really just to add a bit more detail to it, Tribunal rejects Labour Party representatives in Peter Obi's case against Tinubu. So a video attached as well. In a courtroom drama at the Presidential Petition Election Tribunal in Abuja Wednesday, the names put forward as representatives of the Labour Party were, right, okay, this is a different inflection from that video that we just saw. In a courtroom drama at the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja on Wednesday, the names put forward as representatives of the Labour Party were dismissed by the court. Correspondents report that as is customary in court proceedings, parties are required to announce their appearance when the judges enter the courtroom. This allows the lawyers involved in the case to do the same. During Wednesday's proceedings, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, stood up to announce his appearance as the first petitioner. Following him, the Labour Party National Women Leader, Mrs. Dudu Manuga, announced her appearance as the second representative of the party. However, whilst Obi and Manuga were speaking, LAMIDI APAPA, the factional chairman of the Labour Party, stood up to identify himself. So there it is. Despite not being given a microphone, he declared himself as the chairman of the party and interrupted Manuga, asserting that he was the true representative of the Labour Party. The five-man panel of the court, led by Justice Harino Samani expressed clear displeasure with the unfolding situation. The judge made it clear that they would not recognize anyone claiming to represent the Labour Party. He acknowledged Peter Obi's appearance as the first petitioner, but did not acknowledge any representatives from the Labour Party. Julius Abure, the national chairman of the Labour Party, was present in court but did not announce his appearance. This development stems from a crisis that arose when two separate courts in Abuja and Edo issued conflicting orders regarding the recognition of different leadership factions within the political party. So it's unbelievable, but there it is. It says, I think it goes on to, okay, I think there might well be a video attached to this. Let's see, is it water? Let's see where this takes us to. All right, let's watch this. And there it is right there. The Labour Party putting its best foot forward. The Labour Party putting its best foot forward. So the Labour Party putting its best foot forward. But now, this one, there's potential danger for Peter Obi around this now next headline if he doesn't handle it with some dexterity. Killing of U.S. humanitarian workers in Anambra despicable. So, of course, we went through the story yesterday, and we were saying that there were likely repercussions for this. And the association, of course, and not to say that Peter Obi has anything to do with it, of course, but the association of Anambra with the name Peter Obi, they are forever intertwined. Or intertwined, depending on killing of U.S. humanitarian workers in Anambra, despicable, Peter Obi. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has condemned the killing of 2 staff members of the United States of America Embassy and 2 policemen in Anambra State. Recall that the U.S. Embassy staff were attacked at ABURE, a local government area of Anambra State, whilst on a humanitarian aid mission to the state on Tuesday. Obi, in a series of tweets on Wednesday, commiserated with the deceased, the U.S. Embassy and other charitable international agencies involved. He said, I just got the most reprehensible news of the attack and killings of some international humanitarian workers in Anambra State, which happened on Tuesday. This despicable act is highly condemnable. Nothing can be more deplorable than that someone has to die whilst rendering a charitable job for a people and a nation in need. The rising crime rate in our community and country is not unconnected with the frightening rising poverty, unemployment of youth in our land, which is a consequence of a prolonged leadership failure over the years. So the lack of a sense of irony around that, I hope it doesn't pass you by. So this is what Peter Obi was. This happened in Anambra by the state. He was the governor there, 8 years and a bit ago. So he says the rising crime rate in our community and country is not unconnected with the frightening rising poverty level and unemployment of youth in our land, which is a consequence of prolonged leadership failure over the years. So if we are talking about prolonged leadership failure over the years, and we're talking about incidents that happened in Anambra State, how long are we going to prolong those years before we land on the years of Peter Obi? When the youth in their productive, we should say, productive ages remain idle for a long time, the devil finds them veritable tools, and then it goes on and on. So there it is. But there is an underbelly to all of this. So you wonder why Peter Obi is speaking to matters that might not necessarily. This affects him somewhat by osmosis and by some distance featuring. So this happened in his home state, and he's coming across now as this now clean broom. So there's some sort of some sort of a splash of that mud in the direction of the halo that he wears on his head. So there's an interlink there somewhere, and that is why he has felt the need to speak to it. So the need to speak to it, and he has spoken to it. So this space now, 12 days to go, Tinubu Kwankwaso discusses government of national unity in France. So we touched on this somewhat yesterday as Kwankwaso permutates to try and feature in Tinubu's administration. But how does it come in? Where does it come in? And who yields space for him? With just 12 days to the May 29 inauguration of the incoming government, President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu and presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party in the 2023 polls, Rabiu Kwankwaso, with 12 days, that didn't read right, with just 12 days to the May 29 inauguration of the incoming government, President-elect Bola Tinubu and presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, in the January 2023 polls, Rabiu Kwankwaso. So that doesn't end anywhere. Met, you should say. Discussions at the meeting, correspondents gathered, was not unconnected with the government of national unity the president-elect promised as soon as he was declared winner of the presidential election. Tinubu has said he will run a government of national unity that will include opposition members in key positions of his administration. Kwankwaso, who ran on the platform. Oh, okay, so we understand. Okay, let me give you two more paragraphs and then we see what we're making of it. Kwankwaso, who ran on the platform of the New Nigeria People's Party, came forth in the election, winning Kano State, a stronghold of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. The meeting, which took place in France, in the French capital on Monday, was said to have been brokered by Kwankwaso's associate, Abdul Mumin Jibrin, a former ally of Tinubu. So this idea of a government of national unity is something that people somewhat recall from, because Tinubu won by such a sizable majority. Then you want to question and query then how and where a government of national unity comes in. So I do not see where that window comes in, because a government of national unity will suggest a narrow victory and the need to make some sort of amends in whatever peculiar way. But he had quite a significant victory. So why then what need for a government of national unity? So there's that. Let me bring you two more readouts and then we come into the room. So now this is the storyline that has been gripping somewhat, at least contending in the news cycles with other storylines within the Nigerian space today. I confronted APC asking why they did not choose Osinbajo. This is Peter Obi. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has revealed that he confronted the All Progressive Congress APC asking the ruling party why they did not field Vice President YEMI Osinbajo as the presidential candidate of the 2023 elections. According to the Labour Party flag bearer, he confronted the party, stating that such a candidate is what the APC should put forward if indeed they have the nation's interest at heart. So he now supervising the APC as well as superintending his own party, which is, of course, falling apart. Peter Obi stated this on Tuesday when he stopped by at Dele Momodu's London home to celebrate the Ovation publisher's 63rd birthday. I am interested to see Nigeria work. I don't hide it. Any day, anytime. I even confronted APC, asking why didn't you bring Osinbajo? Let's have the place working for everybody, so that we have people who want to work for the country and are healthy and good, or be disclosed. He further told those present that the person the APC brought out, Tinubu, might have been a great candidate 20 years ago, adding, however, that the country at this hour needs someone that can work round the clock. You know, the one thing that is somewhat off-putting with this Peter Obi narrative still is that all of his public pronouncements are still somewhat campaigny in their nature. So whether the country needs whatever it is that you think that the country does need, an election has taken place and a winner has emerged, and that winner is going to be sworn in. So all of these I would have preferred Osinbajo. The president needs a younger person, this, that, and the other. These are things that you'd have said post the elections, and which you did say post the elections, but nevertheless the elections panned out exactly just as they did. So let me give you then Reno Omokri's response to Peter Obi, and then we come into the room to say who's ready to take it on. So here it is. Reno Omokri bashes Peter Obi. Tinubu better than you, Osinbajo. Critic Reno Omokri has attacked Labour Party presidential. Critic Reno Omokri has attacked Labour Party's presidential candidate in the last election, Peter Obi, for saying that APC should have brought Vice President YEMI Osinbajo as its candidate instead of President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Obi had said this whilst exchanging pleasantries with some guests at Dele Momodu's birthday in London. Okay, so I'll skip through what Obi said. Let's go to Omokri's reaction. Reacting to this, Omokri said, put Osinbajo and Obi together and multiply them by 10, and Tinubu is still better than them in managing men and resources. So as opposed as Reno Omokri is to Tinubu, every time I read his commentaries about Tinubu is always in glowing words. You'd almost think that it was actually a Tinubu agent and not an ATIKU agent. Reacting to this, Omokri said, put Osinbajo and Tinubu together and multiply them by 10. No, put Osinbajo and Obi together and multiply them by 10, and Tinubu is still better than them in managing men and resources. Peter Obi is very wrong to say Osinbajo is better than Tinubu. You don't have to like somebody before you say the truth about them. He said the best presidential candidate, in his opinion, is ATIKU Abubakar, but that he's afraid he has to disagree with Peter Obi that Osinbajo is better than Tinubu. Look at Nigeria in the last 8 years. What was Osinbajo's impact? The reason why Peter Obi lives in Lagos and not Anambra, where he was governor for 8 years, is because Tinubu performed as a governor of Lagos State. As governor, Tinubu built new cities from scratch: ports, rail infrastructures, roads, hospitals, industries, independent power plants, paid civil servants, and mentored men like Osinbajo, Fashola, Aregbesola, Fayemi, Akubeze, and co, who are now movers and shakers. He also increased Lagos' internally generated revenue. In contrast, what did Osinbajo and Obi achieve whilst in power? Osinbajo and Buhari gave us 2 recessions, whilst Peter Obi's singular boast is the beer factory, in which he had personal investment and savings, the then equivalent of $400 million of Anambra in a bank where he had significant interest and was its former chairman. Every time that money yielded interest, Obi personally benefited in millions of dollars. So that's Reno Omokri then clapping back at Peter Obi. So let's come into the room then and see what's going on there. So an A-star list, Babati joins us, the Majestic. A Rational Mind joins us, you all know him. Ajanle Koko, the man of the moment, and Adewale joins us as well. So as you can see, still quite a few spaces left. So for anybody that wants to join, then just click on the hyperlink and come join. And I think somebody has just taken that opportunity to join. Who's this person? All right. We're joined by Alexander Gomez, unusually as well, actually. So Alexander, good to see you.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
I called in because I thoroughly enjoyed the interaction with the Prince yesterday. I like his simplicity and his accessible nature. It's I was extremely happy that he put the pilot on hold just to attend to fellow Nigerians on your platform. Nigerians of his status.
Are you concluding that he had a private jet pack?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not inferring to that. I don't know whether you implying that. But
it's not beyond his means. It's a man of substantial means, as you
I
know.
know. Obviously. But this is what I say. I said this before on this platform. People should listen to me when I talk because I speak with a lot of authority when I say things like this. I've noticed that Yoruba people tend to be humble with wealth and success compared to other people from other parts of Nigeria. So that gladdened my heart. I was touched by. He even had to put the aircraft on hold just to come say his bye-bye. I mean, we don't have people like that. We need people like that to govern over a country like Nigeria. 5 people like that would take us to a top 10 country in the next 5 years. And hopefully Tinubu would find it fit to get people of his caliber to govern over the space and handle ministries and parastatals. I was very happy. I watched everything and I couldn't help but be gladdened by his actions and reactions. I was very happy about that.
We will try desperately to bring him back because I don't think I don't think we've had the fullness of I think there's more we want from him. And
he committed himself to he committed himself to coming back. So and he's a man of his word. The only reason why he came on yesterday against all odds was because he gave you his word and he did come back. So and that was very pleasant to see. On this Osinbajo, let's forget this. We have a president in waiting who's going to take over government in about 10 days. Let's pray for the success.
I wonder what Peter Obi is doing, because every time you hear him speak publicly, it's almost as though he's still campaigning. Why is that?
I think deep down he's come to the conclusion or realization that this is a done deal for Tinubu. So I think he's just playing up to the gallery right now. There's no there like Americans you say here in America. There's no there. Nothing's going to happen. Tinubu's going to be our president, and we should all, as patriotic Nigerians, support him so that
would you describe Peter Obi as a patriotic Nigerian with the way he's going about this? Because yes, the quick answer and the quick response will be yes, he has the right to test the space, and if Tinubu won, then he has nothing to fear and all that. But this goings on is distracting from more important matters of You say it is a distraction, isn't it? Not the lawsuit itself, but the endless campaigning that we're getting from Peter Obi post-election.
No. One man. Mr. Gomez said, I can confront one man to do this view to try to propagate it. This guy is not campaigning.
He's not.
No. It was in the private conversation or whatever, or in the public-private cooperation that somebody had, which was he just read it to us. He attended what's his name? This guy, Dele Momodu's birthday, and on his way back to Nigeria. And then he said that in passing in that gathering. Not as if he went to one media house and started saying it. Dude, I mean, Well, man, let's not do this. This is not. I mean, this is not fair.
But it make the news though, right?
Well,
So
no,
if
somebody,
it,
somebody leaked it, or somebody
yeah,
put
but
it out
that
there.
is no longer a private
But it
conversation.
makes it
That
sound
is,
like it's campaigning. It's not
but
campaigning.
it's now in the most public domain, right?
Hold on. Ade, you have to make sure your mic is switched on, otherwise your device will not connect. But yeah, carry on, Adewale.
Yes, I was trying to tell him that if it's in the public domain, it's no longer a private conversation. And that is why it is making the news.
No. Let's not say this. Let's not say the guys. Wait, woman is making it sound like, oh, it's the campaign. No, it's not campaigning. He said it that he wanted. If I'm a candidate in, like, okay, for example, when Adewale came here, he was telling us what he would have done. And then would you say he's still campaigning? Goodness.
No, in fact, no, not Adewale, but Adewale, Adebayo. Yes. So when he came, you remember Kolata was actually trying to ask him how he would have governed. And he said that he did not win, so he's not prepared to say that, but he will go through Tinubu's manifesto and hold Tinubu to that manifesto.
What man? There are some other things he said here. Some other things he said there that he could have done if he had won, or he would do if he had won. So I mean, that doesn't mean he's campaigning. He's only just making a remark or making a statement. I mean, let's not do this, woman. I know you have your personal issue with just as I have with Tinubu, but that does not mean that we should start maybe twisting things like.
Let me say this, because I have to exit now. Peter Obi has done an amazing job. He is definitely the star of the 2023 elections. He has opened the minds of the teenagers and the young kids of Nigeria that they do matter in the electoral process. He did not win. He had no path to victory. We've been saying this forever. He's just been an African. He's finding it difficult to come to the realization that he ran a good race, but he fell short at the end of the day. That is the bottom line. Whether we like it or not, Tinubu will be the president of Nigeria for at least 4 years, and I hope and pray that he does a good job, because to quote the great Ajaton Lekoko, if he doesn't get it right, that is the end of Nigeria. So let me let you go with your show, woman, and thank you for having me.
All right, brilliant. Always a delight. Popping again. So that's Alexander Gomez, of course. Needs no introduction to anyone on this platform. Someone else that needs no introduction, Babati, he joins us. So BT. Let's kick it off, BT, with the goings on then at the court today. So he turned up, having now gotten the affirmation from a judge that he's the acting chairman of the Labour Party, and then subsequently summarily beaten up. LAMIDI APAPA, Babati, what says you?
Good evening, one man, our great host, and good evening to our distinguished panelists tonight. Everybody listening across the world.
So sorry, pardon me. I went to watch back your sessions with Thomas yesterday. It was a real delight. I really enjoyed it. But
the cultural, we were.
When you got into it with Hassan, and anyway, we talk about that later. I really enjoyed it. I really did. But carry on.
Thank you for that. It's just for us to embrace our different our peculiarities and embrace those differences. But that's aside. Please like, subscribe, and please join the debate or discussion in the platform or in the comment section, or also come up if you can. So this topic, one man, I think what happened today at the court was shameful, was disgraceful. The mob and the cult-like movement headed by this divisive punk called P2B raised their ugly heads again at the court. And at some point, I let's just start by actually juxtaposing the style of Obi and Tinubu. On one hand, we have a candidate that exploits fault lines for his own political gains, exploits people's vulnerabilities for his own gains. On the other hand, you have a Tinubu that understands that after losing, you need to unite people within your own movement and even from outside. So you can clearly see that we can all clearly see that before our eyes. What happened was a disgrace. You don't have to agree with the man. The court made a pronouncement. You don't have to necessarily agree with that position, but for you to now come to the court and actually, threaten the man, that was shameful. And breaking news to the obedient movement.
Threaten. He was beaten up. A 78-year-old man.
That
it's
was
just
that's even a cultural problem. But I wouldn't even go to that one. But breaking news to the obedient movement. Labour has been around for 20. It was since 03, right? 20. That would be 20. How many years? 21 years. Labour has been around for 21 years. The Labour movement does not belong to your God and Savior of your cult. Okay, so I hate to break it to you, obedient. Labour Party is not obedient movement. People have bled. They put their time and effort into establishing a political party. You might say it's small. You might say they are irrelevant, but it's still their party. They are a papa that you're abusing. I don't like him, but he's he's a founding member of the political party. He's been an acting chairman, a regional chairman, a state coordinator of that same political party before you showed up. You joined last year. He's been there for 21 years. So if you're going to have any argument, the nerve of it now, because I was hearing in the video, they were saying, who are you? We don't know you. No, that if you don't know him, that is your fault. He doesn't care about you knowing him. He doesn't know you. Who are you?
There was actually a heavily built guy in a black t-shirt that came from his back and was grappling him, took off his hat and hit him on the head.
That person needs to be arrested, because you are literally physically, that's an assault. You actually assaulted the individual. That person needs to be picked up. So this more black environment. Okay, what good does that do the case? Whatever you have in court, does it change the man of the judiciary? No, they are going to make their pronouncement that at this point is not going to be in your favor, and it's going to be your party's chairman. And one thing that I raised earlier when we were talking about the obedient invasion, that's the way I describe it. The movement invaded the Labour Party. Is that if you notice how many obedient actually registered to be a card-carrying member of Labour? Do you know?
I suspect very little. I have friends
in Labour Party. Osinbajo is a very good friend of mine. He is one of their youth leaders. He was one of Oshomole's youth leaders in Edo before he moved into APC or AD with Tinubu. That was his job. So I know him I have friends in the Labour Party. They've been card-carrying members for a long period of time. And one of the issues they had with Obi was like, listen, you have all these numbers, but we cannot, nobody is ready. We can't get them to, why can't you get them to register to be an actual party member? But this guy is selfish because he knows, remember, he's running for office. He has no say in that leadership structure. So he knows if they have these people registered, they will be under the control or leadership of a different banner in that party. But he wants them to stay with him. So they could barely get any obedience to actually register as a Labour Party member. So what good do you actually do for the party? You just there to use them up for your political good. Once again, being divisive as usual. So blasting people online, sending mobs to court, beating people up, then you go back to go and apologize to some people that they abused. It doesn't make any sense to me. This was shameful.
All right, sorry, Babati. There was the court then refused to acknowledge either because of course when before the court the judges are settling, everybody stands up to introduce themselves, and when APAPA tried to stand up to introduce himself as the representative of the party, the court stepped him down.
Oh, so what is it? Who does the court recognize as the party chairman?
No. Yeah, let me actually give you it. It says, in a court drama at the presidential election petition in Abuja Wednesday, the names put forward as representatives of the Labour Party were dismissed by the court. Correspondents report that, as is customary in a court proceeding, parties are required to announce their appearance when the judge enters the courtroom. This allows the lawyers involved in the case to do the same. During Wednesday's proceedings, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, stood up and announced his appearance as the first petitioner. Following him, the Labour Party's national women leader, Mrs. Dudu Manuga, announced her appearance as the second representative of the party. However, while Obi and Manuga were speaking, Lamidi APAPA, the factional chairman of the Labour Party, stood up to identify himself. Despite not being given a microphone, he declared himself as the chairman of the party and interrupted Manuga, asserting that he was the true representative of the Labour Party. The five-man panel of the court, led by Justice Haruna, expressed clear displeasure with the unfolding situation. The judge made it clear they would not recognize anyone claiming to represent Labour Party. He acknowledged Opi's appearance as first petitioner, but did not acknowledge any representative from the party. So that was what transpired there. So he stood them all down and only recognized Peter Obi.
Oh, that is interesting. I think that I think the courts perhaps is saying indirectly that they have to go back. That is an internal issue that they have to resolve on their own at some point, right? When this is over, when Obi loses, then they can go back. But be that way. But the mob-like environment, that what transpired itself, okay, you can disagree with him, but not allowing him to speak to the media, or, like you said, somebody kind of beating in the head or smacking the head, that is a step too far. Okay, I honestly don't believe that Obi has any future in Labour or even running for president. I don't think is going to be relevant politically going forward. I don't see it because of the way this is going and what you described earlier, that is still campaigning for post-elections. People have moved on from...
do you agree with that statement that there's still somewhat of a campaigning tone to the way he's going about? They have the Kubara stage of grief, right? I think he's now finally moving into that acceptance stage. He's moved from that denial to now accepting. You can see that transition. He's going back and forth. He's denying, accepting, denying, and accepting. I didn't really want Tinubu. He was supposed to be Osinbajo. Are you APC? So it's now back and forth. So I think he's getting that dose of reality at this point. And at some point in the next few weeks, that should sink in further. But my friends in the Labour Party don't really like the Labour Party, the obedient movement. And I look forward to the by the way, one man, that 6 million vote that he got, that they claim that obedient got, that are obedient. Do you know that one can actually make an argument that half of those votes did not really like Obi or were obedient, but they were more anti-establishment. Like that, like Lagos, for example, people that voted against Tinubu, but for Obi in Lagos. It wasn't because
we have left Labour now to the other vote now not being Obi. Is that what?
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I will make the point. I'm saying
sorry, Babati, you can make that argument even Lagos and the Middle Belt as well. Nobody in Plateau, all those places, they have no reason to vote for Peter Obi other than anti-establishment.
Yeah, it was more like an anti-establishment vote. So my point is that if Obi goes out to establish his own political party, he's not going to get as much traction as I think he's going to get. I don't believe that it has as many as you think it does. It doesn't have that much. Maybe a million or two that will actually be real party members. And because he's yet to show me that he's a unifier, and I don't see a person like Peter Obi actually holding together a political party for so long. He's not built that way. He's not shown me anything from his past, political past, that he can actually create a political party, maintain that political party because it doesn't give shishi according to him, and help keep people together and resolve. You see, you must be able to resolve conflict as a leader. You must be able to bring different views or different factions in any movement together. He's not shown that he has the ability to do that. He's always hopped from party to party, finding soft landing for his own political gains. I don't see where he goes from there. If he leaves Labour, I hope he does, for God's sake, please. He's done enough damage to that party, enough. He needs to leave. Where does he go? I don't see any political future for him. If he goes back to the PDP, I don't see him winning because
he has no pathway back to the PDP, and he has no chance going to the APC. So I think it's in a sink or swim situation with the Labour Party. He has to make it work or retire from politics.
But one man define make it work. What does make it work, man?
I think actually what is going on in Labour Party now, it opens a window of opportunity for him. They fight for lead of that party. So if he backs somebody and that person then wins through, he can then through that person seize that party and then make it and then use it as his vehicle.
But woman, that's exactly what I'm saying. I have friends in that political party. They're gonna fight back. You cannot just, because literally you want him to hijack an established political party. That's what you are actually alluding to. So because that Labour tag, that Labour name, it carries weight globally, not even Nigeria. Labour anything carries weight. Labour Party itself appeals to poor people and to middle class, to the working class, right? That is pretty much their party. Global, anywhere in the world, if you see a Labour Party anywhere, it appeals to that demographic in society, and he knows that. So he's actually fighting for that tag. But this is the problem: the ideals, the beliefs of the Labour Party does not really align with what he believes in. So if he stays in that party, does it terraform the party into his own obedience? Obi movement or belief system or whatever they believe in.
Let me cite you some of the examples that Prince Adebayo cited yesterday, which I recognized immediately. He was talking about I'm sure you understand, you know, international politics, and you know who Tony Blair is. You know.
Right.
Yeah. So Tony Blair, he was the prime minister of this country for a very, very long time. And
during
it was only
the Bush era.
It was only the Iraq war that got him out of that office. But Tony Blair, he was the prime minister using the vehicle of the Labour Party. But apart from using that vehicle of the Labour Party, there is nobody, both in politics and instinct, more conservative than him. Do you see? So he was a instinctually conservative by nature sort of a person, using Labour Party as a special purpose vehicle. So that could be the pathway for Peter Obi. I think that was what the
let me push back on that. When Tony Blair was doing that in the UK, did he kick the establishment in that party to the side and say, "This is I'm conservative, so I'm going to bring my people in, and we're going to take over leadership of Labour"? Did he do that?
No. It was quite stealthy. It was quite stealthy.
You cannot. You have to acknowledge that APAPA and Co have been there before you, and it's a merger, right? It's kind of like a merger between the establishment in that political party and what you are bringing in. And second of all, your so-called mob or cult have to actually be members of Labour to have influence in the Labour Party, right? That's where you get the influence from. And my friends in Labour are telling me that, listen, you have the numbers, we know, but we want them to be card-carrying members of the political party before we can give you or allow you have access to some leadership positions where you can appoint your own people in their position. It's a trust issue. We don't trust you enough because your people are not actually part of our Labour Party. They say you are Labour, but they're only here for you. So how does that really benefit the political party? It doesn't benefit them at all. And that's the issue that they're having. He has to play ball with the establishment in that political party. LAMIDI and Co are not going anywhere. he has to find a way. If he's a true leader like he claims, you have to be able to resolve that problem.
Can I interject on that one more, please?
Yeah, come in, Des.
Yeah. First of all, we already know that there is no Labour Party without Obi.
That is not true. No,
oh God, you can't say that now.
So
is it the oldest party in Nigeria? Even
can I finish to understand what I mean?
That is the arrogancy that we are talking about.
Can I finish? Do you know why I said what I said? Let me finish now.
Yes, wait.
All right. Let him
just allow me land before you.
Let him justify it. Okay, bring it on. This unbelievable.
Now, why I say this is that before P2B came to Labour Party, we already know. We don't even talk about. I doubt that any of us talk about Labour Party in such extent that we talk about it now. That is why I made that statement. Not that there's no Labour Party without P2B. I mean that Labour Party came to light because P2B entered that party. And whatever makes P2B leave that party, they're gonna go back in shadows. That's the truth.
I don't think so. You know, I think Labour Party might be the biggest winner because when P2B leaves, another big names will come there because it's now presented itself as a home for disgruntled politicians from the two major parties who might not necessarily find a space in those spaces anymore. I don't think it will fade away. I think they may well hold that spot.
Well, unless the obedience decide to stay, because anywhere P2B goes, the obedience goes. But anyway,
the obedience. No. So hold on. Yeah. Describe the. Sorry, Babati, you still have the floor. But describe the obedience to me. Who are the obedience?
The obedience are supporters of Peter Obi, not Labour Party.
Right. You see what I'm telling you. What I'm suggesting to you is that after the end of this process, the Peter Obi's followership, it will dissipate. It will fracture into different subgroups.
Well, I guess we'll see about that one, man. But with what Babati is saying, that Peter Obi should learn to accommodate LAMIDI, APAPA, and the others, you're not really seeing the true problem here. The problem is that they think that these people is trying to stifle what they have going on in the tribunal. And even if they accommodate them and say, okay, let's accept these guys, and Vladimir Apapa becomes the chairman, then it's going to affect people this petition. You're not expecting him to accept these people when he's gonna
No, hold on. It's not in his gift to accept or not accept.
Yeah, I know that. What I'm talking about, what Babati is saying, he should be able to accommodate or unite or whatever he's trying to make of. But also you have to know that these people that are trying to do all this, the party has a constitution on these things. Do you understand me? Anybody can just come and say, I'm the chairman. There are laws to that.
No, we've gone through that. We've gone through that already.
Yes.
Now. Yeah.
So I just want to, I don't think Babati actually understand what's going on because he's making this ambiguous statement.
I think it does.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
can I reply the great death?
Babati, you can continue.
Yeah, let me reply the great death. That is one of the.
No. Before you reply, you have to understand that Des is a highly intelligent man, because he told us that he told us that already. He told us that I'm a highly intelligent man.
No,
so
I don't take things personal. I'm not one of it's fine. But one man, I wanted to. I hope you caught that part. What Des said. I sincerely hope you didn't miss what he said when he said, "Without Obi, Labour Party is what?" I hope you got that part. Do you know what that means? Let me say that in layman terms. What he's saying is this: Obi's pretty much saying, "Without me, you're nothing. I am the party." Woman, do you get that?
No, but this is not saying that in isolation though. That is the genuine feeling of that space and especially Peter Obi.
But that is a problem for it is a political party. It's supposed to be a merge of different ideas of different people. It cannot be one person centric. It cannot be Obi centric. It is not healthy for democracy. It is not healthy for party politics. It's my position. No matter how big you think you are, there are other people in that establishment. There are other people in that political party that you have to play ball with. Now, if you have your people come in that political space, of course, you will have more influence, but you cannot totally dismiss people that are already there, no matter how small they are. You cannot be dismissive, is my position. So you cannot come into a space and say, Labour has produced 2 governors. Oh, yes, I hope you know that. They gave us Shomole in Edo before it decamped, and they also gave us Mimiko, and they've also given the country a few House of Reps seats prior to Obi's invasion of the party. That's what I'm going to use. Invasion of a political party. So if Obi thinks he's strong enough and he has the balls, let him go and establish his own party, and let's see how well he plays. He does. That would be let's test how strong he is politically. Actually, let Obedience and their cult leave the Labour Party movement and establish their own party. In fact, call it Obi Party. I mean,
let me just chip something in.
Go ahead.
Babati. I mean, right now, the only move Obi has to make is actually a power move. Obi needs to hijack Labour Party. If he cannot hijack the Labour Party, he is done. But the biggest question is now, what is left of the Obedience? I think there are remnants only left, and they're mostly is kinsmen that are left to a large extent. So even if it takes over the party, who will want to partner with that party with the kind of voting patterns that we experience? Exactly. It's just going to replicate. It's just going to replicate Abuga in Labour Party.
That was my point.
He's done. Obi has no political future.
Don't make it look like it's your own people. That is bad for the optics. Looks terrible if you just Obi for it.
But the little opportunity given to him, he ethnicized it. The little opportunity. All the people he brought to Labour Party, they're sectional. So he can just go and grab it, but we know it's just going to be a sectional party and it's not going anywhere anymore.
Yeah, but why is he then surprised that they are fighting back the establishment of Labour? If you want something, people will fight now. They will not just really give it up. So
it's not surprise. It's feigning surprise. It's not in actual sense. It's not
people like this. I mean, people like this and the Obedience acting like, why are you guys even resisting? We are here. You're supposed to just bow down for Lord Obi and just do whatever you want because it's wrong.
But T, what do you mean establishment? This is just few people. Establishment are the people that are the hierarchy of Labour Party. You have to understand Labour Party when you're talking about establishment. These are just few people trying to hijack a party. You're not saying Obi is trying to hijack a party.
They're 30 years.
That's their own party.
Yes. APAPA is a founding member. How can he hijack what's he help establish?
What is yours? How can you hijack what is yours?
I understand what you mean, but there is a hierarchy of power in Labour Party. That's just what I'm trying to make you understand. You cannot just say, okay, I'm the chairman, when there is a hierarchy of power that will make you a chairman. That is what we call hijack. Obi did not just come and say, I'm the presidential candidate of Labour Party. He followed through
Yes, can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Yes, can I ask you a question? Do you think the Obedient have the right to
beat up APAPA?
To question APAPA's activity in Labour Party at all? Do you think they have the right at all to question APAPA's activity?
Of course, if the Obedient are part of the Labour Party, why wouldn't they? If they have got the form,
hold on.
And they're carrying numbers,
are they registered party? Hold on.
How do you know they are not, though? How do you know they are not? Are you with them?
Yes, you just said it. Yes, you just said it now. You just said it now. That Obedience are not member of Labour Party.
Yes, they are not registered member. They said they will follow Obi everywhere. They are just following Obi. They are not registered member party.
That I know your youth in Edo. I'm telling you, and according to what they are saying in the Labour Party, I'm telling you from their own mouth, from actual party members, Obedience did not register in the Labour Party movement. That's a fact. They're not registered. They're just there for Obi alone.
Aisha Yusufu even said it on a live program that I'm just for Obi, I'm not for Labour Party. So such kind of people that are supporting Obi doesn't have any right to say anything about what is going on in Labour Party because they are not member of the party. They are just disgruntled people that are trying to destroy their party. Period.
But Ajalikoko, I know some people, I know some people that are obedient, that are still a Labour Party, that just bought a form. That's just what I'm trying to let you know.
All right, thank you, Des. I feel somewhat we loop around that conversation too often. So let me loop you in this direction, Babati. I want to play you. I want to play you this video clip. Yeah, watch this.
They will love you for who you are, not for the fact that when you get to being a speaker, they will start to lobby you for position, but they will love you for the great things you will do for the betterment of our nation. You have become a servant from your constituency. You want to be a bigger servant, to be the Speaker of the House, and a much bigger servant to serve our dear nation. Always remember that the interest that is number one to you is the interest of our dear nation, followed by the interest of your party. But what is important is carry your people along. May God Almighty be with you. May God Almighty bless you. May God Almighty honor you. Guide and protect you.
Amen.
Also, give women the feminine world. Support them in the house. I'm surprised that you only have one female national House of Assembly.
They left for a meeting. They left for another meeting.
House of Rep member.
Not only one to carry it.
But you should make the life good for all of us. Yes, all of you are hardware.
So there it is.
You know,
that's
I love the graph. As a Yoruba prince, I love that. You see, this is sorrow. Let me just pick you back for a second. Allow me. This sorrow. You see the reverence. You see the respect. That's why. That's the how I like to see Kabisi.
Babati Omoba.
Yes, from a prejudice.
Be careful.
Imagine if they make if we make Babati the king of his our kingdom and then get invited, do we have to dobale for him? Is that what that means?
Definitely, you must do. You must dobale. By force, by power.
Hold on. Whatever has made Baba Yabo to dobale for Oni of Ife, he dobale for him, and even dobale for the this king from Wari. So why not me?
Oh yeah.
If we just stay in that space for 1 microsecond, the one that impressed me the most when the then Sultan of Sokoto, Lamidi Sanusi, when he went to visit, maybe it was the Alafin or Aden, it took off his hat. I was, because he's a stool. It was a stool at that time, and it dobaled. I was stunned. If I can find the clip, I'll play for you. I was stunned. Yeah, because it's a stool now. It doesn't have to dobale.
Can I ask a question? Why can't rational mind dobale for Babati now? Should be Prince in Babati. Prince Nina Obalola is the same thing.
A prince is different. If Thomas Delade, and Thomas they crown him, then I'll dobale for him for being a king.
So you know saying Babati right now.
Oh yeah, Mama Wuni. Oh yeah, Mama Wuni.
I take care. I go make you. It's beautiful to see culture, and you can see how they respect the culture, even though it's from the other part of the country. That's what I'm saying. Respecting, even though they're not from that side, they understand the importance of that tool, not the person necessarily, but what he represents to the culture.
Yeah. But what I was inviting you to, Babati, why I played that clip is the embedded politics in it all, because that's Tajuddin Abbas, of course, born and bred Kaduna State, as full as Hausa Fulani as you can possibly get. And there he is in a traditional postured something, getting the blessing of the Oni of Ife. So that's politics right there. That's him canvassing for that space and saying that the power transits to this space, and I'm going to the most senior, most person in that space. But then also, the Oni of Ife was silent throughout the electioneering phase. It never really came out publicly in the space. But do you think he would have been doing whatever covert moves he should have been doing
No, he did. Actually, he did make moves. Remember, they did make moves. He was the one that laid. He was the coordinator for the royal whatever for the Tinubu campaign. He was the head of that campaign. I hope you know that.
I did not.
Yeah, he was active. He was the head. So anytime you see Tinubu go into like Sokoto or to go see those kings, before he shows up there, they're already there. So Tinubu did not really campaign in the north for the most part. People already went before him. He just goes there to seal the deal. So when it comes to royal family, like the Sultan of Sokoto, all those people, that was his job to make sure that the royal family, the royal class were on the same page. So he actually had a role in the Tinubu campaign. It was just not that public. But if you Google the head of the royal camp, you will see that yes, it was active, but it was behind the scenes. He made his office position.
Babati.
Yeah.
Babati. You know, Tinubu campaign, he ran that campaign like a government. It's like he has portfolios for everybody.
Right.
It's like having Minister of Education, Minister of Health.
You're breaking up. Simba, you're breaking up.
Hello,
now you're broken up completely.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you.
You are the one breaking
a bit better.
It's you that's breaking one.
Am I the one?
You are the one breaking up.
No, we can. We can hear Woman. We can hear you now. I can hear Woman.
All right, carry on, Simba, and then I'll move on to a different. Carry on, Simba.
Okay, so that's what I'm. So this one that you are talking, you are very, very right, and I'm aware of it. He has everybody representing certain consistency, certain portfolio. He ran it like a government, and that was why the guy was successful in the election. He really invested in that election, and he got what he wanted. So just to back what you are saying, Babati.
And to round up Woman before you go to somebody else, to answer Chief Gomez's question on your FIFA, because of the widespread of Yoruba people globally. So it's more revered in West Africa, and South America. I hope War Peace is not here before it tears me apart. You know how we feel about the Benin Kingdom, but to Oni of Ife is more revered on the global scale, on the global level. I mean, this guy was honored by the Brazilian government. I think it was a few weeks ago.
It was a state visit when he went to. It was a state visit. Yeah.
So the way, even more than the way we see him in Nigeria, the value they place or the reference they have for him in Cuba, in Jamaica, I've been to those places, and it's mind blowing the way they see Oshun, that area, in fact, the case, that's people. in particular, it's mind blowing. It's almost like talking about a Christian talking about Jerusalem. That's the way they see.
I'm not sure if you've seen clips of the Osun Festival, but there are more white people there often instances than there are Nigerians.
Yeah, they make that trip. But once again, I am so proud of my culture. I am my people, and I just, nothing like it.
Who has been to the Osun grave here?
Have you been there? You are from there now.
Me.
No, you need to visit that place.
For where? I never go.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
It's very, in fact, Babati, do you watch this popular Yoruba film that in the olden days when we used to this Okelambojo that this guy used to show that time on NTA? Exactly, where you see all those
it was
yes, they used to shoot a lot of film in the Osun grave, and is one of the tourist centers in Nigeria, and it attracts a lot of foreigners. It attracts a lot of foreigners whenever they do Osun festival.
They have that in UNESCO's tourist, one of those oldest stuff in the world. They have that.
Come in after Babati.
Why did you allow these Babalawos to take over the show? Why are they? Why?
Okay, man, thanks for having me open the show for you. It's an honor. Thank you. Just put me back down and let somebody come up. I'm going to listen from the back of now. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Babati. So, thank you, Babati. Babati excellently sets us off. Only to be picked up then by rational mind. So rational mind. As we're fast forwarding rapidly towards the 29th of this month, it looks as though everything now aligning. So Tinubu discusses Nigeria-US relations with Secretary Blinken. So outside of that phone call then from what's it called, Joe Biden himself, and we know that Joe Biden, depending on how he wakes up, he doesn't even know his own name, so never mind making a phone call. So this is essentially then the American state now acknowledging Tinubu. Let me give you just a speed through. Ahead of the May 29 inauguration, Nigeria's President-elect Bola Tinubu discussed strengthening U.S.-Nigeria relations in a telephone conversation with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken on Tuesday. The United States Department of State, in a press release on its website, said Secretary of State Antony J. Blinken spoke with Nigerian President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu this morning to emphasize his continued commitment to further strengthening the U.S.-Nigerian relationship with the incoming administration. The statement noted that Mr. Blinken looks forward to continuing to strengthen the U.S.-Nigeria partnership, which is built on shared interest and strong people-to-people ties after Mr. Tinubu is sworn in as president on May the 29th. The two leaders also discussed the importance of inclusive leadership, representing all Nigerians, continued comprehensive security cooperation, and reforms supporting economic growth. Also, in a statement from the Office of the President-elect, signed by Tunde Rahman, Mr. Tinubu pledged to work to ensure continued positive relations with the United States. Tinubu urged the U.S. to factor Nigeria's in. Tinubu urged the U.S. to factor in Nigeria's important place in Africa and provide needed assistance in areas of security and economic investment for the nation to lead the way and be a shining example. So on and on it goes. So there it is then. There it is. But let me just give you a quick pushback from ATIKU, and then you give us your commentary. So this is ATIKU Abubakar now. And by the way, what I just read to you was published on the U.S. Department of State website, but ATIKU will still not have it. I am indeed in disbelief that Secretary Blinken called Tinubu a contradiction to the publicly stated position of the United States on Nigeria's 2023 presidential election. This is inconceivable, considering that America, as the bastion of democracy, is well briefed on the sham election of February the 25th. To give legitimacy to the widely acknowledged fraudulent election in Nigeria can be demoralizing to citizens who have hedged their bet on democracy and the sanctity of the ballot. This is at the Department of State, at POTUS, at US in Nigeria, and there it is. So that is Atiku Abubakar's response then. Endorsement of Tinubu by Anthony Blinken. And that endorsement, by the way, is fait accompli, rational mind. Rational mind?
So I am about to drive now. So like I said to you. Anyways, yeah. So yeah, it's for me, even though it sounds like some sort of, how do I say it, like what you just read. You see, we've been saying it that Tinubu and his people, they've been looking for this legitimacy by trying to call, ask world leaders to give them some kind of validation and all of that. But then in a normal situation whereby it should not be Anthony Blinken that should be calling Tinubu, should be the US president. So, but I can understand. That's to tell you that Biden is still not too, it's not too okay with calling Tinubu for now. But then I can understand because it's about foreign policy, because he's going to be the one, at least substantive winner for now, or maybe you said he declared winner by INEC. But what I'm trying to say is that normally it should be, what's it called? Biden that should be calling. I mean, Blinken is too small. We are talking about a president, not even. You can't be asking something that has to do with something like that. And then
is Blinken not the third highest ranked functionary in the United States government? The third highest ranked.
You mean the heir to the throne here, or is that what you're saying, or what?
No. In terms of hierarchy, you said the president and then the vice. Is Blinken?
Well, I don't know what it is, but well, if you're talking about who can succeed Biden in the event of any event, we can say him, Biden, Kamala Harris, and then the House of Rep, the Speaker of the House of Rep, will be the one to take over from them. Not even the senator, not the majority leader in the Senate, or whoever is the Senate president. So, but my point is this: that Blinken is OKC, whoever is Nigerian president. It should be the president. It's
no ratio, because we have to look at we have to look at where is Nigeria? Where is Nigeria in the hierarchy of things? You know, so if you say that if it was the Japanese prime minister, the British prime minister, or the German prime minister, etc., you may say okay, but if it's the Yugoslavian president, the Uzbekistan president, or the Kuwaiti something or the other, that's still at Blinken level. Nigeria is a third world country, so it's not so we have to know our position in the hierarchy of things.
Yeah, in the hierarchy of things, Blinken OKC, Nigerian president. Either is whoever it is.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, OKC. Oh yeah, OKC.
In fact, Secretary of State, rational man.
Yeah.
Secretary of State is regarded as the second president of the United States in a local balance.
In what?
Because
what am I talking about?
This particular individual lives perpetually in the sky, like the president of the country. So whatever he says, it's more or less what the president of the United States says. So a United States Secretary of State relates with the foreign government more than the president of the United States. So as a matter of fact, I will prefer Secretary of State having more interaction with the Nigerian president than president himself.
You see, you people.
I will break it down, but I want you to go ahead. But I'll break it down to you later. Go ahead.
The point is that in an election, it is the world leader of the country that calls the other person.
Have we lost you? The connection today is unbelievable. So can anyone still?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I have a?
Yeah, you have a stab at it. I think rational mind is getting in his car and all that. Yeah.
Yes, myself, I'm actually driving. But the point is this: the Secretary of the State of the United States relates with the foreign government more. As a matter of fact, the president relied more on the Secretary of State information than any other information coming from the field office. I mean, the foreign field office. So, when you have a Secretary of State relating with president-elect of another foreign country, shows that American interest is still validly alive. Now, the president would not invite the president-elect. I'm talking about President of the United States would not invite even a substantive president to White House without first, having bilateral discussion with the Secretary of State and his team. The people that expect that about talking about the legitimacy or non-legitimacy, America does not have a choice. They are not in a position to validate the election of Nigeria. Whoever Nigeria presents as official representative of their country is who they relate with or relate to. So in this, they have no choice. They cannot condemn or invalidate our election. Officially, Tinubu is the president-elect. So he is the only person that they will relate to. As of now, Tinubu is not even president yet. But if in his magnanimity, Secretary of State can pick up the phone and talk to president-elect, shows one, that the relationship between the two countries is well and alive. Two, the alliance and the interests of both countries are still strong. So that to say that the president of the United States should have been the one to pick the phone to call Tinubu, when in fact Tinubu is not yet president. Now, if he's president, if he's sworn in as the president, and he doesn't pick call, but the only person relating with is still the Secretary of State, then that's what I would say that, okay, there's a little bit of, kind of like, relating with us like we're relating with the president of Afghanistan. But at this point, the Secretary of State relating with president-elect shows American alliance with Nigeria is still strong. And it's not below the belt. It's not at all. As a matter of fact, it's even welcoming, because if not, ATIKU has been in America before. Tinubu didn't travel to America, right? But the only person who has not even traveled to America is Tinubu, and yet here he is in his capacity as the president-elect. He's being, communicated with in official capacity.
How do you know he has not traveled to America? How do you know he has not been to America?
When he wanted to go, official information that we had was that he was about to travel, and he canceled the plan. So there was no information that shows that he traveled to America in official.
Hold on. Tinubu has not been to America post the elections.
Even pre-election, he didn't travel. He didn't travel to America.
No. I think he went to Maryland. He went to Maryland to fix his knees. Did you know?
Yes.
Before election.
They said so, but I don't know
yes.
after that.
But he didn't meet any government official during that trip, did he?
Hold on, dude. Let's not start saying things like that are not really factually right.
It's factual because there was no official record that he met with American delegates or any of.
You cannot start. Hold on.
Have you read it? Have you read it anywhere? Have you read it anywhere that he met government officials in any capacity? Traveling to America.
We cannot do that for now because we still have.
No. He can because the president-elect. Look, pre-election.
Why would he? He has been sworn in.
Listen to what I'm talking. Listen to what I'm talking about.
One voice. Carry on.
You see, we read it here. On your platform, one man. We read the Constitution here. that you cannot start acting as a president if you've not declared, if you've not been taken out of office. Why would he be doing all of that? He will do that.
No, but he can act as a president-elect. What do you mean he can?
You people always, people are creating a monster.
You are missing two things together. Rational mind. You are missing two things up. What you are messing up is that he's not acting in the capacity of as a president. President-elect means, look, we recognize that you are the one elected to be the representative of Nigeria. However, we recognize your status and we are willing, we are open to have our relationship continues with your administration if you so wish. That is different from saying, you know what, let's sit down and talk about commerce or economic relationship or immigration relationship or at any official capacity.
Can I continue? Because very soon I might be getting into, I might be going up the mountain here very soon. And I must lose everything. So anyway, yeah. So my point is that totally I agree that it's a protocol when a new president is elected, that world leaders call them and congratulate them. But now in this matter now, we've seen how the desperation has been, that the Tinubu's camp, BOLA's camp, have been showing all this while, just like creeping a kind of some kind of international attention. Like, okay, we want world leaders to start calling him and giving him, and they've been creeping, especially that of America. They coveted that of America a lot. But now they saw one now. Oh yeah, because this is the same thing we had some time back. That if the State Department has correlated him, so what's the big deal? If the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria has correlated him, so what's the big deal? And yeah, it's a big deal because they want Biden to call him now. The head of the Department of State, Blinken, called. Oh, it's a big thing now. Yeah, which is a big thing. Yeah, it's something to celebrate for them. I won't take that from them. But my point is this: that the U.S. president, it's a protocol that when a new president gets elected in a different country, what leaders of that country? When I mean leaders, I'm not talking about the deputy or wherever. It is the president that gives them a phone. Oh, we're congratulating you for your victory at the polls, but they've not gotten that. Yeah. No.
Rational mind. Hold on, rational mind. Hold on. What I am putting to you is that it's a protocol for the American government. Well, it's not even protocol. It's just a courtesy for the American government to call and acknowledge. So that's the American government. So now, hold on. There's a hierarchy of nationhood, which will then determine which functionary of the American government makes that call. There's a hierarchy of nationhood, and Nigeria is not at the top. Nigeria is not at the top tier.
Oh, forget that thing. Forget that. That's nothing. It's nothing. We've seen Turkey. Okay, is Nigeria the same as is that the same? Hold on. Is Nigeria at the same level?
Can I please speak to that?
Hold on. Is Nigeria at the same level as the UK that your prime minister called him? Is that the same level as Turkey?
No. Is UK at the same level as the United States?
Yeah. They're allies.
No. I'm talking about in the hierarchy of nationhood.
Yeah. UK is at par with the United Kingdom.
It's on par. UK is on par with the United States. Are you joking?
Oh my goodness, take me to one man.
Come on, my friend, man.
Talk about the G5 countries, even the United Nations.
UK is not even on. UK is not even on par with Germany. Never mind.
Called him now.
Rational mind, 1 second. Woma, do you remember when Rational mind, just 1 second.
Yeah,
Woma, do you remember when current president of France, Macron, when he was contesting for election, President Barack Obama, not as a president now, but as a friend, picked a phone and called what's his name? Macron. Shortly after the election, after he won the election. He called him, and the news was all over. I mean, the information was all over the news.
What's the point of that?
You can. The point is this: France and Nigeria are not in the same category. All right, but calling Macron does not bestow on him the legitimacy. Nigeria is not at the same level with France. So if Secretary of State call President-elect who does not even have office yet, that is still within the purview of President-elect office. Let me put it that way. So it's not below the bed, like I said. No, 1 second. It's not below the office of President-elect to have received Secretary of State phone call, because most of these African countries don't expect. I mean, most of the time, how many American presidents have people seen in the continent of Africa? You can count them in your fingers. So that tells you how these relationships were displayed. So yes, Secretary of State can call, President-elect, and if the President-elect want to use that to boost that in status, or to say yes, a foreign government have recognized their.
Can I just continue?
Everybody's connection is so poor. Yeah. Sorry, Rational Mind. Let Darati come in. I think he wanted to. A brief comment, Darati, and then round up that space, Rational Mind.
Yeah, I want two things I want to say. Just like somebody said just now, that Blinken, and I already dropped that point in the chat. Blinken calling Tinubu is just a normal protocol. As of the time that Tinubu will be sworn in, Blinken will never, I am saying it, will never get access to the Nigerian president. Let everybody know that. The Nigerian foreign minister will be the one that will talk to the Secretary of State. Secretary of State is the foreign minister of the US, and is the one that coordinates this policy and also do everything that has to do with the president. It's a big league. It's like a second president. Somebody said it like that. When you see the Secretary of State, you have seen the American president. But on some occasions, on many occasions, he will never let Tinubu be sworn in today. He will never. That's the first point. So calling him is not out of place. It's a good one. It's welcome. It shows that America still wants the relationship to go on, and they're acknowledging the fact that it's not even about cloud chasing or trying to get a kind of how do I put it, a pat on the back like, oh, we are with you, you are doing good. It's just a normal thing. Then
it's pragmatism, isn't it? The Americans know that a new government is coming in. They want to maintain. They want to maintain their continuing relationship with Nigeria. And what Blinken is saying is that nothing changes. We want to continue to solidify. So you have to remember that America is heavily invested. The largest embassy outside of the United States is being built in Lagos.
Yes.
You know.
That's a lie. Have you seen what they built in Israel?
I don't know about the one they built in Israel, but
no, it's wrong. It's not.
I want to draw your attention to something.
Hold on. Let Darati land, and then bring it home quickly, Darati, and then we hear from
The second point that I want every Nigerian to know is this: Nigeria remains the undisputed leader of the Black World. You see, Nigeria might not be at the economic level of the United States, but I can tell you, anything that we want, if Nigerian raise any sentiment all over the world, globally, whether you are a citizen of America, you are a Nigerian, and you are carrying the green card of America, I can tell you, it will affect you there. Look at what happened in George Floyd's case. Who stood up to what? To push, even though America is a bastion of democracy and human rights, who stood up? The Nigerian representative, which happens to be the UN Deputy Secretary General, was the one that chaired that particular meeting, that forced the American government to look into that matter and make sure justice was served, even though we believe that justice was not served the way it should be served. if we are to be another person. But let it be known to everybody on this platform, when it comes to the black world, as in everybody that is dark skinned, do away with Nigeria at your own peril. Nigeria may not have the nuclear power, but we have the mouth. We can destroy. We can see when we run a sentiment. It will.
So we can. Hold on. Don't get carried away. Hold on.
No,
Settle down. We can.
What I'm saying.
Can you? Hold on. No, you don't. What you can destroy? What? What can you do? What can you do?
What I'm saying is that even America knows that one way or the other, another countries knows that there is a way that we flow within ourselves. So when they want to do anything in Africa, they may decide like, oh, we don't want to come to Nigeria. They know that Nigeria has the capacity to match any of them, assuming we have the right leadership.
What are you talking? Settle down. Match them in what are you talking about? Nigeria has no capacity. Hold on.
I know what I'm saying.
No. Yeah, then let us know what you're saying. In what capacity can Nigeria match anybody? What are you talking about?
What I am saying is this.
One man, I'm not saying
that on economic parity, Nigeria is not
with whom
level with the United States. We are not
right. On what basis do they have parity with? Forget the United States, United Kingdom. On what basis?
But what I'm saying is this: when you want to relate with the African continent,
yes,
you need to know the politics that goes on the African continent.
Right.
Look at what happened in the case of Okojo-Iweala. When Nigeria stood up, that
no, don't go to Okojo. No, hold on. Yes, but stay within what you just said. You said Nigeria has parity with how does Nigeria have parity with the Western country?
What I'm saying is that Nigeria has a whole lot of potential to get to that level. Assuming we were not derailed by a whole lot of things, military and so many other things that came up and away. But what I'm saying is that there is this respect that they give Nigeria, all these countries, even though they were more industrialized, more economic, buoyant than Nigeria. You get it? There's still there's this kind of.
Let me tell you. I'm not sure if respect is the word you're looking for. I think these people they see Nigeria as a useful tool. That's all it is. Nigeria is the most.
It's not like that.
It is exactly like that.
Yeah,
come in.
It's not like that.
Briefly. The last speaker said Secretary of State of America would not have access to Tinubu come May 2029. And I want to fact check that statement. It is incorrect. Tell me that Secretary of State that has never visited any Nigerian president. Or you know what? Let's even limit it to Trump, Tillerson, Pompeo, even John Kerry during the Obama, and now Blinken. All of them have visited Nigerian president one time or the other, right? And I believe before that meetings take place, they've already have their, back door or front door communication and all that. See, Secretary of State is the one that usually relates. As a matter of fact, Secretary of State is still seen as the #1 spy of America. So Secretary of State is the one that relates more with foreign government. That's why they call the term Secretary of State as the second president of the United States, because it's the spokesperson of the country. So if Secretary of State is related, even with the president of Nigeria, the president of Nigeria, is still within capacity.
He will not just direct his call from wherever he is to the Nigerian president. That's what I'm talking about.
No, why not? Why? No. You don't look. Don't speak to things you don't. Guy, can you settle down? Don't speak to things you don't know about. The Nigerian entry point to a country like the United States is at the Secretary of State level. It is only on rare occasions. If Tinubu wants to speak to Joe Biden, he will have to go via the Secretary of State. if Buhari wants
I
to speak to
understand that.
Biden,
I'm
he
on their
will have
website
to
as I
go
speak to you.
via.
As I speak to you,
Yeah.
I'm on their website as I speak to you. So for you to know that I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, you
So,
can be on
that,
their
I know
website.
I know
What has that got to do with that?
What I'm saying is that is the point of relationship. But what I'm saying is that if anything is going to happen also in Nigeria, before a meeting can be set up between probably the United States president and Nigeria, like Buhari went the other time, definitely they would have spoken at what, at length, at the Secretary of State, the Foreign Minister level. The Geoffrey Rema did a lot of work, so before the meeting will definitely go on. What I'm saying is that he will not just have access, direct access like that, because he's not yet a president. Tinubu is not a president, so he's just president-elect. But we know that he has some of these offices, the paraphernalia, and the
look. Let me just tell you. Let me just tell you one thing, Darate, and then we'll move on. Nigeria's importance is only really its relevance within the African space. We're all excited for prospects, but I don't know what you're talking about. That nobody's quaking at their boots because of Nigeria. Certainly not. It's just some ragtag third world country.
I disagree with his assertion as well. It doesn't.
I disagree. You probably don't know what Nigeria stands for.
Your foreign minister.
I don't know what Nigeria stands for.
It's as useless as matches. Your foreign minister, Nigeria's foreign minister, is as useless as anything you can find in any foreign.
Why do you say so?
That is not.
Hold on. Why do you say so?
If that is not true, recently there was an issue in Sudan. It took forever to even to remove Nigeria from Sudan. Now they were having issue with Egypt.
Do you know what you're even talking about, Adi?
I do know what I'm talking about, sir.
Yeah.
It took forever for the Nigerian government.
Did you listen to Professor this former Minister of Foreign Affairs?
BOLA.
Did you listen to him? Did you listen
Tell
to
me
him?
about it.
Okay,
what did he say? Tell me.
All right. When he was interviewed by Arise, he said it. He said the Nigerian foreign mission is a shadow of itself. And one of the reasons he said, hold on. One of the reasons he said was that they do not have the funding anymore like they used to.
Okay.
Their funding now, their budget is so meager now. So
how is that different from what I just said?
No, you are making it sound like he deliberately wants to be irrelevant. He wants to be useless.
No, you see, you are telling the way you wanted to. I said it's as useless, not the individual. Listen, hold on now. You're talking about the entirety of the administration, the government, its representative, and everything. That particular office is as useless because it has no power, it has no foreign relationship. Look at what happens just within Nigeria and Egypt. Common relationship we could not form just to extract our people from Sudan. Not to talk about. So I read it in the chapter.
We extracted them now.
But it took forever, right? It took forever. However, at the snap of finger, America was able to extract their citizens from Sudan.
Listen. For our viewers,
please, the reason why I'm making it.
Hold on, Dewale. Let Rational Mind come in because both you're quaking.
Yeah. Let's set the matter straight here. Nigeria has a very dysfunctional institutions, and this guy inherited a dysfunctional institution, and it's very, very. As I can tell you that being somebody who has that's my field. Even though I never worked for Nigerian Foreign Service, but I understand the politics, how it goes in there. It's a very dysfunctional institution of Nigeria. Number one of the reasons is because of the corruption in there and the lack of money. They don't really get a lot of allocation for their whatever embassies across the world. That even some of their attaché and whatever, they have to get involved in some kind of thing that they're not supposed to be doing on the side. They have some other business.
Remember when we did the story, Rational Mind, where they were they turned the reception. Is it in Ukraine or somewhere? Amala joints.
So you can imagine. So you see, you don't run a foreign service like that. So what do you expect the guy to do when he has a very dollar principal in the person of Bubu? What do you expect him to do? He's going to create magic? Even his own posture in international scene is just seen like a very clueless person who doesn't even know what he's doing. So is he gonna do magic? And with all the cabals around this guy, what do you think he's gonna do? You have somebody who is not exposed, who is not a true leader in itself in international politics, geopolitics. He's clueless. How much more do you talk about the national, the domestic politics? He just plays politics the way he does.
But I wasn't talking about it. I wasn't even talking about the occupant of that office. I'm talking about. You
are going to see a different.
Hold on, rational mind. Let Adewale come in.
My point is this: your foreign service, your foreign mission is as strong as your government. Whatever relationship you are forming with the other countries, your foreign service pick it up from where you left it. Now, the influence. Foreign service, Nigeria. Nigerian foreign service does not have much influence like the way the Department of State in America's influence have on foreign government. Now, somebody posted it in the private chat that American Secretary of State will not have access to president, but will relate with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And that was what prompted me to say, which Minister of Foreign Affairs, what influence does he have? Is as useless as matches because, number one, he doesn't have much influence, not even talk about Africa, but going to Western world. So that is the reason why you will see an ordinary secretary, of a state in America relating directly with the president. And he was making an argument earlier that Secretary of State in America would not have access, would not talk to, and that was what made me bring the issue of every foreign Secretary of State been visiting Nigeria for the past how many years now? They've been the one coming to Nigeria. So when you have a foreign ministry that is not empowered, that doesn't have the clout, that doesn't have the influence to even form a relationship with other foreign African countries, is a reflection of the kind of government, whether Bubu is there or not Bubu is there. As far as I'm concerned, that trend will continue because it seems during this election period, none of these politicians ever tells us about how their foreign policy is going to be shaped. No, so that trend is going to continue. So I'm not talking about the individual occupying that. You can't do beyond your job scope. You can't do beyond that. You have to be empowered by the government that you are serving for you to have that influence, for you to be able to have a say when you go out to represent Nigeria. But having said that, our government, our foreign service does not have much influence. That is the reason why you can see, all their foreign departments, Western foreign departments, having a relationship with our government directly. Sometimes they even boycott. But I say that I don't really have something to back that up. But I believe for the Secretary of State of America to be visiting Nigeria from time to time shows that they have more access to our president, to our government. That's the reason why I said that, not because I was attacking the individual. No.
All right. Rational mind, navigate the conversation back to the talking point, which is really the impact of Blinken acknowledging Tinubu.
Well, it shows that there's something better might come up for Tinubu if eventually gets sworn in. Maybe not a gradual, I call it more national relation, gradual kind of relationship being formed then. So we shall see how that plays out. But for me, I don't think it's something we should all be just like jubilating here. Oh yeah, America's giving an endorsement. They're kind of like giving their kind of like short of word right now. So anyway, so like legitimacy that they create.
All right, rational mind. We can barely make you out. You can't
hear me?
No, we can hear you, but in muffled tones, in those dialect sort of Star Trek something. Beam me up, Scotty.
Is it better now, or is it better now?
It's slightly better now. Bring it home, and then I'll go on to Ajalekoko. I need somebody with a good connection to.
Okay. Yes. All right. So for me, I don't think it's something worth celebrating for them, but then it's not something we should be touting like. The blinking is just an American. It's a Secretary of State, Department of State. So what are we talking about? So yeah, for me, it's it's something in the right direction for Tinubu. Let's see how that plays out. Eventually, that one phone call from Biden will be placed to Tinubu. We shall see how that plays. Thank you.
Well, all right, brilliant. Thank you. All right. So, sorry, I might just say this. Zita, no one is deleting your comments. As you can see, if you read this right here, Samuel, saying, Madam Zita, we can all read your comments. So Zita, please, just stop saying that. Let's go on to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully has a better connection. Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Are you ready?
Yeah, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, let me take you to a totally new talking point. It is an abuse of the court processes. Tinubu opposes to live broadcast of election petition. So now that application had been put in by the Peter Obi, and subsequently so firstly by the ATIKU space, backed up by the Peter Obi space, to live telecast the proceedings. But a simple no seems to be the response from the Tinubu camp. So what should that then end the matter? And should we have the expectation also that the petition should be live broadcast?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, I'm not surprised that the Tinubu camp is saying no to live streaming of the court session. I think it's the right position for them to take. I don't support the live streaming. I think the judiciary should be left alone to do their job to the best of their capability and in line with the law. People should not interfere in the way the judiciary want to do the job. People should not suggest to them how to do their job. I think it's just totally nonsensical that some people are suggesting this to our judiciary. So APC, or rather maybe Tinubu, that said this, I think is the right response. I support that.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Ajanle Koko. I confronted APC asking why they did not choose Osinbajo. So this is Peter Obi now. So skillful is he that is superintending two parties, the Labour Party, which is hemorrhaging and falling apart, and now he's also supervising the APC. So what are you then making then of the former Anambra's governor's advice to the APC?
A totally embarrassing statement. It should be of himself and the party that he represents to call on APC that they should have presented a different person and not Tinubu that defeated him. So was he looking for somebody that is not as popular as Tinubu so that he can defeat that person? Is he being mischievous with this statement?
No. He was suggesting that Osinbajo, younger, fitter, more contemporaneous, and he would have suited the Nigerian future better.
So he would have loved Osinbajo to be the flag bearer of the party and come and defeat him. Would he have accepted Osinbajo's victory if it had been that Osinbajo is the candidate? Would he have suggested? I think the question that people should ask him that would you have accepted Osinbajo's victory if it had been that Osinbajo is the flag bearer of the party, wouldn't you, I mean, would he have accepted it? That is the question I want to ask him. That's the question I want to ask that a man that doesn't know what he's doing, because he's acting like a person that doesn't know what he's doing with that statement. He doesn't get it. He doesn't. It's completely irrational statement. I've never had.
Is it even his place to be making a statement at all? Is it his place? You know, what business is it? What the opposition presents? Is it even his place to be making that statement?
That is what I'm saying, one man. That this is the most ridiculous statement I've ever had from a politician, saying, "Oh, they should have presented so-so person and not so-so person." I mean, is he telling us that he so much detests Tinubu as a person? Does he hate him? Does he detest him? Does he dislike him? I mean, what is the problem he got with Tinubu? He should tell us. He should say it outside clearly.
Do you find that there's still an undercurrent of campaigning to Peter Obi's, because he's still rounding off every statement with a great Nigeria is possible and all of this, and that is why, and he's still using phrases like consumption to production, even at this phase of is there an undertone of campaigning every time you hear him speak that it still very much thinks that even the court are not listening to campaign, no, they are just listening to the law. You know, it's only if they say do the elections again that the campaign starts. Does it know that the elections are over even, Peter B?
It sounds like campaign after election.
Sorry, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, you asked a question. Why was he saying that? He gave you the reason why he said that. Why was he routing for what's it called? The vice president, in place of Tinubu. I mean, he has told you. He told you. I mean, you did not read up in that write up or whatever, that video where the whole thing was current from. I mean, he said it. He said he was looking at health wise, somebody who looks healthy, who is sound. That's his own opinion.
The man is drunk. Sorry to say.
Yes.
The man is behaving like somebody who is drunk.
I'm going.
Someone
drunk.
who could not listen now.
He cannot express his view anymore.
Let somebody else talk. The man who could not dictate who becomes the flag bearer in PDP where he was ruling. You want to be the one dictating who should be the flag bearer. I prefer this person. Who is he? Who is he? I mean, what's he talking? What's Obi talking about? Who is he?
Listen, now this is a man's opinion. You guys are making this
drunk.
Let me say this. You guys, let me say this. If you say he's drunk, we have had so many occasions here that we make. Let me say this. We have had so many occasions that we have made this same statement, similar statements, countless of times that we would have preferred to see Banjo.
Yeah, that was post the election. Sorry, that was pre the elections. That was pre the elections.
But it doesn't matter. One man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. One man. I'll tell you this: next election, whether the tribunal favors him or not, is less than 4 years. We don't stop when we want. We stop when we get there. So it doesn't matter if he's still campaigning. That's your business. Whether he
but you see, the thing is, the thing is, this comment is completely out of step with where we are now in the politics. So they should have chosen. I confronted them. Why did they not choose Osinbajo? Firstly, it's not his place to tell them who they should or should not choose. So he can concentrate on his own party, which is falling apart before our very own eyes. So that's one. But then what is also more important is who they've chosen has validated that choice by going on to win an election. So to all intents and purposes, they chose right. But more damningly, who they chose or not is immaterial anymore because the elections have come and gone. A winner has been declared. So the comment is completely out of skew with where we are in the process. Is it some sort of retardation that we're seeing?
No, but this is a personal conversation, one man. You're removing the context from it. The context which he said that, you're making it seem like he's coming out on a space and just announcing what is announced. Is like he's talking to a friend. Do you understand? And we are trying to escalate this issue that shouldn't be anything, to be
You
honest.
know that there are personal public conversations in politics. Are conversations that you have in private,
I am fully
suppose,
aware. I'm sure. I'm aware
which
of
was
that.
which is really intended for public consumption. So this was a personal public conversation.
But one man, he said, I
I
told
don't.
them, who are
I
them?
don't think so.
Who are them? Is who I told APC. Can you imagine? Who does he think he is? I told them they should have chosen.
Is the people's
That's
choice.
nonsense.
You're
Nonsense.
so angry
He's
with this
running.
man.
You say he's a
Are you
you have
in the
expressed your opinion.
bathroom that you're
He's
talking to
also
us in the
running.
bathroom though?
Yes, it sounds
He's also
like it's an
running.
echo. He's taking a dump and talking to us
He's
at the
taking
same
a
time.
The
dump.
bottom line is that you can hear me. I'm not in
Okay,
any bathroom.
Eh?
I'm just in a place where there is vacuum. The bottom line is that you can hear me. What I'm saying is that it is nonsense that he's doing. And that he has just said. I told them, who are the them that I was talking about? I mean, I beg, this man should not be taken serious anymore. I think he's lost everything. He's losing it.
Yeah, you're the one getting it that way though. But it's
Patrick,
fine.
Let's hear from Ekene, and then we go back to Ajale Koko to go to the blinking narrative. Yeah, Ekene, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Emma went to see a friend on a birthday night, and they were discussing, and he made his opinion, and it becomes a public news. So I saw those statements as not just a discussion that they were having, and he made his opinion, and he told them that he still stands in the better, nothing more, that if APC really wants better, why didn't they present this?
Does anybody have a good connection today? I don't think we've heard a clear and lucid voice yet. Carry on. Yeah.
So I don't see that statement as anything. It's just like a friendly discussion they were having on a birthday party. So I was even surprised to see that statement. So he made his opinion, and I've already told you this. Even me, I stand with his opinion. You know that. Even right from the campaign, I still with his opinion.
Yes, but listen, Ekene. What people are saying is that this conversation, this opinion, whether it's private or intended for public consumption, private, is out of step. So, firstly, you cannot say that they should have chosen Osinbajo when they chose Tinubu and won. Their whole purpose is to win the election and then govern in their template. And they chose a candidate and he won an election, which is to tell you that they made the right choice. And then the second thing is, it is immaterial. The election has come and gone, so it influences nothing. So it influences nothing and has no meaning, and is somewhat of a backward step. It's somewhat of there's an element of retardation to that comment. There's an element of retardation to it, like somebody that's slow to where matters are. It's somewhat of a retarded comment.
Well, it has come to a point that whenever you made a statement that was come to a problem, I don't know why it's like that, but all I know is that even it was not like just like an interview. Maybe if it was on an interview, maybe on Channels TV or on Arise TV, then you would have said it's a different. I would have said maybe what he's talking is not relevant or it's not there. But this is just a friendly chat. And the people they have videoed it, maybe they put out there online. And people make
Ekene, you see what people is what people say in the private moments. That's who they are, not what they put on the screen. When they are going for interview, they are prepared. They are putting camouflage.
But when they are not interviewed, when they are in their private moment, what they say is who they really are. That's how stupid the man is. He has just showed you.
But the opinion is still not bad. The man made even the opinion. You know, I still
It's a dumb opinion. It's a dumb opinion.
His personal opinion. His personal opinion.
That's why I'm judging with that.
Even many of us,
one voice.
It's a dumb opinion.
The man is not stupid to make his opinion. Anybody can
No,
make
me, I just saw that that was dumb. That was dumb. We have moved beyond that, and then it's inconsequential.
You cannot stop talking. Just like we are talking, we come here every day. We discuss everything about the election. We even still discuss about the campaign. We still discuss what happened in Anambra. We still discuss what happened in Lagos State. So it's just like a friendly chat. You cannot expect a politician to stay with friends and not talk about politics and what happened within the politics. It's not possible.
I told them to choose Osinbajo.
You understand?
I told them to. In short,
he was talking about the argument he made earlier. The argument he made earlier before the campaign. So what made the man stupid in that? What made it? Is it because you saw it on the public news today?
Let me say.
Even if he hadn't said it, you wouldn't know it.
Right?
Somebody made his personal opinion. Even this is his opinion, as in my opinion. Many people's opinion.
Okay.
This is an irrelevant situation, right? Because one man made a statement that Tinubu already won this election, and what he said was inconsequential. That means that this topic should have been inconsequential because it's a conversation between two people having just a friendly conversation. Peter Obi knows that Tinubu has already won this election. He's not going to there to change it or to make Osinbajo the presidential candidate. No. So I don't understand all this whole drama going on that he's making a dumb statement. What do you mean dumb statement? They're having a conversation. So whatever he says, that
it's a Ogogoro talk between two friends.
My friend, go and sit down.
Then why what we are discussing here? What we are discussing here doesn't have any meaning now. What we are discussing here doesn't have any meaning. We would have leave this conversation out of this platform now.
It's not Shiba.
All right. So let's move the conversation on then to the less Ogogoro talk, and let's take it back to Ajanle Koko and take his commentaries on the discussions now between Tinubu and the U.S. Secretary of State. So ordinarily, Ajanle Koko, this should not make news because this is just standard procedure. But it looks as though there's a scramble to give some sort of legitimacy to the Tinubu incoming administration, really off the back of the heavy criticism that has been suffering. So they keep saying XYZ has not endorsed him, has not congratulated him, but pretty much everybody of relevance now have reached out to him and congratulated him. Now the American government puts the cherry on the cake.
Look, one man. America is making strategic move. Strategic move not to lose one of their important ally in Africa. In considering the current opposition to American dominance in the world now. The economic dominance of America over the rest of the world, the financial dominance of America over the rest of the world, the military might over the rest of the world. America has seen that the BRICS nation have constituted a strong opposition against them. On the issue of world economy and their financial dominance as well, and as well as military might. So America has seen some of our allies falling to the camp, joining the camp of these people that have constituted opposition to her. Saudi Arabia is trying to join. Most of the Gulf states are trying to join. Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. Nigeria is the strongest nation in Africa in terms of population as well. And Nigeria has the potential to be one of the greatest economy in the world if we get the leadership problem right. So America is looking at America is making this strategic move to show to Nigeria, to show to Tinubu and his administration that, look, we are your friend. Let us work together. Let us be in the same camp. And we have a lot to help, to offer you, to help your country out of the crisis that your country is going through. And I believe that Tinubu will accept every offer from the United States to take us out of the problem that Nigeria is facing today. So, in conclusion, I think it's a strategic move by the United States, not to lose one of his friends to the opposing camp, and to give Tinubu administration an opportunity for strong partnership and relationship with him, and in so many aspects of life, trade, just name it, trade, commerce, military relation, and every other thing. So America can help us a lot, out of this economic predicament and problem that and crisis that is rocking Nigeria today. So I think it's a strategic move by America. It's more than the way you guys are looking at it. That congratulations, it's more than that. America.
Ajale Koko, just as you are talking, I'm expanding my thought as well to come and join you where you are. Yes, America now, because there are moves being made to corner America out, and America needs as many allies as they can get, and they need to secure as many resource bases as they can secure. So they need to secure Nigeria very quickly, because of course, that Nigeria is actually, remember when we were doing the BRICS thing, they were in the list of countries that were having conversations with that space. So America, they don't have the time for, did they change the figures in River State or not? They don't have the time for that nonsense. They need to move quickly now to secure Nigeria, because of course, China had already congratulated Nigeria, so they needed to move. Yes, I think you have an angle there, Janle Koko.
Yes, look, if not for Nigeria, South Africa, most of the most how do I describe it? The most lucrative corporation from South Africa that operate in Nigeria, and as a matter of fact, Nigeria make it a world-class telecommunication today is MTN. If not for Nigeria, MTN wouldn't have achieved what he has achieved in the world in the areas of technology. Imagine if United States offer a competing one of these telecommunication companies from the United States, like T-Mobile or AT&T, to come and wrestle out MTN, in terms of competition that can bring, communication this thing cheaper and better in Nigeria than we have today. They will destroy MTN. So we have South Africa on the side of the BRICS United States cannot let Nigeria be on that side as well. So United States will do everything so that Nigeria will be on the side of the United States, and so that United States can have that strong partnership with Nigeria to fight this emerging power as they describe themselves. So it's a strategic move, and I think Nigeria have a lot to benefit from that partnership that the United States is offering. So Tinubu, I believe, is a knowledgeable man. He knows how the international politics is played, and the strongest sector that he have a wider knowledge in that, in the sector of oil and in the oil and gas sector, and I believe America have a lot to help Nigeria to develop that sector. And I think Tinubu should not miss this opportunity. He should partner strongly with the United States so that they can support us, partner with us, to take us out of this and assist us to get us out of this economic mess and other mess that Nigeria is languishing.
Ajani Cook, I want to ask you something, please.
Yes.
Yeah. I accept your opinion that that what they did is strategic. But what I want to still understand is the benefit and how it's going to impact. Seeing how the current administration has been traveling, meeting all the foreign everything, but at the end of the day, I didn't see any impact that it has made in our economy. So I believe what he said, that it's a strategic move. Because I know that maybe America would have seen how China.
Sorry, we can barely hear you. It can your system is just not it's not hooking up today.
Okay. Are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, a bit
better.
Are you
hearing me now? Is not good. I cannot even understand.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we are hearing you now. But put the questions very quickly. Let Ajani Lekoko address it, and I'll move it on.
So I'm saying I submit to your opinion that what they did is a strategic move. The fact that China is already there, and they see how the other countries are, so they wouldn't want to lose their space in the country. But seeing the current administration, how they have been going about with other foreign nations and all, without any benefit in the country, just traveling, coming back and all that. So I still want to understand the benefit. How the benefit, as in that benefit, I still don't see where the benefit is coming from. So I want you to enlighten more where the benefit will be coming from, especially in the economy of the country. Where is it is it from the oil? Is it from the exchange rate? I still want to know where the benefit will be coming from before I can agree with all this foreign friendship and all that. Thank you.
Okay, let me tell you this, Ekene. Militarily, we need assistance. We need United States to partner with us militarily to fight the problem of insecurity in that country. If we can get our security well in that country, we will get our economy well, and we get other things well. So we need a very strong military relationship with the United States. United States have the technology, whether you like it or not. The best of the best technology in military is in the hand of the United States. It's the strongest military power in the world. So if Tinubu can get that military assistance to fight the insurgency, to fight the banditry, and to equip our military well, and to, as well as our police department, men, will be on the right track. That is number one on the military. And on the side of economy, look, Nigeria economy is a dollarized economy, whether we like it or not. There's nothing you can do without putting it on the scale of how much is it going to be on the dollar side. I mean, you have to measure it by dollar. Our economic performance and foreign exchange, everything is in dollar. So if we can have investors from United States to come and develop our oil and gas sector, we will be competing with Russia. We will be able to lift our gas to Europe and make a lot of money. The problem we have today is a problem of revenue. We don't have enough revenue to service our debt. We don't have enough revenue to run the economy well, to the advantage of Nigerian people. So if we can develop that sector well, the oil and gas sector, I think we will be on the right track. And, that is number two. Then number three, Nigeria have in the areas of art, in the areas of music, entertainment, Nigeria have a lot to share with the United States. You see, American like enjoyment. We that live here, every American, when you meet an American, you tell you're from Nigeria, and they are meeting you for the first time. They will tell you, I want to go to Nigeria. Do you know what is attracting them to say they want to come to Nigeria? The music, the entertainment, the movie industries. So Nigeria has a lot to benefit from there, and that can attract a big investment as well to Nigeria. We have a lot of talent in that country, a lot of talent. Sometimes I watch some comedy skit on YouTube, I will just be laughing. My God, great! If these guys are the United States, they'll be making millions of dollars. Nigeria have talent to show to the world, and anything in terms of talent, in terms of innovation, in terms of product that can penetrate the United States, you conquer the world. You will hit it. Any product that enters the United States market or anything whatsoever you are doing, if you can just have the United States accepting you enter the world. The whole world will hear about you. So Nigeria has a lot to benefit in partnering with the United States. So Tinubu should not miss this opportunity. Tinubu should be able to accept this as a mark of honor to him as the president-elect, and as well as Nigerian. So it is now left for Tinubu to package Nigeria well before United States, so that we can attract investors to come and invest in Nigeria. We need investment, whether we like it. We need foreign investment. Under Buhari's administration, our direct foreign investment has gone down drastically. 40 years down. That is what Buhari has brought on that nation. He lacked vision. He lacked no economic policy that is good for the country. Nothing in terms of vision or whatsoever you want to look at it that Buhari have done well for that country. He has done a little thing, but the worst that he did for that country override the good that he has done to that country.
Do you think in terms of foreign relations, Buhari has done well for Nigeria?
What did you say, one man?
I said, do you think in terms of foreign relations, Buhari has done well for Nigeria?
In terms of foreign relations, well,
yeah,
you can say he did well, but did he take the advantage in that relationship I mean, did he use that relationship to our own advantage in the areas of
it got us to Kano jets, which we've used to defeat Boko Haram.
Well, Boko Haram is yet to be defeated. Banditry is yet to be defeated. Security got worse under him. So, to Kano jet alone cannot do the job. There are a lot of things that has to be done, and I hope that Tinubu, with his team, will be able to identify areas of our problem and how they can find solutions to them. Trying to use this moment to know who they can partner with, particularly the United States. It is time. Tinubu should be able to use this.
Sorry, Adaleko, you didn't answer that question now. Answer that one-man question. Did Buhari do well in foreign relations?
I have said that.
Well, fine. If he has not done well, let us know.
I have said that he failed in the areas of security, that Tucano jet does not...
no, they are talking of security now. I mean the foreign relations.
That is what I said. I said he has not used the foreign relations well to the advantage of the country. Yes, he have foreign relations, good foreign relations, foreign relationship with other countries. But has he used them well to the advantage of our country? I don't think so.
But one man, another thing I want to bring your attention to see, foreign relation, building foreign relation is like government creating an atmosphere. For example, if I build foreign relation with maybe Germany, it means that I've created a platform where companies in Nigeria can partner with companies in Germany, or company in Germany can partner with company in Nigeria. So it is left for the private sector to go and take that advantage. I think it's not just government. It's just like a father who has sent the children to school. He has provided school fees. So it's left for that child to now begin to use that thing, the tool that the father has provided for him.
The government have a leading role to play in creating an enabling environment. He failed to create an enabling environment for foreign investors.
Let me bring your attention to something. You see, I'll bring your attention to something. Like in Obasanjo, just I think Buhari was doing that at a point. If you are going for foreign mission, foreign meeting, you take people in your private sector with you, or people in private sector apply to go with you. For example, if they are going to a place like the US, where they know that there's technology, there's everything, people in banking that need technological infrastructure for the operation can apply to be in the president's team to the US, because they know that they have the opportunity of meeting people like Elon Musk and all those people that they might not be able to meet ordinarily. And when Elon Musk sees that you are in your president's team, he will respect you. That's what the government can do now. The government cannot force the hand of Nigerian entrepreneur and build foreign relation. Come and take. That's the point. I think all of us need to re-gig our system.
I agree with you, but the most important thing is that the government itself must create enabling environment to attract foreign investors. If private sector investors, private business organizations and corporations in Nigeria make effort to meet with their foreign counterpart, and enabling environment is not conducive for business in Nigeria, how would they come? You see, a lot of foreign investors packed up in Nigeria and left during the time of Buhari because a lot of them cannot even remit their money home due to shortage of what do you call it? Foreign exchange.
Can you give example of two companies that left because of that
reason? A lot of airline pack up.
All right. Bring it home and then we'll move on.
A lot of airline pack up in Nigeria. A lot of businesses went under during this time of Buhari. So that cannot attract foreign investors. During this time, lowest foreign direct foreign investment in Nigeria is recorded under Buhari administration because the atmosphere is not good for business. So I hope Tinubu with his team could partner very well with the United States. Now that the United States is being confronted with BRICS nation threatening the United States, threatening to dollarize, American currency, the dominance of American dollar. It should partner with them so that they can benefit a lot. We can take advantage of it and use it to the advantage of our country, Nigeria. So it's a strategic move by the United States. Tinubu should be strategic as well. That's my take, woman.
All right, brilliant. Give us commentaries on this, and then I'll go on to either Kulata if it's ready or say by if it's not. But your thoughts on this first. Probably the biggest storyline coming out of Nigeria today are the appearance at the court, at the petition, and then, of course, the treatment of LAMIDI, APAPA. So, I'm sure you've seen plenty of clips. It was virtually beaten up, rough-handed, kicked out of the court, and now crying in front of the media. So what are you then making then of the Labour Party hemorrhaging internally before our very own eyes?
It's insane to see the obedient taking a violent approach. Once again, this is not their first time, to adopt violence approach to issues. And it's very embarrassing that even though they have a matter petition in the court, they are trying to use violence against the new chairman of the party. They are trying to lynch him. If not for security officer, that man would have been lynched. And
if he feared for his life, and I think it was right to fear for his life.
Yes, that man would have been lynched. And it could have, we don't know what will have come out of it. Because from tribal angle, some Yoruba people will have seen it that what is this mess? A tribal factor could be injected into this, and it could degenerate into a tribal conflict between the Yoruba and Igbo, because whether you like it, APAPA is a Yoruba man. Some Yoruba could feel bad about it. That what the heck? What is going on?
Can I say something?
Let me finish. I watched the video, and we saw all the voices. We heard the tonation of the voices. They are Easterner. molesting this man and trying to lynch him. If not for security, they would have lynched that man. Okay, if they had resorted to no police officer around him and they lynch him and that man died, what would have happened? Do you think people will want to associate with such a party where people, some miscreants, going after to use violence to eliminate person? Do you think people will have seen Obi as a man fit for the position of president anymore? And I'm surprised that Obi has not. And I'm surprised that this guy has not made statement to this embarrassing situation that the Obitan did to. He has not made statement, and you'll be surprised anytime he makes statement. He will defend them. This is not the first
no, you
time
will will not be surprised. You will not be surprised to Ajale. Why would you be surprised when you will not be surprised now?
I won't be surprised.
Of course not. That's all he ever does. He will tell you that there were APC members masquerading as obedience. That's what he will say.
He will try to defend them. He will try to lie. To say they are not obedient. They are APC people that are parading themselves as, obedient. Yes.
I was going to say, at the earlier stage, we are all saying, "Oh, we are happy for having a third force and all that." Is this an obituary for the third force now? Because it's more like there won't be any LP and there won't be obedient. I know Obi's political ambition will fade off after this whole court process and all that. But the third force that we are all saying, "Oh, we need a third force, at least a third party." The third party now is looking as if they are killing it gradually.
But we can wrap that third force around people like Prince Adebayo, who has been making himself available to Nigerians to describe the future that he would like to see. So we can wrap the third force around people like that.
Yeah.
But definitely not Peter Obi. He's a busted flush.
Yeah.
They are not a third force. This is a violent force. This is a violent force. They can never be a third force acting this way. They can never be a third force. Every reasonable person in Nigeria that watched that video, the way that man being molested, would never want to be part of this nonsense. It's embarrassing. But the man that they are fighting for is not making statement to condemn them. It's not, and he's there. He was in the court. And I believe he has watched this video and he has not made this statement. This man, his action every day in and out, it's just so irritating that you can't just, you can't just see him as, he's not an honest man. He's just a chameleon. If he's truly a leader, he should have.
Mr. Jericho, can I say something?
Yes, say something.
You say, did you watch the beginning of the whole incident? Because I believe that that molestation was at the end of the court session. But do you see what happened? And you say it's an Igbo thing, Igbo thing. Did you see when that APAPA approached that Akinshotu in his seat and was shouting at him to stand up, that he was not supposed to sit there? You see how the whole issue started. They came to the court to disrupt the court process. If those guys that were in the courtroom, if they fight back in that courtroom, do you think that there would have been a session of the court today? So let us take it the way it is. And the man that he had issue with was not an Igbo man, he's a Yoruba man also. It's Akinshotu. that he told that he's faced to stand up from his seat.
Look, the
that he doesn't
matter
have
in
the
the
right to
court.
sit there.
Hold on, Ekene. The matter in the court. You see, inside the court, we cannot say anything concerning what happened in the court because the judge is in control of the court. You understand what I'm saying? But what happened after the court session that we watched is what we are talking about now. The way
what happened after the session was the man, they wanted to grant him an interview. The obedient people there said no. That the man should not grant any interview.
Is that right to you? Is it right?
I don't know whether it's right or wrong.
Is it right? Now you say you don't know.
The issue is that the way that man entered the court, I didn't like it. Because what he did in the morning was to disrupt that court process.
Is it not in Nigeria?
Then when he came, there is a lot of seats there. Why won't him go and sit down and not make noise? Why would he have to come forward to tell the DG to stand up from his seat? Is it the right approach? Even if you want to come to
the judge that owned the court, has controlled the situation. The judge is the one that owned the court. But the
judge already told him, go and sit down. It's not for you to come here and be making trouble. Somebody came after you and have a seat. You came up from nowhere and be telling DG Akinsho to stand up from his seat. Is it proper? If you are civil, you said at the end of the day, you say you want to come and witness the court and know how everything is going, then why wouldn't you go and sit down in other seats? Other seats were there. Sit down there, then witness the whole thing. After the whole issue, then you can go.
Sorry,
then maybe. So why did you let your
hold on, and interrupt let D come in. Sorry.
You see. Yeah, sorry. I just feel we can't turn a blind eye to what is wrong and what is not wrong, and you can't tell us you don't know what is wrong and what is right. Fine, we know they have some issues going on in the party. That's probably what pushed him to do all that he did. Even in the House of Assembly, in the House of Rep, they do all these things. They fight themselves, which is not right. But them now molesting that guy outside, beating him up, not wanting him to grant an interview to the journalist, I think is wrong. And I think after the court section, there is no way Obi didn't hear what happened. If Obi is not a scam, I think he should have said something. I think make a statement about that incident almost immediately after the court, even stepping out. He should have said something about it. But because probably the guy is not in his side, he's not saying anything at the moment. It is wrong. It is wrong. You can't tell us it's not wrong. You can't tell us you don't know whether it's wrong or it's right that they didn't grant. Why would any obedient or any supporter go and interfere between a journalist and a person that they want to interview? Whatever he says is his business. Why would you now start beating him up? Why would you want to disgrace him? And they have issues in the party. He's going to the man to tackle the man. Why are you here? It's part of him fighting for his right. It might not be right, but it's not what warrant any supporter, whether it's Igbo or Yoruba or whoever, to go and start beating him up or trying to mob him in the courts. And for me, I think we are now saying it clearly what Obi is in our face because he didn't win the election. Now we are saying his true color. There is no way you didn't hear that thing happen. I believe any reasonable man.
He has to burn the country. He has to burn the country down because he didn't win the election.
So for me, I don't see how he didn't know and how he has not made a statement, even up till now. So come on, stop saying you don't know whether it's wrong or right. You know it's wrong. Thank you.
What I'm saying is before whether the action is wrong, why would the man get up from his seat and went to the campaign DG if he's truly a party leader and he wants the court process to proceed? Why would he left his seat to went to DG and be harassing for him to get up from his seat? Is it proper for somebody that called himself a chairman of the party? Is it proper that way? So that is what I'm saying. So you don't say what the people did is wrong. Yes, what they did is wrong. I don't support them beating up an elderly man. But why would the man come to the court to disgrace himself? Why would he leave his seat to come up to where the DG is sitting and was asking him to stand up on the seat?
Hold on, Ekene, let me answer that question for you. Let me answer that question. Mute yourself for a moment. It says, in a courtroom drama at the presidential election, etc., the names put forward in a courtroom drama at the presidential petition election in Abuja on Wednesday, the names put forward as representatives of the Labour Party was dismissed by the court. So let me go to where that question is answered. Hold on. Right. Let me take it from here. It says, correspondence report that, as is customary in court proceedings, parties are required to announce their appearance when the judges enter the courtroom. This allows the lawyers involved in the case to do the same. During Wednesday's proceedings, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, stood up, announced his appearance as the first petitioner. This is what led to him having to come in. It says, following him, the Labour Party's national woman leader, Mrs. Dudu Manuga, announced her appearance as the second representative of the party. So that's where the problem started. However, while Obi and Manuga were speaking, Lamidi APAPA, the fractional chairman of the Labour Party, stood up to identify. The problem did not start there. Can you hold on? Hold on now, please. Can you please just hold on 1 second? Stood up to identify himself. It says, despite not being given the microphone, he declared himself as the chairman of the party and interrupted Manuga, asserting that he's the true representative of the Labour Party. So really, that is really where the issue is. So this woman, because the law, of course, forbids Abure to parade himself as the chairman of the party. So to circumvent then, because every person pertinent to the case have to announce themselves to the judge to acknowledge their appearance and that they are represented. So when Peter Obi said, "I am the first petitioner," and he described his role, this woman then, this Manuga woman, she then stood up to say that she was the representative of the Labour Party. So now the acting chairman of the party was also in court, and he stood up quickly to step her down to say that, no, I have the authority to represent, not you. And that is where the kerfuffle kicked off. Again,
the issue you just read down is what happened after the first incident. Because when this thing happened, Obi have not come to the court. Obi is not in the court. The people that were in the court was the woman leader, Akin Shotun, and the two other guys that sat on the front seat. So the incident happened, and after the incident, that was when Obi came in, before the court session began. And they now come issue with the representative and all that. The woman that stood up was the Labour Party woman. So let me finish.
I will not allow you to finish, because what you are saying to me, what are you trying to prove now? What happened? You are saying something happened.
What I'm trying to prove from the beginning of the court session is that
what happened?
The man came to the court. The man came to the court and saw Akin Shotun where he was sitting, and left his seat and went to meet him and told him to stand up. That is where that he was not supposed to sit there. That he was the person that's supposed to sit there. Then Akin Shotun did not talk to him. After before the court session now drove them outside. You would have seen the video where they were outside before Obi now came in, before the court wants to begin, and now they begin to announce the representative and all that. So that was his thing. So what is wrong in that? What is wrong in that? My point is this: if the man really mean well, maybe he wants to come to the court. Why would he come to disrupt the people in the court for the first place? What? He would have sit down there and maintain calmness.
Let me ask you a question. In what capacity is that woman sitting there? In what capacity?
The woman is the woman leader of the party.
And so in what capacity is he representing the party?
Yes, she's representing the party.
Why is Abure not on that seat?
I've told you the woman leader is representing the party.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
Abure was in court.
Abure came to the court. Abure came to the court, but he was not standing as a representative.
Right? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Maybe he was trying to act maybe in accordance. Maybe he don't want people to see him as if he was disobeying the court order. So they now brought in the woman.
Why we now have a legit chairman in the court, and when somebody is not sitting there, is calling herself a woman leader representing the party, when we have a party chairman in the court.
In the eye of the man.
Excuse me.
Let me finish now. Let me answer your question. In the eye of the man called himself the legit chairman, but in the eye of the people don't see him as the legit chairman. So that is how I see it.
You don't recognize.
Hold on, Simba. What about in the eyes of the law?
Law, exactly. That's what I want to ask him.
Yes.
The case is still in the court. Maybe when they have case on Friday.
When he has been pronounced that he should be the acting chairman.
Even Abule faction are still saying that no court pronounced them, and that them too are saying that the court pronounced them. What I know is that the case was adjourned to this Friday. So when they came back, when this Friday, after they might have finished their court session, then I will know. For me,
hold on, watch this.
I am so pleased that justice has taken place today, because under normal circumstances we begin to doubt, but today we are happy that the judge has acted promptly and reasonably. There's no doubt that I am now in charge. It has now been confirmed by the court that I have the right to be in charge until another order is taking place. As of today, I'm the acting chairman of the party, and anybody who parades himself, apart from myself, is certain.
Okay, so can I stay there? So that was as early as 2-3 days ago. So and that was why Abure could not sit as a representative of the Labour Party, because the court has told him that he cannot parade himself as the chairman of the Labour Party. And also, what you just said there, that is why APAPA could go to the court and assert himself as the chairman of the Labour Party, because the courts have said that he is the acting chairman of the Labour Party. So according to the eyes of according to the law, and in the eyes of the law, he is the acting chairman of that party, and he should sit as the first representative of that party at the tribunal.
One man, you know that if Abure should come to the court, excuse me, if Abure should come to that court today and parade himself, he will have been arrested.
It was immediately.
He was in the court. Now, why didn't they arrest him?
No, he didn't
parade himself. He didn't parade himself. He's just like an ordinary citizen in the court.
Mm-hmm.
But this video has their own version, their own faction of the video. So he would have shown their own faction of the video. Even Abure showed when he was in the office of the chairman in Abuja, even as the time of this court session was going on. You understand? Abure since that time has been showing himself in a video where he was in the office of the chairman of the Labour Party in Abuja. You understand? So whatever that is happening there, and I know that I've made an appeal, and the court will still have to put maybe this Friday after their court session, we'll still know what happened. But for me, what I'm saying is this: APAPA said he's the chairman of the party, or the court said he's the chairman of the party. But in the eyes of the people, even in the eyes of NLC, TUC, Abure is not the chairman of their party. And you cannot make yourself chairman or make yourself superior.
Can you, guy,
to the people.
Sorry, when I say hold on, then please do that. Look, that's not how it works. It's not according to in your eyes or the eyes of anybody. How it simply works is according to law. That's just all it is. So whatever it is in your eyes or it is not in your eyes is immaterial. In the eyes of the law, he's the chairman of that party. It's just as simple as that. Is it not? Simba, rescue me.
Well, that is what happens when you do things the way you want to do it without following the due process. I said earlier here that the party, even if you have an issue with the party, or even if the chairman is a fraud, the party has a faction to settle those things. If that man if they have gone to that faction, I think this matter would have not been like this. But they jumped it and went to the court. And the party still remains. The party still maintain. Let me finish now. The party still maintain the standard that they have a faction which they use to settle dispute. Which ABURE, APAPA and co jumped that section of the party of the law of the party. Went to the court to go and get that order. You understand? So that is what you get when you don't follow the party has their constitution. You left the constitution and went out of the party to make yourself the chairman. Let them settle it themselves.
No. Thank you. No, thank you, Kenneth. I think we've looked around this conversation too many times. It's such a simple thing that you scratch your head sometimes in these conversations. The law says, and that is how it obtains. It's not subject to whether you like it or not, or XYZ and ding dong ding. The law asserts a position, and that is the position. I mean, we are all educated people here. Why are we even doing this? Ajan Lekoko, just round up that space. It's giving me a headache. The law says this guy is a chairman, and you are saying, why is it that the Labour Party, why is it that the people, who cares about the law says, and that is it. You know, what is all the ding dong ding, you know?
Yeah, we have to follow the law. The law is on the side of APAPA, so every other person in the party or group of persons will acknowledge the leadership of APAPA. As you know, tomorrow the situation may change. The law may take it away from him, the chairman of the party, and give it to another person. But as of today, he is the chairman, and the obedience should stop this lawlessness. Lawlessness with impunity. They have to stop it. It's going to the market Obimo. It's going to make him look as a man that is not really what is not the messages that he give out there. It's totally contrary to that. And if you just tell us that it's not different from other politicians, and this is what we are seeing. I mean, if it doesn't even value life, it does not even value life for political reasons. It does not value the life of APAPA. APAPA, whether you like it or not, is a leader by his own right. These are the founding members of Labour Party. And you people came to join that party. And you're trying to, hijack the party from them. And they're fighting back to rescue their party from you people that are not ready to even join the party in the first place. Most obedient does not want to join the party. They don't want to be member of the party. So, but the real stakeholder in this party are trying to hold their party, firmly, so that these people that are not loyal to the party, that are loyal to Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not bigger than Labour Party. He's not bigger than Labour Party. Labour Party is bigger than him. So, look, we have to be lawful. Lawlessness must not be tolerated. This is what the obedience have done to this man today, and it is a surprise that Obi has not spoken. He doesn't value the life of that man just because of his own ambition. These people obedient that harass him, harass this man for the sake of Obi and the camp that he belonged to in the Labour Party. And it's unfortunate that he has not made this statement. If by this stand of tomorrow, this man have not spoken, have not visited APAPA, then we have to conclude it's just a a desperate politician that want to get power, want to get political, want to have the political relevance by all means, and including if he has to eliminate somebody to achieve that. That's my take, one man.
All right.
To top on what Ajaligogo just said, you see, I'm just even sick of all this obedience with their double standard, and it's sad because even for me, if Obi is saying anything tomorrow, it is gone. It's not. It doesn't make any sense anymore. The statement should have come today, just after the court, because it was just after the court. You've attended to journalists and you should have chipped in that incident and make it look as if, okay, you are not in support of it. But I think he's happy about it because for him not to say anything about it. And this obedience, they will come here and be telling us, oh, they don't know whether it's right or wrong. How can you say that? Please, this double standard should stop. And I think they should just even do the swearing. The president should take his place and maybe the obedience will chill a bit because it's so annoying and it irks me when somebody come here and tell me, oh, for them to beat the guy because you don't know whether it's wrong or right. How can you say that? How is it right in any sense of it? And why would Obi not say anything till now? If he's saying anything tomorrow, to me, it's too late. You should forget it. Thank you.
Before I move on to Kulata D, your fan club, they've been.
One man, I think you should give me time, please.
All right. Okay, let me come to you first. Then it was either one of the two of you. But firstly, your fan club, DOG, they've been super chatting to say they've missed your voice. So that's Ayo acknowledging and Alexander Akashi as well. So
I don't know why he went to change it to Lexi. I'm so used to the Akashi.
No, I think it's to impress the babes, isn't it? It's the farmer.
Lexi sounds more. I guess.
Yeah, it's a guy name. The farmer needs a wife. Look at that. So yeah. Well, let me just ask you this. And just a brief commentary on this. Do you think as we go on down this cycle, Peter Obi is looking a lot less president? It's looking more remote as a possible president the more we go down this cycle. You know, the way he responds to things, the sort of things coming out of his camp, and even as actually, let me show you something that somebody just sent to me now, just in the course of this conversation. You know, because I think people are tiring of his space. It's almost as though is holding the country to hostage, and is almost like as though he's threatening us. This is really what we're saying. And a lot of people, they are anyway. Look at this headline as I'm muffling my words. Sultan Tinubu will take over on May the 29th, whether you like it or not. So this is not usual, and this is from The Nation, by the way, the newspaper from the north. So this is not the usual language you hear from the Sultan, but this is just the language of fed up, isn't it? Everybody is fed up and beating up.
Their shenanigans and their nonsense. Like, is it Madam Zita that they try to garnish feculent for everybody? And if you are not buying it, you are stupid, you are crazy, they will abuse you, they will curse you, they will say all sorts of crazy things to you. But if you pinpoint things to them, they never see anything wrong. They will never see anything wrong. Whether it's even wrong, it's not. It's just, for me, I think the swearing needs to come on. Tinubu needs to take office. So maybe everybody will now face the reality that, oh, it's happened. There is nothing we can do about it. Maybe they can rest a bit because do
you think there's going to be a violent response because the police are gearing up and the security agencies, they are gearing up? Do you think there's going to be a violent response?
Anybody that is listening to me tonight, if you are a parent or you have siblings, you better go and put their hair. Anybody that try nonsense after the swearing, I'm not sure you will get to your house complete.
Not even only after, even before.
You know, I think they are still giving them that opportunity. Once the president assumes his office, He won't tolerate all this nonsense. Even he can lock all these guys up. Anybody that won't go on TV to say any stupid thing, he will take advantage of it and lock them up and forget them there for some time because it's becoming too much. Now somebody has they are the owner of their party. A big cross from PDP there. The party is upside down. They are fighting for their party because it's even obvious. We've been saying it on this platform all through the election. You can just tell the obedient are not supporting Labour Party. They are just obedient. They are not Labour Party member. So the Labour Party people wants to secure their party because if they don't secure it, Obi won't have that chance to come there. So they want to take it over back because they can see where Obi is taking them is not where they want to go. Because Obi is becoming ordinary every day now. And he needs to chill because the person that actually came second is not even doing half of what Obi is doing. And it's sickening and tiring. And I just want them to May 29 come. Tinubu has done everybody. I think that would make everybody face the reality of things and go and sit and face their own troubles and face their life. Because it's crazy. All these things we hear every day about obedience, beating this person, tackling this person, cutting this person. For what? They've abused Baba Deboye. They've abused you in the revolution. There is nobody.
I'm going to bet anybody £100 to a penny that by this time tomorrow, they would have completely overwhelmed the Sultan's wall with abuse. You know, they will go and start insulting. They'll go and start insulting him too.
The sad thing is
that is what they do.
This is not the first time we are having an election in Nigeria, and you don't even see at this point in time likes of this Sultan coming out to say things like, "Oh, whether you like it or not, the president will be swear." Even when an Hausa man has won the election and people are going, you never see them come and say all these kind of things, even when the case is in court.
And by the way, the Sultan campaigned heavily for power to be retained in the north. So it wasn't as though he was completely for Tinubu, but events have played out how they have played out, and he has surrendered it. That is how fate will have it. So he's ready. You know what's going on, man?
What I realize again is because maybe some Northerners don't want Tinubu, but at the end of the day, if you look at Tinubu's antecedent and you look at the way he's moving after the election and the way he has done and won that election, you just think that something will just tell you, if you're in your right sense, that this man would do something different in his time. Why not just let us just chill and give him that opportunity? Why is everybody fighting? The person that is thought is the one that is even shouting up and down, and his supporters, they will say they are principal. Your principal is sick, is drunk, is not even okay anymore. I don't think he's well. I was reading he was not himself, but he was in Adele Momodu's birthday celebration with Toby. I was looking at him, the way you can tell, he's done on him already. He's just looking for a way to salvage himself and just make maybe he can cause a trouble or something for that 29 not to happen. But it will happen because anybody that try anything, Buhari has said it will happen. If anybody tries anything, they will lock people up. They will go and carry people in their house, beat them and go and lock them up. DSS will arrest anybody that sense anything from close to that day. So if you go and make a statement from now, close to that day, don't be surprised if DSS come and pick you and lock you up till after the swearing.
All right, brilliant. Check your phone. Let me acknowledge Babate's super chat. It says the obedient faction cancelled the 6 p.m. meeting with NWC of Labour today. They told Arabambi National Secretary that Obi will decide who attends. Arabambi reminded them that Obi can't dictate to the NWC. So we're in new and uncharted territory. And by the way, we're working hard to get this Arabambi guy to come and join us. So look out for that. If we're able to pull it off, you'll see him. But we're working hard to see if we can get hold of him. So look out for that. So there it is. Let's take the conversation. Let's move the conversation on. And by the way, that super chat space is still open. It's not the exclusive preserve of the people that have used it so far. But let's move the conversation on. Move it in the direction of Simba, who joins us from Saudi. So Simba now. This headline now Yeah, you know, ordinarily, this would not even be a topic of conversation under any other circumstance, but sadly, a topic of conversation in this new uncharted territory that we're in now. Tinubu discusses Nigeria-US relations with Blinken. So there's absolutely nothing out of sequence in that headline, Simba, because, of course, Tinubu, an incoming administration of a powerful and potent state, and the United States wanting to hold that relationship that they've always had. So very well sequenced, you will think, something that should be on page 10 in any newspaper. But why is this now making the headline then, Simba?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Woman. You know, this thing is making headline because of the question that everybody has been asking about the legitimacy of Tinubu election. Because ordinarily, it's something that is expected in any sinner society. When you have a president-elect, everybody wants to associate with him, even discuss business and everything. But in Nigeria, you know, when you see this kind of headline, people will change the narrative and think now change it to that is actually making it to look as if it's asking for legitimacy. Whether US government president congratulated me or not, there's nothing they can do. We have conducted our election, a winner has emerged, and we have a president-elect. They cannot come and remove our president. So all those questions about asking for the legitimacy or non-legitimacy, it's just that business is not something that is supposed to be discussing about. What we're supposed to be discussing is the issue about the Nigerian-US relationship, which I think is the main issue here, not about asking for legitimacy or non-legitimacy. He still gives credence to Tinubu about his ability and power to, at least in the Committee of State, to actually to have ability to discuss in international politics and then to improve Nigeria international relationship. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. So I wanted you then to go into that space then. The Nigerian relationship with the United States.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yes. Oh,
yes,
no.
It's something that okay.
Go on. Make that point and I'll come in.
No, maybe you want to put some direction to it.
Yes, I wanted to say that the Nigerian relationship with the United States is it something that Tinubu should hold his cards close to his chest and not readily surrender to the Americans, because I think we surrender too readily to that American narrative, and I think we have more leverage now, and the world has more options now. So how do you think our relationship with America? How do you think it should be managed? Because I think we should not wholeheartedly be with the Americans as we always have been.
I agree with you, Woman, but we can't still not do away with America for now. And you know, the way we are in Nigeria now, Nigeria as a country, we cannot pit side with one of the two ruling blocs in maybe United States and the so-called China BRIC bloc. So we should be able to play our way between the two of them and benefit from the two sides. We should not pit tent totally with one and neglect the other. And I think Tinubu is smart enough to be able to do that and do it favorably, and it will do it in a manner that at least Nigeria will benefit from both sides. So it's not something that we have to pit tent totally with one and neglect the other. So we should be able to play our game between the two of them, and because there is a lot of benefit from both sides. So I think that's what I want to say about it.
And to what
what I want to say about this blinking of a, you know, Blinken cannot be acting in isolation. He's representing the American government and is speaking on behalf of American president. So this insinuation by some people that American president has not spoken is uncalled for, and it's not something that we're supposed to even be discussing about. If this thing is not important, then why is somebody like ATIKU reacting to this? And there are so many reactions from other people trying to condemn what the US government is doing. Even Osotokun that Ekene was talking about talked about it yesterday, and he was accusing the America of being a master of political ambiguity. You know, it's so if somebody is now coming here and telling us that he's irrelevant and it's not the American president that is talking, just a Secretary of State, that person doesn't know what he's saying. He cannot be talking in isolation. He's talking on behalf of American government. He's not acting on his own. So they say the call for say it's not Biden that is talking. It doesn't really.
And as Simba, there was something that Ajanle Koko was hinting at earlier on that what Blinken seems to be doing, because Blinken, he would know more than anyone else the goings on within the Nigerian space and the pressure being put on Tinubu's mandate and whatnot, and he would know the impact now of this public statement that he would that he's putting out in terms of how it will impact on the Nigerian domestic situation. But what Ajanle Koko was hinting at was that this move by Blinken was to use that leverage of the intensity within the Nigerian space to get on board the Tinubu administration to fend off this now Russian, Indian something that is coming. So some convoluted chess move. Do you see it in those terms?
Yes, I agree with Baba Jele Koko. You know, let me tell you, the other time we had this morning, we were talking about Nigeria being in the same power with the UK or whatever. No, Nigeria is the largest black nation in the world and is the largest economy in Africa. Let me tell you, if anything should happen in Nigeria, the whole Africa will suffer for it. And the Western world know the consequence. So they won't want anything that would destabilize Nigeria. You know, let me tell you what we don't know. The obedient are already contributing money. I'm telling you from an authoritative source to make sure that May 29 inauguration doesn't take place. Including people that are very close to me. There are a lot of things. So all these things that you are seeing from the Sultan and everybody talking about, they know what people are doing underground to sabotage this inauguration of May 29 of Tinubu. And that's why everybody is putting out statement. Then the police are saying this. They're just telling them that whether you like it or not, this man will become our president come May 29. So there is a lot of pressure, a lot of underground work that is going on. These people, they want to destabilize Nigeria. They don't want Nigeria to stand as a country again. It's either do or die that they want to give to this thing. And it's a serious matter. And it's something that we have to take serious. They don't care. It's all or none. So we have to be very careful. And that is why you see people putting out those statements out there that whether you like it or not, this man, and they have to actually militarize Nigeria to prevent these people. As the days are approaching, you see some of their effort coming in place. They want to actually put people out there in Nigeria and destabilize that country, not to make that inauguration to happen on May 29. So if
I'm not sure what they can do, because if they try to go via the courts, they will find that a real struggle. And if they try to take to the streets, that would not be recommended. So what can they do?
Let me tell you, all their action is pointing towards that direction. If you see all those moves, even the one that they are doing today, look at the way they manhandle this man, this APAPA man. Look at what they are saying, that they should televise the election petition. All these things, they just want to put everything in public space so that people will react and the whole country will be destabilized.
Yeah, but all these things. No, I don't think that. I don't think that. There are many things, but hopefully, I don't think they are stupid. I don't. Hopefully, they don't take to the streets because nobody wants a mess. I hope they don't take to the streets.
That's what we are praying for. We don't want anybody to destabilize. I even know this will be, and you can see that the guy is not even saying anything to rebuke all this allegation, and he's just there, and all those things that he's also putting out, the statement that he's putting out there is just a statement of destabilization, and it's, to me, I'm becoming a little bit jittery, and Buhari or whoever is in charge of security in that country must be ready to face the onslaught from these people.
Do you anticipate that Tinubu will already be speaking to the security apparatus post May 29? Because I suspect that even post May 29, there will still there'll still be an outburst from that space, which now will be Tinubu's responsibility to handle. So do you think he will already be mapping out some security structures to insulate himself for the first few months and to douse down the noise of that space?
Definitely, he has to do that. Apart from that, let me tell you, they want to also use Nigerian Labour Congress and the TUC apparatus. You know, this is Labour Party, and Obi has won the leadership of Nigerian Labour Congress and TUC on his side. So they want to use that one also to destabilize his administration. So those are the things that he has to prepare for, and he must be thinking of how he's going to handle that space now. So it's a very delicate situation.
Yes, Tinubu's skills will be tested almost immediately. That's a certainty. So all of these things that people say about him, all of that will be tested almost immediately. But if Osinbajo was the president-elect, not all of these things will not be in place. This is according to Peter Obi. So what are you then making, Simba? I confronted APC, asking them why they did not choose Osinbajo. So this is Peter Obi now. It's a bit like Arsenal saying that, no, I don't want to play Man City. Go and bring me West Ham. Is that how it's done, Simba?
Well, you know, this statement, there's a lot of undertones to it, and it's part of what we have discussed on this platform before. It also confirms what we say about Obi, lack of capacity, knowledge, and irrationality. The question that we have to ask is that what is the rationale behind this statement? I think what he's trying to do is to demarket Tinubu more in public space, and what is also, well, because I don't understand what he's supposed to be doing. What Obi is supposed to be doing now is actually to address the problem happening in his party, and not to be discussing the choice of whether he's asking APC to choose. What is his business with that? That your party is boiling and you are not saying anything about it. Then the only thing that you are talking about, yes.
Do you think Obi cares about the party? I don't even think Obi cares about other contestants.
I know, and I'm still coming to that. So he's not saying anything about it. Then he's now started saying this. You know, one man. There was a time Madam Zita mentioned something about this Obi, that there are some people that Osinbajo is working for Obi, and he was one giving them information about Tinubu. This statement confirmed it now. You can see what this guy is spilling out. It shows that there is an alliance between the two of them. After the election, why should somebody be saying this kind of thing? If you are saying this, what is this with his business? In what capacity is he saying that one to APC? You are not talking about your party. You are telling another party who to choose. You that came in a friendly manner to come and hijack another party. And it shows that, you know, I've been saying it several times, that this guy is a very corny, deceitful person. Whenever I look at his face, I look at a very dumb person that doesn't know what he's saying. And you know, if you talk too much, you say a lot of things that you're not supposed to be saying. And to me, it doesn't look at somebody who has the capacity, who has the knowledge, or even the intellectual capacity to govern a country like Nigeria. And every day by day, he demarketed himself more and more, and he exposes himself more. Now, even some people that are not supporting him, I can see the way Baba Jale is talking about Peter Obi today. He has never talked like that to Peter Obi, and we are now understanding the kind of person he is more. We have been saying it, some people refuse to understand. Now they are now understanding the kind of person he is. Thank God that this guy did not become the president of our country.
I disagree, 100%.
You go on then, disagree. Charles, what do you disagree with?
Peter Obi is better than Tinubu, 100%.
Why?
The reason why Tinubu, the reason why Peter Obi didn't win elected, the reason why Peter Obi didn't win elected, it's a big reason why. I'm not going to say it, just know the reason why.
Tell us the reason why, Charles.
He had to do with ethnicity, ethnic. He had to do with that. That's the reason why.
In what way?
The reason why Peter Obi lost, like, he had to do with his tribe and.
I can't even hear what you are saying. Who is talking?
It's Charles. That's Charles.
I'm saying you have to do with tribe and ethnic.
Can you talk louder?
No, that's his speech pattern. We know. Yeah. Go on, Charles.
Yeah, I'm saying the reason why Peter Obi is lost. The reason why Peter Obi is angry. I'm not saying the reason he's angry. He feel like that he's supposed to be the Igbo tone. That's why he's doing all this. This is the reason why, because his people the Igbo people are telling Peter Obi, you must do this to fight for us. That's why he's doing all this. Obi.
Yeah, but is he fighting for the Igbo people or for Nigeria?
Because he did it for safety reasons. Because you don't want Igbo people to be angry. Because he knows that Igbo people are angry, and he doesn't make Igbo people angry. Because the reason why Igbo people are angry, there's a big reason why. He doesn't want Igbo to be angry. He doesn't want to stop his people. That's basically doing that.
Yeah, who are his people, Charles? Who are his people?
The Igbos, so his people.
The Igbos. Yeah, but he's not contending to be president of Igbo land. So what happens to the rest of us, Charles?
No, I think he wanted to. I think he wanted to try to stop the Biafra and everything. He wanted to try to stop it. That's why he's doing this, because he doesn't want it to get louder, and he feels like he wants to try to stop that narrative for the safety of Nigeria.
I don't understand this guy.
All right, thank you, Charles. So thank you, Charles. So back to you, Simba.
Oh well, I think I think this guy has he has a lot of issues, and whatever is saying into public space now, I don't think we're supposed to be taking it very seriously. It's too deceitful, and it's a very cunning. And I think Obi has succeeded. Because you see the way his supporters are supporting this statement now. He has succeeded in making the gullible Nigerian youth is a political capital, as somebody said earlier. To me, it's not something that how can you have your party boiling, and then the next thing that you'll be talking about your preferred candidate for another party. What is your business with that? I think I've said what I want to say about this. It's just making me angry.
All right, let me take you to this space, Simba. 12 days to go. Tinubu, Kwankwaso discuss government of national unity. You know, if there's one phrase that I hate within the Nigerian political lexicon, is that government of national unity, which has no meaning. Somebody that won a clear million plus over the nearest opponent. So why would they do that? It says with 12 days to the 29th of May inauguration of the incoming government, President-elect Bola Tinubu and presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, Rabbi Kwankwaso, met in France. Discussions at the meeting, correspondence gathered, was not unconnected with the government of national unity the president-elect promised as soon as he was declared winner of the presidential election. So it goes on and on. But because we've come across this sort of storyline before, Simba, of Kwankwaso trying to make his way back into the fold of governance. So one, should he be allowed to make his way back into the fold of governance? And then two, if he makes his way back into the fold of governance, where does it fit in within the APC structure, with a lot of senior Northerners already positioning for post-Tinubu? And also this language of national unity, do you think it is something that Tinubu should give any real consideration to, with the margin of victory that he has over his nearest opponent in a winner-take-all election? All of that, Simba.
Woman, thank you. Let me start this one by taking us back. You know, one of the problems that we have in Nigeria is, hello?
Sorry, carry on.
Can you hear me?
Carry on. Yes,
okay.
We can. Carry on. Yeah.
Yes, because most of the people that are actually the so-called Nigerian youth now, they don't know Nigerian history. Let me take us back a little. You know, this government of national unity that we are talking about, or alliance, is not alien to our history. It's dated back to just post-independence, when Azikwe and APAPA has an alliance that time between NCNC and MPC. Then even immediately after that, the MPC, which is the party of Tafawa Balewa, also has a kind of alliance with NNDP, that is the party of SL Akintola. And if you remember, also in 1979, there was also an alliance between MPP and then MPN, that is the party of Azikwe and Shagari, MPN. That time, you know, what Kwankwaso is trying to do, because we don't understand the way these people work. That time, between Azikwe, is not Azikwe that actually decamped or participated in the Shagari administration that time. He gave, that time, there's one man they call Ezeoke. Ezeoke was actually one of the guys from Azikwe. And then, if you remember, Joseph Wires that time became the Senate president, while Ezeoke was given the Speaker of the House of Representatives. So, and if you even look at, so if you take us back, so this thing is not new, and it's not something that we have to be surprised about. But, you know, all this thing now is also we are just speculating, because we don't even know what they are discussing. People are just speculating. Whatever, there are so many things that they can discuss. They can discuss the government of national unity. They can discuss alliance. They can discuss merger. They can even discuss personal things. So we are just speculating. But if all these things happen, they are not new it's not new to politics. And if Tinubu is trying to reconcile with Kwankwaso, I think it will be, because let me tell you, even when we are talking about the credence, we are talking about legitimacy. If Kwankwaso can pitch tent with Tinubu, it's also solidify Tinubu the legitimacy of his election. Because if you look at it, it's like he is the fourth most prominent person in the last election. And there are some people who are also in the Tinubu camp before that actually decamp to NNPP, the Kwankwaso party. There's one guy called Abdulmumin Jubre, who was actually one of the Tinubu spokespersons that decamped from Tinubu camp and went to join the Kwankwaso. It was actually the one that brokered.
Yes, it was a carry-on.
Yes. It was one that brokered the meeting between the two of them. So Tinubu will benefit more from this alliance if it works out, because you know Kano, the votes that come from that space is in millions, And then you cannot actually whisk away the influence that Kwankwaso can also bring from that space. So to me, then if you look at it even from the angle of what is going on in the House now, both in the National Assembly and the House of Representatives, if this deal can work and they can get all the senators and the House of Rep member from that, they have almost like 20 House of Rep member. If they can win that one to their side, is a lot that they benefit from.
Simba, that's part of the strategy that is giving, that they are giving consideration to, because the APC does not have the majority to have their way at the House of Reps. So they're short about 11, about 13 thereabout. But this NMPP, Kwankwaso's party, they have about 19. And what we're hearing from the PDP and the people that they've gathered around them was that they're going to try and seize hold of the House of Reps from the government. So if they form this alliance with Kwankwaso, then they get the numbers they need to hold and retain and have their way at the House of Reps. That's one. And then that also plays to the politics of 2027 to come. Because they would need Kano State in 2027.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said wherever angle you look at it is a win-win situation for Tinubu. And that's what we are talking about. The man is a political strategist.
I think if Tinubu could build the political muscles he has as a governor, being the president now, I see APC will even be stronger than PDP come all those 2027, and they will be the party to even beat, because Tinubu is so strategic, and the way he plays his politics, he welcomes even his enemy if his enemy will be useful for him.
Exactly.
So I think the way APC will be so strong with the alliance they will form and what the result and the things they would do in that country, people will start to love APC and they will get a lot of people supporting them at some point in his regime. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you, DOJ.
Do you think now this language of government of national unity, if just for the purposes of peace to reign in the country, do you think it should extend that national unity to the Labour Party space and offer Obi a couple of portfolios just to satiate him and douse down the tension? Do you think it should try and reach and bring Peter Obi on board in terms of governance?
Yes, he's a man that can do that. If Obi is ready. He's ready to do that. I'm very sure he's ready to do that. If Obi is ready. But the only thing is that is Obi ready with all his shenanigans that is displaying all over the space with his supporters? I don't
honestly,
think so.
Simba, honestly, at this point, looking at what Obi is now, maybe before the election and just after the election, I might say yes. At this point, I don't see why Tinubu should even give Obi any
include him again. Yes,
I'm telling you.
Obi is just his popularity is just declining and declining every day. It's just he's not managing that space very well, and he still confirmed the lack of capacity and the electoral capacity that we are talking about. It's not. I don't see him like a politician. He's just an opportunist. That's the way I see him. Just an opportunist. And he has these gullible followers that are just following whatever he does is right. And they don't see anything. They seem like a saint. Saint Peter.
And I think again, the journey he went, taking that case to court when he was the one that came third, won't help his political ambition in any way. So by the time they knock him out of the court, Tinubu has own position. And Tinubu being a strategist, they will even kill his political ambition more when they get into power. So it won't be any relevance. So I think if they are even giving him portfolio, you are giving him relevance.
Let me tell you, you are talking is the court case, everything that is doing. Look at the ways even the party that bailed him out and gave him the platform is even destroying the party. This guy is destroying everything. He's trying to destroy the nation. trying to destroy everything just for his own political ambition. He's destroying everything.
You say, Simba, the way I'm looking at it is, in about 3 to 4 months' time, Peter will be completely out of any political. I'm not even sure anybody will be talking about him at all anymore. But over the next 3 to 6 weeks, that Peter Obi space has to be managed very delicately. As we're seeing the violence in the court already, and then you see there are pockets of flashes that they have to manage. So all these tribunal appearances, there are pockets of flashes that they have to manage, and then on that inauguration day, they have to manage that very tightly. And I suspect that even the obedience, they're too clever in their mind to act in any funky way on that day. But then, what I was going to suggest is that immediately post the swearing in, I suspect that they will want to move very aggressively to test the will of Tinubu's administration.
They will do it, and it's not. Let me tell you, one man. Not only even post inauguration, pre-inauguration. I think what I would advise them to do is that maybe a few days to that inauguration, they should declare a curfew in that Abuja. Believe me, and militarize the whole space. These people are ready to cause chaos in that country. They are ready. They are already contributing money. They want to mobilize as many people as possible to destabilize that country. And the government has to take that one seriously and provide enough security for that country to stand. They are just too desperate for my liking.
All right, let me take you to the space, Simba. The goings on in court today, having now gotten that court judgment in his favor, LAMIDI APAPA turns up in his best agbada to come and assert himself as the new player in the court case. So, firstly, when people were introducing themselves, a woman leader introduced herself as the representative of the Labour Party, and APAPA, of course, with the judge verdict family in his pocket, stood up to protest that, no, I am the authority here. So now the court then sent both of them out and recognized only Peter Obi and did not recognize anybody from the Labour Party. So that was what played out within the court. But outside of the court, it got even funkier. You had the expectation that this would happen, Simba, and it did not disappoint. Yes. Watch this. Watch this.
Nobody knows this man. He's too old for this man. Nobody knows him. We don't know him.
So now, Simba, I've often wondered what. I've often wondered what the collective verb for the obedience would be. You know, collective verbs, like you say a bunch of lions, you describe them as a pride of lions. A pack of fish, you describe them as a school of fish. But then for the obedience, I've often wondered what the collective verb would be. And I'm fast reaching the conclusion that the only way to describe it would be an ugliness of obedience. So an ugliness of obedience. What did they make of that demonstration post the court case?
One man, thank you.
Have you not mute the video?
Huh?
The video, I can still hear the video. Yeah, cool. Yeah, good.
All right, Karen.
Okay, thank you, one man. You know what happened yesterday was so sinful. And this thing confirm what you are saying about Obi inability to control his space and his lack of capacity, lack of experience and personality to do so. You know, the Obi, good. You know, if you look at it now, what Obi was preaching and what he said is actually standing for rule of law, good governance, and all those. Look at let's look at it this way. Look at what happened in Lagos, and everybody was accusing MC Oluomo of preventing people from voting and beating people and all those things. What is the difference now? These obedient, they are so lawless, and you know that's why some people call them disobedient. You can see the recklessness and the agbero they used to call agbero. Who's now more agbero than? Have you ever seen this kind of scene, even with MC Oluomo? And you can see that they are just deceiving us in that country. And you know, I will still say we should thank God that this Obi did not win that election. You can see the hands of the person that they want to put that country. The person that does not even have the capacity to control his own people and want to control the largest black nation in the world. And you can look at the way the Obi are now supporting their mob action. Even the few ones that we have there on the platform, look at the way they are rationalizing and then justifying this useless action of theirs. To me, it's just the guy is just and instead of
look yourself in the mirror when you say that. All right, look yourself in the mirror when you say that. When you accuse other people, look yourself in the mirror. Right?
What are you saying? What are you trying to say? Where rational? I should look at myself. I don't understand what you mean by looking at myself. Because what you for example, what you used to say, what you used to say on this platform about Lagos and Agbero. So who is more Agbero now? Who's more Agbero? So you don't see anything wrong in what these people are doing.
What are you talking about?
And trying to this mob action. You cannot. So how do you rationalize this?
Oh, so I'm a mob now. I'm a mob.
No, yes, now because you are supporting this action, it shows the kind of person that you are.
Black. You guys are just so funny. You guys are funny. I mean, you paint other people like as if they are the mobs. Even when you, the APC and all of you, don't you know all of you behave online? I beg you. This politics is becoming so toxic that people can't even see beyond your noses. Okay.
Whatever you like, I will say my own statement. So to me, it's a condemnable action, and it's something that we should not, anybody should not try to justify, and we should all condemn this action because it doesn't protect our democracy in a good way.
Simba, is a unique skill that has been mastered by the obedient space, as exemplified by Rational Mind just now, that with just the quiff of a hand, they would dismiss something so seismic. But if that thing was from the other side,
exactly, that's what I mean. If you have to reverse this, and then the whole place will be in chaos. Now they'll be shouting. You can see them again. They've started again. And look at this one, and they are trying to rationalize it.
It's quite sad, though. I just feel for the man because I'm thinking you have a party that you guys are running, then you bring somebody in, then at the end of the day, you went to somewhere, a lot of crowd are calling you only. For what?
Let me tell you how funny this man is. You know, he's made himself the first petitioner in his case. You understand?
Yeah,
hello?
but I can hear you. But why did the court allow that? Because I would have thought the party will be the first petitioner, and then he will be secondary because
he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He just another term. He anticipated that this kind of thing will happen, and that was why he made himself so that if there's any problem with the party, he'll be able to continue with scale. He just use the party as a launching pad. He doesn't need that party, and I won't be surprised at the end of the day if after the judgment he leaves that party. It's just
but can he carry on the case outside of the party? If the party withdraws from the case, which vehicle is it then going to be using to pursue that case?
I wonder, and he's not managing that space very well. He's not managing it very well. Because in this kind of case, if a smart man is supposed not to pit tent with any of the faction. He's supposed to be a unifier and supposed to be calling meeting between the two of them and then make the two of them to work together. But the way he's doing it, and he's not even making any statement, even after the mob action that they have taken over this one, he's actually destroying himself more. And I don't know how it's going to end.
And that's who claimed he was going to unite Nigeria. That's the guy that we want to make president to deal with ethnic divisions and all those things. It just shows you the guy cannot lead, man. I was telling people, if Obi become president of Nigeria, that country would go into civil war. He's the guy. He has the same mentality as the Ironsi, Ojuku. They don't know how to manage situation. They are dumb. These people don't have brain when it comes to leading. Look at the way they've been leading their people in the East. Obi is one of the political leaders in the East. Look at the East. Look at, you just watch the East turn into terrorist land. And, it tells you the guy was not qualified to be president. I made an argument with somebody, I think it was over here, someone. I said, this guy will be here. If you make him president of Nigeria, that country will turn into, it will become a civil war zone. Straight up.
But what's in the APC started division? Get the facts right. APC started division. APC started this shit. APC did. Get your facts right, bro. APC started this shit.
All right, brilliant, Charles.
One man.
Yeah.
Who was the last speaker?
Hold on.
I want to correct something real quick.
Let's hear from Dewale.
It was said that Peter Obi was in the court when all this was going on. That was not correct. I just fact-checked that in the 2 channels now. He left before all those dramas started. So as at the time that all this holy stuff was going on, you had already left, but it was confirmed that Abure was in the court. But the only thing is he hasn't made any statement regarding that. So that is the only thing that we could accuse him of. But it was not.
Yeah, but Dewale, he must make a statement because he stands accused. The chairman of the party in the clip.
We are not. We are not even asking him to go and be. Okay.
The chairman of the party said that the violence was instigated by Peter Obi, so he has to come out and either debunk it and condemn it, or he can't be silent after he stands accused.
But I want to expect him to come out just right away because him being the leader of the party, things have to calm down first. Nerves have to calm down first before he will be making appearances or making any statement regarding to what happened.
When will things come down?
Strategically.
When will things come down?
Yeah, but strategically, I wouldn't expect him.
This is the party that this man carry the ticket, presidential ticket. I mean, presidential flag.
Hold on now. Hold on now. The action is condemnable. The action of those guys.
That man is 78 years old.
Deplorable.
I don't see. The situation is not that.
Hold on, D. Yeah.
That man is 78 years old. How can 78 years not be molested? I want my Leon here to my harassing.
But I'm not supporting. No, what I'm saying is this. See, whatever he says now, if I'm the one handling his communication strategy, I wouldn't want him to come out now and make a categorical statement regarding that. Why? Because the incident that played out in the court, as a matter of fact, I didn't watch the video, but for me to even comment, I have to go and do my due diligence, for me to get the fact right. Now, what happens there was ugly. It is a known fact that the faction of APAPA and Arabambi seems to have been compromised, because I don't see the reason why they will be pushing this agenda of by force, by Tulasi, I have to impose myself. Now, what played out in the court was something that I believe both parts should have been, or both factions should have been able to handle very well. But it seems both each play into each end. When when the court asked for the appearances of the party representative, the woman leader stood up, knowing fully well that the chairman, the now approved or court recognized chairman of the party, already present in the court. So that already set that stage for this drama that played out. Now,
but was Obi not there that time? I'm asking you. Was Obi not there that time?
According to the news, he had already, when that appearance,
it was there. It was there when they were recognizing.
It was there when the appearances issue was happening, but he left before all this shouting match began.
You can see what you are talking about now.
Yeah, so he left before. I want to.
So how did he resolve that? How did he resolve that at that stage?
I want to believe that he left no flip where that is going to get ugly, and he didn't want to insert himself.
Hold on. Simba asked you a question. Ask that question again, Simba.
I said when he noticed that one, that when they asked for the leader of the party and the woman leader came on, there was a wrangling. How did he handle it that time? What did he say?
Yeah, but you see, we're talking about this is now a public case, public issue. He is just a candidate. He's not the
you know why we do not support what you are saying. This is a man. Wait. Even before issue, if he's a good person and he understood what is going to happen, even before this, they asked for this adjournment, and he knew what is going on in his party. He was supporting the other faction, which is the ABURE faction.
Of course.
And he should envisage this problem. He should have solved it even before this adjournment.
You know what, Simba?
Before they came to court. If he has the capacity and has the political sagacity, he's supposed to have solved this problem. He's supposed to have solved this problem even before the court. So you cannot exonerate him. He's the cause of this problem.
No. I do not disagree with what you just said now. It seems by all indications that he doesn't have the depth, to coordinate, to control, to be in charge of a party, emerging party like Labour Party, because it's still emerging and it's evolving.
And he wants to rule the country.
Well, that is subject to everybody's interpretation. But the fact is this: at that moment,
who to choose for their own candidate.
There was an indication that he had the idea, had the premonition of what is going to happen in the court yesterday. As a matter of fact, I watched Arabambi. By the way, whoever is painting Arabambi head needs to be fired. Why is that guy painting his head like a panabita? All his hair was full of dye and all those things. He's still a young man. So he was, granting an interview when he said that there was a text message
It should have gone with the Dino Melaye style. Just embrace the gray,
Well, a text message was sent to him that they were warned, the APAPA faction were warned that if they make appearances at the court yesterday, that they will be mobbed. And they knew that, and they still went ahead and appeared. So it seems that they themselves know what they are getting into. But it's unfortunate that the rabble-rouser or the followers of APAPA faction that were there, they APAPA play into their hands, and they don't mind doing what they did, and it's condemnable in the first place. But given what happens,
what are you saying?
I would have. But what I'm saying is that
they don't have the right.
Peter Obi, given the circumstances of what happens, I don't expect Obi to rush to the media just like all those factions have been doing, going to the media houses to give account what happened. I don't expect him to come out and start making categorical statement. That is not strategic. It's not, because
hold on. He can come out and make a placeholder statement a non-committal statement that just
exactly not supporting any of the factions. Okay, what happened is very regrettable, and then we'll go back and resolve. Is an in-house problem that will go. Everybody will go back and will resolve it. Then we will know that. But not being silent. It's not making sense.
I agree with you guys, but the thing is this man has boxed himself to the corner.
If by this time of tomorrow, Obi have not made statement on this matter, would that be acceptable to you?
No, not at all, not at all. But you see, he had boxed himself to the corner.
Hold on, sorry, Dewale. Let me append this an addendum to Ajale Koko's comment, and then you wrap it up. If Peter Obi comes out tomorrow and does what we now know as his template to tell us that the obedience are law-abiding people, and those people that attacked APAPA were APC Mo sent in, you know what he usually does, the same thing he did with Wole Soyinka and everybody, would that be acceptable?
Of course not. Of course not.
No,
of course not. But the point
is, on this platform, we should go all out to condemn him.
But no,
Koko,
I want you to see this from my perspective. I'm not supporting what happened. Okay, I'm looking at it from the prism of strategy. Now, he himself had already boxed himself to the corner. Why do I say this? His balls in the hands of the obedient now. They could play with it any way or shape they want. So whatever he says now has to be measured. So number one, he believes that this group of people that support him, he cannot, disappoint them. At the same time, he cannot be seen in the public condemning them. So he has boxed himself into the corner. He can't make a free or kind of free speech or statement that will seem that is attacking his base. That's why it means that it has to be operating from a strategic point of view. However, if he's going to come out, there's a likelihood that he probably will condemn what happened, but at the same time trying to put the blame at the doorstep of the APAPA faction. So what happened there was regrettable, is condemnable, and it's despicable.
So, Adewale, why won't he come out and say that today? Why is it strategic? I don't see it like a sensitive case that I need to now be strategic and be careful with what he says. All he just needs to come out and say is condemn the attack. That is it. He doesn't need to say more. He doesn't need to delve.
Remember, this faction is using this faction as a foil.
I think it's probably right not to come out immediately. Sometimes you have to give it a moment to see just how it plays fully before you then.
Exactly my point, Woman. Exactly. But the thing is this: I agree with you guys that this is a man that doesn't have the grasp of how politics is actually being played at the highest level. He's banking on the emotion of the people, and it's not going to take him too far. Because with all the words, a good politician would not allow, a faction to develop in his own party, in his own platform. How would that have happened in APC or PDP? That won't happen. But faction do occur, but not an outside, not somebody that is having influences from outside. But unfortunately, what is happening to him is more or less like, okay, let's just ride this out and see where it ends. And that doesn't make him, people might say, well, he's telling the truth, he's handling the way, but there's no truth politicians that play it in the simple way or in the very clear way this way. It doesn't happen. It is obvious that Arabambi and APAPA are there to mess things up. That's what their presence means. But I believe they should have handled it in a very careful, delicate way, such a way that those factions will not be, even if they are being bought, they will still have upper hand in trying to convince them or not be able to achieve what they've done. Look at it. ABURE fired. Eventually, APAPA is trying to insert himself and claim authority. So he's not that good politician, so to say. But based on what happens, I don't think him making a statement will change anything. But at the same time, he has to come out when all the emotions are calm, and then he can now make a strategic statement.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant, well put. Always brilliantly put by Dewale, of course. Back to you, Simba, and let me take you to this last talking point, and then we go on to Kulata if he's not falling asleep just yet. You know, Kulata is an old man now. He cannot endure he doesn't have the endurance of the rest of us. Let me take, is there a mole in the camp of the APC? Is the question that this seeks to answer, Simba.
Yes, so there's a mole.
Yes, let me present it to you. 10 Senate presidency, final decision lies with Senators, Adamu tells Akpabio. National chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Abdullahi Adamu, on Tuesday, told Senator Godswill Akpabio, APC Akwa Ibom, that the final decision on who emerges as the president of the 10th Senate will be decided on the floor of the Senate. Mr. Adamu said this when Mr. Akpabio, a contender for the Senate presidency, visited the APC National Secretariat in the company of 42 other senators under the aegis of Stability Group. The party chief noted that the party was still consulting on issues concerning the leadership of the incoming assembly to carry everyone along. Whatever we do, whatever signatures we collect, the final decision will be on the floor of the Senate and also the House, the APC chairman said. On the ongoing agitations, especially from those opposed to the party's zoning decision, Mr. Adamu said that people were bound to hold their opinions, adding that the party had no right to stop them. All these efforts and agitations are very healthy and important. I am happy that we're heeding the advice and directives we gave to make consultations, and it is good that it is going on, and I'm happy that it's been very fruitful. We will wait till June the 13th on the floor of the House. I want us to have a rancor-free election on the floor, because even if everybody says it is Akpabio, the rules of the game says there must be an election. So on and on it goes. But the tone and texture of Abdullahi Adamu, it doesn't inspire full confidence. Because his original mission, of course, was to stop Tinubu. That was why they foisted him after they got rid of Mia Malabuni. But now, having now have Tinubu emerge, he's still acting somewhat like a mole in the team. Simba.
Yes, woman. You know, this if you look at this guy's antecedent, right from the primaries, you know, he has his own choice of the candidate. He was supporting Ahmed Lawa. And he doesn't hide his hatred for Tinubu. He also conspired with the present government to actually make it difficult for Tinubu to win the election. It's only that is the sagacity, the political calculation, and the will of God that actually made Tinubu to win that election. He surmounted a lot of problems before he could win that election. So this thing that he's doing now is just trying to destabilize that party. He doesn't want Tinubu to have a smooth control of that house, so that he will make his government difficult for him. You can see what he's saying now. Woman, let me even tell you what they are trying to do now. There is one Senate presidential aspirant now that they are, and then one speakership from the other side of the divide. They are now trying to offer each of the legislatures $500,000 to $1 million each per vote. That is the extent they want to go now. And Adamu is one of those people that is actually orchestrating such things. And though the attention of Tinubu has already been drawn to it, and they are trying to actually see what they can do about it. Presently, Senator Akpabio has about 70 senators that are ready to back him, to back his election. But woman, I want to ask you a question. How many votes do you require to actually win the Senate presidency? I think it's about 75 or so.
I suspect it's a simple,
it's a simple
yes,
majority.
yeah, a simple majority, is it not all?
So out of 109, if you can get like 59, is okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Or
and I think they already have that. Yeah.
They have more than that. They have more than that. The only thing is that
nobody is sure. Nobody is sure.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The politicians, they are not a reliable set of people that you can actually rely on. But from what I can gather from because now there are some group now supporting Senator Akpabio. They call themselves the Integrity Group, led by the Senator Ndume. They are claiming that they have about 70 senators supporting them now. So, but I think Tinubu will help them to manage that space very well. And the only one I'm still doubting that might not be easy for them is the House of Representatives, because those ones are they are younger, there are many, they have different diversity, ethnic diversity, so many diversity among those ones. So they are rebellious, and it will be very difficult to manage. But in the upper chamber, they are mature people, older. Most of them are ex-governors. They are easier to manage than the House of Representatives. I think at the end of the day, the Senator Akpabio my nick, but in this House of Representatives, that one is the one that I'm still doubting. Because even if you look at APC now, they don't even have the majority like they have in the Senate, in the upper chamber. So that one might be a little bit difficult. And you can see from the other video that you show us earlier on about this Cardinal guy, he's also making move. And so the other problem with that House of Representatives also is about these people from the North Central that also are agitating for position in that house. So it's becoming a little bit dicey. But I think by the time Tinubu arrives, they will be able to manage that space very well. But these are the more of a thing. I think his days are numbered in the chairman of that party by the time Tinubu inauguration takes place.
All right, brilliant. And give us a brief commentary on the live broadcast. It's an abuse of court. Tinubu opposes live broadcast of election petition proceedings. So you cannot blame ATIKU for chancing his hand. But then, of course, already from what we saw play out at the APAPA space, it's an idea that is dead on arrival, surely.
We have been discussing this matter. I think I agree with Tinubu. For any politician in Nigeria, even in the capacity of somebody like ATIKU, and even Peter Obi himself, asking for live telecast of election petition, what is the sense in that? How would that one influence the judgment of the petition? I think it still confirm what we are saying, that these people, they just want to destabilize and cause chaos in that country. Because what they wanted to achieve by doing this is just to put the judges and the lawyers in public space, and want to endanger their life, and then put the judgment in the public opinion, and then the whole country will just be destabilized. They know that they don't have a case, and that's why they are doing all these things. What benefit? How would that benefit them? The only way it can benefit them is by using it to destabilize the country and cause chaos, and put the life of those people in danger. That's the only thing they can achieve there. The 2019 election, why didn't he ask for live telecast of that one? And you cannot see the synergy between the Obi and ATIKU. The two of them, what they're supposed to do pre-election is now what they are doing post-election. They are the one that made Tinubu to win this election. Because the three of them, even Kwankwaso, they were in the same party. You divided your vote into 3 places, and you are still expecting to win the same election. And now they are now forming an alliance to destabilize the country. To me, it's uncalled for, and it's not something that anybody supposed to be preaching. How would this one benefit them? The only way we can benefit them is by causing chaos, and that's all.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's see if Kulata is available. Take his thought, and I know he's especially interested in that blinking space. Kulata, are you there?
Almost out though.
Yeah, well, you see, did you hear me slagging you off that you know you don't have the endurance for these things anymore?
I don't have endurance at all. I'm fagged out.
All right, let's just take one commentary from you and then we'll let you go. We don't want to sweat you too hard. The blinking space. So that phone call, because Darati was saying that Blinken, or was it Rational Mind, that Blinken is too lowly a person to be having conversations with Tinubu. Yes, he's saying that until Biden makes a call, we cannot say that the Americans are on board.
How can you say Blinken? Isn't Blinken the Secretary of State?
I was suggesting that in the power hierarchy of America, he's probably number 3.
He is very high, as in when it comes to foreign policy, talking to foreign leaders. After the president, the vice president barely talks to foreign leaders. It's like an ornament. It's the Secretary of State in terms of foreign relations. That's as high as it gets. After him is probably Biden. Blinken is nowhere low. That's why ATIKU is freaking out that Blinken is engaging. And honestly speaking, they have no choice but to engage with Bola Tinubu, because like now it's all this stagecraft of saying election is this, election is that. That is over. Now we're talking of geopolitics. Nigeria is a strategic partner to them. You don't want Nigeria running into the hands of China and Russia, which if I was Tinubu, I'll willingly do. If they're still going on with this, the normal American hypocrisy, they'll be demanding election in certain countries, but they will turn their blind eye to despotic countries like Saudi Arabia, and they'll be begging the likes of Saudi Arabia. So no, this is a big deal. America is serious to have Blinken talking to Tinubu. We're not talking about American ambassador or something talking to Tinubu. We're talking about the Secretary of State. So that was the like of Hillary Clinton in Obama's government. That was the like of what's the name of that ex-mobile CEO under Trump. It's a big deal. That's essentially Biden talking to Tinubu. So America, I think they sucked it up. They're now dealing.
Kulata, why do you think that they've left it till the 11th hour to give what is essentially this endorsement? Why do you think it took so long for somebody as high up as like you said, virtually the president?
I suspect a few things. ATIKU has powerful lobbyists in the US. So I believe there may have been some lobbying action to prevent the US from coming out frontally to support Tinubu. And I think, there's only a limit to what you can respond to a lobbyist, especially when you see, who knows what we are not seeing. As Tinubu started meeting with China and meeting with Russia and meeting with all sorts of countries, Turkey and all that stuff, we don't know. Maybe America is seeing that. Maybe America is seeing a space. They don't want to mess with the power vacuum. If Nigeria runs to the hands of China and we ignore America, which we can, it's bad news for America. All the $500 million they plan on investing in building an embassy, that means Nigeria is a strategic destination, is a strategic partner for them for whatever reason, I don't know. But I think there may be lobbyists, because it's telling in ATIKU's reaction, because it was very disappointed. And for you to be disappointed or showing disappointment that way, it means you must have paid some lobbyists to help you do a job to delegitimize Tinubu's government. And maybe when he saw that, okay, his luck is out and that is no longer working, then he complained. That's ATIKU's reaction. So I suspect some lobbying action on ATIKU's part, because I definitely know ATIKU has lobbyists in DC.
All right, brilliant. And to the goings on at the tribunal, the APAPA thing, not just the APAPA thing. First, the little commotion, then somebody trying to represent the party, APAPA turning up, insisting that he has the court verdict, and then the court kicking all of them out onto the street, and then the subsequent kerfuffle, all of that, Kulata.
I did not really follow that story, but I just kind of saw headlines like they dragged or someone seized the hat of the man or something like that, and the man cursed them out. Because I was listening to Nigeria Watch today, it was very hilarious, and all of them were cursing out the man. So of course, obedience being obedience, unruly, will not well behaved. It's not surprising. That's what we expect of them. And at this point in time, the nuisance value of OB is going way too high. Is becoming like, I mean, the whole OB charade is, I think we're getting fed up of it. If it doesn't start reining in its people, they may get they will get what they deserve. It will get what it deserves. So as far as the courts are concerned, APAPA, is that his name? APAPA deserves to go to court. But I also think it's a little bit funny that though APAPA is Labour Party, his actions kind of seems duplicitous. Like he's not showing like he's in full support of OB and is sending mixed signals. So I will not blame people that don't trust him if I was a Labour Party supporter. But at the same time, he has all the rights. So if I were to suspect, I will suspect maybe APC is using this APAPA guy. I will suspect that because his actions kind of like is telling. But it doesn't mean you should beat the man up, and it doesn't mean you should harass him. You play politics with him and try and grab power from him. Right now, he controls it. But in all honesty, I cannot tell you that man has not been bought. He's acting like he's been bought. But don't harass him. Just play the politics, but don't harass the man.
All right, brilliant. And there's absolutely, it's almost a certainty that he has been bought. Let me take you to this space. Where was I going to take you to? Okay, let me take you to this space. I confronted APC asking why they did not choose Osinbajo. This is Peter Obi. Yeah.
You look what he now. What's his business? What's his business? What's APC?
Hello, woman.
Yeah.
Hello, woman.
Yeah.
Before you move to this, I want to ask Kolata a question.
We're hearing ourselves back.
Okay.
Mute the YouTube, yeah.
Kulata. Okay. Well, sorry, I want you to actually explain why you think APAPA has been bought.
His actions, his actions.
Like what are those actions?
He's antagonizing the space, like saying
how.
So what did he say about that Tinubu would be sworn in and all those? You don't have to be frontal about those kind of things publicly.
Let
me land. You can't be saying things like that publicly, and we can't deny he's been antagonistic towards the OB thing, or at best he's been lukewarm, because you don't see him as supporting the presidential candidate Gong Ho. He's always like sending like negative signals about the whole OB thing. I don't see him fully committed to see if by any chance in hell to see if this guy can restore his phantom mandate, even though the mandate doesn't exist. So his body language tells me he's bought, and I'm not going to be convinced that he's otherwise. I think it's
okay. What I want to say is this: the Obi himself, how is he related? Has he related very well with APAPA?
It doesn't matter how Obi has
No, it
related with
matters.
APAPA.
It matters because if he's not giving him recognition, Obi was also saying that he doesn't recognize him, he doesn't know him, he has never met him. Then he should now embrace him and be cutting him and be saying.
But is your party candidate? So all that squabbles should not be public.
But I
they
don't
can have
think
the squabbles in private.
That should not be. We cannot justify this our assertion because let me tell you what the guy is trying to say. You heard what Prince Adebayo said when he came on our platform yesterday.
I was late. I did not hear it. I was late.
He said something that those guys were planning to destabilize the country. What he mentioned about Nigeria. No, wait. Let me finish. So if APAPA is now saying that Tinubu will be inaugurated, it doesn't mean that he's not supporting the bill. Whatever anybody is doing now is unlawful by preventing that inauguration. You already have a case in court. He's not saying that he should withdraw the case from the court. Has he said anything like that he will withdraw the case from the court?
Can you tell me a public statement?
Hold on, Kulata. I think Kulata may be right in the direction of his travel. Let me play you just a very short clip.
For him or any other one calling for interim administration, we are calling on the General Police to arrest all of them because nobody is above the law. You cannot plunge Nigeria to war and you say you want to rule that country. We, Labour Party, we are saying capital no to such evil call by Peter Obi that Tinubu should not be sworn in. I don't know, the reason for him, but as far as I am concerned, we came third in that election behind the PDP. But today in the election petition tribunal, we are not challenging PDP that came second. And that means we are saying that the vote allocated to PDP is correct in the eyes of the law. But the PDP that Obi is defending is now challenging the validity of the election that brought Asiwaju BOLA Tinubu into power, as a president-elect. PDP is saying, I score the lawful majority vote. Labour Party is saying, no, the vote you have, we are not even challenging because it's in accordance with what we believe in. So that was why he excluded deliberately with ABURE, excluded the People Democratic Party. After their shenanigans with them, he was now challenging the result of APC. So how on earth will he not cover his eyes in shame for excluding PDP? Why must you not challenge the second person? You are challenging the first. So what is he trying to do? He's trying to play a run-up between PDP and APC. As far as we are concerned, Obi is not doing anything in that election petition. He's only trying to, play on people's intelligence. But most of what I met in this politics, we are wiser. So for him to call we have said, anyone henceforth calling for establishment of interim administration, treating fire and peace in Nigeria, threatening the peace of Nigeria, conducting themselves, in a manner that is likely to contribute to peace, they should be arrested. They are not members of the Labour Party. These are the people I call obedient. So if Obi fall into that category, if ABURE, the Sovereign National Chairman, falls into that category, that remains their name. But as we are concerned, every obedient, which I believe Obi must have learned a lesson, he must never be seen calling for an interim administration. Supposing he's the one that won, how will he feel if Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and ATIKU are calling for interim administration? If they say no, follow the due process. He must just not be appropriating and reprobating. He is in the tribunal with Labour Party. Fine. Let us pursue our case. Once we believe there is only a legislative tribunal that can give for justice, we have tabled some far before them.
You see? Does that guy sound like? Yeah. Does he sound like a supporter of Peter Obi for Labour Party president? Let's not kid ourselves. It sounds like me. No. It sounds like me when I'm criticizing Labour Party. Let's be honest now. It just comes across like the way I will talk.
So
this.
you should what you say that you should just follow the same narrative that we are accusing Obi with, that okay, we should not follow the rule of law.
It shouldn't even
He
be
said it.
accusatory of his
He
party
said
man
it. No, he
in
said
public.
it. He said it. He said it that they are not, that they should follow the rule process by going to court, and they will follow their case.
Hold on, Simba. You heard it now. We all heard it. He said Peter Obi did not have a case because he wasn't even challenging Atiku Abubakar. He said Peter Obi should be arrested. And that's the spokesperson for Lamidi APAPA, by the way. So essentially, Lamidi APAPA's voice.
He said if Obi was found to be shouting the same thing that the interim government should be imposed, then he should be arrested. Not that he should go.
Will you do that if that was your party man? Is this what you will say in public? Now, I mean, those guys are not for labor. They are cashing out, and I won't blame them. But
that here died.
They're cashing out.
They've cashed out.
All the cash out. Me blame them.
Hijack the party back from them.
Exactly, I agree with you. I agree with you.
It's not that. It's not at the airport.
We just like conspiracy theory. To me, it's just conspiracy theory that you are. I mean, where did you can you substantiate what you are saying? How will you say that?
Didn't you see everything he said? As in, if I'm your party man, these are public statements to the press. This is not something they said in private. Papa, now you know how politicians play. The guy don't chop up.
Obi is the person that did not manage
exactly
this crisis well
within his party.
No,
he had the opportunity.
We want to, what we are trying to do is to exonerate Obi from his problem.
I'm not exonerating Obi, but at the same time, you cannot tell me these guys are not bought. Both of them are not mutually exclusive.
Well, even they are bought, why did you allow them to be bought?
One voice, too many voices.
They are the original party member.
But it doesn't exclude them from getting bought. Whether they're original or they're artificial, they can be bought.
We are talking about
Labour Party is known for being bought.
Their survivor, their political, the survival of their political.
They are dealers.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let me just say this: the tone and texture of we have to now say camp, the Lamidi APAPA camp. Is the tone and texture of it is they certainly do not believe that Obi is going to be the next president. I think we all agree on that, and they are not especially pushing that Obi. Hold on now, they're not pushing that Obi has any mandate. This is not what we're hearing from them. And what we are hearing from them, the tone and texture of it is very much anti-Obi. Now, if they believe that Obi did win that mandate and it was stolen, they have a good chance of forming the government of Nigeria. And when you hear from Lamidi APAPA or his sidekick Arabambi, you don't hear anything to suggest that they believe in anything that is going on. They just want it quickly out of the way so that they can get their party back.
They're essentially saying, get out of the way, let Tinubu come in peace. That's all the message they're sending.
Hey, can you see it this way? Baba?
Okay. Look, in politics, if I am recognized by law as the chairman of the party, and you don't honor my position, you don't obey my authority, I will do everything to show you that I have the authority of the party and you dare not undermine that authority. That is what
is the party. What is the party's position, Ajale Koko?
What is the party's position on what?
What is the party's position on Obi's candidacy at this point? Give up to Tinubu?
At this point, Obi is not showing leadership to resolve.
I asked a different question. You're giving me a different answer. I said, what is the party? Listen to my question again.
Answer the question frontally. Give him the question again.
What is the party's position regarding Obi's candidacy? I don't care whether one is chairman or no chairman.
Hold on.
What is the party's position?
Yes or no question. Answer.
It's not yes or no. I said, what is the party's position?
Let me explain. The court has given the ruling in support of Olabambi as the party chairman. Olabambi has given a directive that they should come to him and let them see what they can do on this matter. And these people doesn't respond.
But that's not the party's position. You did not answer my question.
You don't want him to assert his authority?
No, answer his question now.
Answer my question.
No. Hold on, Ajale Koko. Can you hold on? So Kulata asked you a question. So you have the option of answering it or not. So put the question again, just for clarity.
What is the party's position? Very simple question. What is Labour Party's position regarding Obi's candidacy and current petition right now?
They are in the court. They are fighting.
Are they supportive of him? Yes.
They are supporting it.
Did what Arabambi say show any kind of support of him for his process right now? Yes.
It doesn't indicate.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
But guys, if I may come in, there is a lot of things going on in the party which might even warrant them speaking like that. We don't know Obi's position.
His authority is being undermined.
Secondly, what Kulata is saying is also a possibility.
Hold on, Ajale Koko, let him land. Yeah.
Hold on now.
Carry on, Ajale Koko, I will come after you.
You can't undermine the authority. You can't undermine the authority of the chairman of the party, and you are gallivanting around, say you are.
That is a different.
What I'm saying to this is there is a lot of crisis going on in this party. We don't know what part Obi is playing inside in Toto. We don't know what is going on. That might warrant this guy saying all these things. Secondly, it might be what Kulata is saying. It might be they tip them and say, oh, you see, they are trying to take your party from you. We will sort you out when we get into government. Take this, try and dabaru everything in the court and let everything just be upside down in the party itself. That is another possibility. Another possibility is they are just trying to take their party back and they just want to chase Obi because it's like Obi too is trying to take the party away from them. So it can go the three ways. But when
hold on, all those three ways, they are not mutually exclusive. It could be all of that. So yes, they want to get hold of that party. Clearly, you have to be politically naive not to realize that some APC person has gotten into even the hair dye that Arabambi is very expensive. So it's a man with expensive, so you have to be some kind of politically naive not to realize that they've been got at.
Honestly,
yeah.
Honestly, what I think is going on is not really. I don't think they are buying people. This is what I think is going on. The party prior to this election, prior to this obedience movement, was not a party of ethnic group or anything like that. It was just a group of people that belong to the party. So this obedience movement, it became a Southeastern affair. I think they were trying to turn that party to some kind of Southeastern party. And the people that were there already are like, hold on, what's going on here? Like, hold on, where do you guys come from? Just because Obi ran for election under this party, meaning that people are starting rushing now, trying to turn it to a Southeastern and some element of South party where it became anti-Yoruba party. So members that have been there for 20 years and things like that happen to be Yoruba people are like, hold on, this is not about to happen. I think that's what's going on, to be honest.
But that stuff that you talked about does not mean they should come and frontally say, Tinubu has been nominated. This is this. Every party has disagreement. Let me finish my statement.
I think they must have been.
Let me finish my statement.
One voice.
Every party has disagreements. There's no single political party that doesn't have disagreements.
Yeah.
But when the disagreement is now in speaking to the press, and the speeches, the statement coming from your mouth undermines your candidates, your presidential candidates' efforts in court, there's something else there. This is public to the press.
They must have been wait before it came to the public. Wait, let me say this.
Everybody hold, please. We can only have one voice at a time, gentlemen. So whoever wants to go first, go first.
Let me say this real quick.
Sorry, Mike. I just want to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
GOG.
Yeah. Yeah. So we can't frontally come out and say, oh, because this situation of their party is different. Obi came in April 2. Other crisis in other party, we know PDP had crisis. We see how it went. It was just gradually deteriorating, and it went like that. But this obedient one, I think the Labour Party members, original Labour Party members, are now getting angry with the way Obi are doing things, because he's doing everything he's doing in the name of that party, and they are thinking, this guy will fuck up this party, and this party, he will go. He won't win this tribunal anyway. So why don't we even take our party back and show the incoming government we are not in support of this guy, because this guy is messing us up already, even before.
But do you have to publicly undermine him?
Hold on. I think before this whole thing, I think, to be honest, before this fight became public, they must have had fights in the private, in the room already. They must have had a bunch of fights. And trust me, we all know how Southeasterners are. When they are fighting you, they turn it to an ethnic fight.
This is not a tribal thing.
No, it must have been like that in the back room, because we saw it. Okay, first of all, this election.
Mike, hold on, let Mike land. Mike, carry on.
You have to already understand. Before Labour Party crisis began, it was already crisis of the public between Igbo Yoruba in Lagos governorship election, the Tinubu Igbo. It was already that. So that might have already started within the Yoruba. It might have pushed run. I mean, what's the word? Being transferred within the party too. Like, okay. These Yorubas, that kind of conversation, and then the Yoruba members in the party were like, "Okay, guys, don't make this about Yoruba, Igbo, and things like that." Trying to say that let's not tribalize this thing, but it's already played like that in the public in the whole election thing. So the fight might have started among them in the room before it came out to the public looking like that. That's what I think it is. So it's not that this guy just came out and started publicly undermining their candidate. They already saw it like, okay, this guy are trying to turn this party to ethnic party.
Okay,
and it's not what it was before.
That sounds far-fetched, Mike.
Can we agree that they are undermining their candidate? Let's just agree on that one.
Yeah, we agree, but it's not because of what they were bought. It has to be.
Okay, now we all agree. Okay, we're one step. We made progress. We agree that they are undermining their candidate.
Kulata, let me make this statement. Look, the genesis of this problem started in Ogun State with Okupe and Arabambi. All these Okupe and all of them, including Obi and the Obedient, all of them came from PDP. They rushed into the party. They
subdued the member there.
A strategic position, and they started running the presidential campaign with the Obedient and all of them that are the clique, undermining and segregating the Arabambi and all of them that are there, that have been there, been spending their money to develop their party. And Arabambi and them saw the way they were sharing money for the campaign. Okupe was sharing money, he was getting money, and he's from Ogun State. They expected him to share some money with them for some activity as well. He didn't do it. And they saw everything, all the fraudulent court affidavit and everything that they perfected to legitimize the nomination of Obi and others as the flag bearer of the party. So all these things, they try to engage with them. You can't be doing this. You cannot do this. They didn't want to listen. And then those guys use the constitution of the party, some provision of the constitution of the party, to fire Okupe. What did the headquarters of the party did with Akume, or what do you call his name? They responded by firing, what do you call Arabambi? They asserted their authority that, Okupe is not fired. Oh, he's still in place. He's still part of us. If not for the court case, the EFCC case that embarrassed Okupe, Okupe will have still been in that position that he occupied back then. He will still be there till today. So that problem did not go away. Instead of Obi to show leadership by managing these people, by resolving this problem with them, he took side, and this problem continued to degenerate to where they are today, to such an extent that they have to go to court to settle it. And Yoruba says that if just about to go to court, so what do you expect this guy to do? Obi and his camp are trying to destroy their political career. So what are they doing in response? They want to destroy Obi's political career too. It is normal in politics. That is the way it works.
And get paid while doing it.
Who told you that they get paid?
And get because they are not mutually exclusive.
They've been paid.
They've been paid.
You guys never practice politics.
To me, it's just a lazy way of just making a conclusion. Saying something
all right. Hold on. Let's hear from Hassan.
You know the way it works when it comes to, position for power within the party. Politicians will go to all ends to destroy each other. It doesn't mean that they get prey from somewhere else. The Obi is trying to destroy their own political career, and then they will destroy Obi political career. They have nothing to lose.
But you gain more. Okay, continue.
Hold on, Ajale Koko, please hold on. Let's hear from Hassan. Hassan, so we're discussing the incident at court today, the treatment of Arabambi, not Arabambi, APAPA. So how first the court refused to recognize him, and then how he was subsequently beaten up by the usual suspects outside of the court, and just the sort of politics that APAPA and Arabambi are playing is almost anti-party in terms of the fight of their candidates. So what we're speculating is, have they been bought or not, APAPA and Arabambi Labour Party? Hassan.
Good evening, everyone. How are we all doing?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. You see, the other day, immediately this news came out of a split within the party, and when the court actually gave APAPA the control of the party, immediately I saw the hands of the APC in that. Look, everything is fair in war and love. Like, if your enemy, is making mistakes, you can amplify it. If he has an ember, you can make it a blaze. If he has a blaze, you can make it an inferno. It's because it serves your purpose. This is normal. This is politics. You walk that way, but you do it in secret. So, as far as us not getting the evidence, or that we have to present, somebody has to present evidence to infer something like that. That evidence will never be seen by anybody. So, but then that thinking that is not possible. No, that would be political naivety. Now it's just it's naive believe, even if it did not happen exactly the way it happens, knowing Nigerian politicians, that the likelihood of that happening is higher than just an internal crisis that engulf the party, and that will mean that this kind of frontal attack will be happening. No. I don't think if it was just an internal thing that they would risk it this bad outside, especially because this does not also look well for the Labour Party. There will be repercussions for this if somebody is not being used, if there is no outside hand there. If the APAPA faction is saying they want to protect the party, then they are not, putting trust in the person that is coming next, because that person will always be on the lookout on his rear, because you don't want a party that backstabs, its candidates. But then if somebody has been, the Nigerian way of doing things have been, settled, so this is to be expected. I know I will never present the evidence where that money is being handed to them in Ghana Moscows or in dollars, or that evidence cannot be brought to fore by anyone. But as Nigerians, we all know what is happening behind closed doors. And for anybody that wants to be a politician, if you go at it thinking in technicalities or the morals of Nigerians, you're not going to go far. I'm not saying if you go at it where just being naive to what is going on ground. I don't know, maybe if Nigeria changes in the future without, you putting money into some things to make those things happen, and it's not going to happen for you. You just be looking at your numbers, and you may end up like all those parties that have like Sori and all those parties that don't give money. It will not happen for you, unfortunately. That's just what I see, and I'm not castigating APC for it. I think brilliant move. Sometimes, you don't know what it's like until you find yourself in the theater, and then you are on a stage, and then you have to perform, and there are eyes gazing on you. That is when you understand the pressure. But looking at it from outside, or taking a very good seat in the theater, you don't understand. Or sometimes I think the people on this platform too, they understand where we are coming from. Me, Kulata, and one man. It's just that people, are emotionally invested in a narrative, and it's difficult sometimes to, come out of it.
Hassan, do you think it could just be a simple case of, because when you look at the Labour Party, it is really a party that is structured exactly like a political, it's a special interest, very niche sort of a political party, and they do things in a certain way. They don't do it necessarily to win or not or lose an election, but to project an ideological thrust. So do you think it could well just be a simple case of these people are fed up with all of this noise around their party? They just want to get this bit of the noise out of the way and get their party back?
There's this saying in Hausa that when there's a Mongoro...
No, hold on. You have to say it in Hausa first. Then you translate. Say it in Hausa first. Yes.
Okay. Duk wanda ya sayi albasa ya san za a yi ruwa. What it translates into is essentially that anybody who buys an umbrella, is expecting rain will come. What that means essentially is that if, for example, you are in this humid environment, and you are in the middle, of a rainforest, this humid rainforest, you expect insects. If you take something that is very sweet, the ants will come after you. If you go to a place that is, dirty, you will find fleas and flies all over there. If you take honey and you are just, you splatter it all over your body, expect that the ants will come. Those bees will follow you. If you spray perfume, they will follow you. So anybody that puts his hand, with these people that are supporting, this obedient movement, you expect that this kind of thing will happen. I don't think they are naive in Labour Party not to expect that these things will happen. I only think that and I don't think they are ideologically driven anyway, because if they were, I don't see how Obi would be given that platform in the real sense. However, you see, it is expected. It is expected, really. I really see the hands of the ruling party in all this that is happening. These things have been consistently happening in Nigeria for long.
All right, brilliant, Hassan. Brilliant, Hassan. So back to you, Kolata. Round of that space. I'm with you. I cannot say beyond these people. You see them buying new houses and taking new wives.
A Nigerian politician acting on principle, like I mean, not today. No, the opportunity is clear. The Labour Party is not as organized as Peter Obi rushed in. There are many loopholes that can be milked, and APC being APC, they'll weaken them, and they have people with gripe, that with things to prove, with like that they really maybe Obi cheated them, and of course, if they want to get their payback, they can get their payback from Obi and get cash while doing it.
If you think Obi cheated them and all that, with all that is happening, can't bitterness and being like the predominant of that party, can't it make them to go in this route?
Bitterness and cash. And
I'm thinking if we start this way, even the ruling party will come and approach us.
Honestly, I think these guys are APC. They're APC moles. That's what I think. And I'm sure people will hate me for this, but it's how I feel. It's just my gut feeling.
It's a possibility, 100%. Even in Niger.
In Niger now, like they have every reason to make the money that they can make now, and they'll be stupid not to make it, especially since they've been cheated, and they have the opportunity to get back to be and make money while doing it. Because if I was cheated and I still believe in my party candidate, I can say, okay, at least I'll get settled when he gets in, so I'll help him fight. So, but the way, it's just the public way they're doing it, and the way, the derisory way they're doing it. Look at Arabambi talking. Look at the way he's talking.
Your party candidate is not giving you recognition.
That doesn't matter now, not today. That really doesn't matter.
All right, let me take you to one last spot, Kolata.
One second.
Kolata, okay.
I think I hope you can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Okay. I think the submission of John Lekoko can be also considered. I'm not saying that is the fact, but it can also be considered. I was just watching a video on YouTube just now. Akpabio visited Labour Party Secretariat, and guess who received them? ABURE. They gave him that recognition. I was just wondering, isn't this APAPA that was one that was imposed by the court, or was being recognized by the court? And here is ABURE still entertaining and receiving visitors in the capacity as a chairman. So I found out a little bit, but it's, that it could be that the APAPA are trying to insert themselves and trying to exercise that power that the court gave them, so that they will be able to regain the control of the party. But
Dewale, here's my point. You can have this control fight for all you want, but the control fight doesn't have to be antagonistic publicly. I'm not saying privately, publicly to the press about your candidate's chances and your candidates doing this, doing that, doing this. What it makes Sarah Koja Mosalachi now? I don't know if someone can explain that in English. It's past.
Look at this guy.
So you are saying even though the candidate is taking side, is already taking side. So now they want to kick him out of the party and are telling him not to go against the candidates. What are you talking about? It's very obvious within the party already divided and the candidate already picked a side. So what's
See, the party can be divided, but publicly you can still take the stance of support for your presidential candidate, because
the
if you
presidential
believe
candidate
in the,
already took a side, so it's obvious.
it does not
It
matter
does matter because
publicly.
first of all, if the other
You
side win,
cannot be going against your presidential, undermining your own presidential candidate in public, even if he
but
undermined you and
they
not
already want to kick the man
respect
out of the
But
ABURE.
party.
Kulata, that guy was adopted, man. He was not their
Is that,
member
of
among
course, now Obi brought his crew. Obi brought his crew. We all know that. And these guys got cheated. And there were some allegations about forgery or something. We get that. That is all Niger politics. But at the same time, us being Nigerians, we know that for you to be principled, and going publicly to undermine your party, you must be motivated by
Kulata,
something.
what if they already want to kick the man out of the party? So what's the point? And he's fighting for his. I mean, they already want to kick him out now. So what is there?
Nigerian politicians have no scruples. Zero scruples. There's something for you to be motivated to do all this stuff. There has to be some greasing somewhere. Some engine part is getting greased.
Yes, want to go? No question. Kulata, let me take you to this space. I think we dipped a toe in this space yesterday, but we didn't really fully expand on it. So Kwankwaso and Tinubu in a 4-hour meeting in Paris yesterday, with Kwankwaso trying to negotiate positions within the incoming administration. Tinubu speaking the language of government of national unity, but really, I was a bit confused, but then when you look at the numbers, it might well favor that they get Kwankwaso on board. But what does this mean? So Kwankwaso joining the APC, what is his entry point? And then this language of government of national unity, if they're going to have a national unity government at all, then all the senior spaces should be offered positions, PDP, Labour Party.
I actually told Ovie 2 weeks ago, I predicted this exact thing, that Kwankwaso and APC are working together. He was laughing. I said they're working together. But now that it's public, Kwankwaso, they're working together. So this is the thing is, government of national unity doesn't really have to involve PDP or Labour Party. It may involve NMPP, it may involve SDP. It's still government of national unity because you brought people from outside. So if tomorrow we hear Adewale is advisor or one thing or the other, it's still part of government of national unity. It's not breaking the laws of government of national unity. So Kwankwaso has a lot to give Tinubu.
Hold on. You cannot talk about government of national unity when the two major parties are not part of it. You know how many
Is that rational mind's law? Is that rational mind's law of government of national unity? Did you create that law?
It doesn't make
Is
sense.
this the constitution? Is this the constitution?
Hold on now, let me address you. Please. When you say government of national unity, when a major party that had over 13 million votes, not even 14 million votes.
But is it codified? Because all you are saying is just talking. Is it codified anywhere?
These are just small parties. SDP.
It does not matter because it's not codified.
It does matter.
It doesn't. Maybe it matters to you, but it doesn't matter to APC.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think is meant when Tinubu is talking about government of national unity?
It means it will cross party lines. It doesn't mean he has to go and pick PDP and Labour Party.
It means that's what it means.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Had over 14 million votes.
It doesn't matter. That's your own take on it.
No, your own take it doesn't make sense saying that those small.
It's fine. My take may not make sense, but I'm saying a government of national unity simply means you cross party lines. I don't have to be prescriptive. You don't have to be prescriptive about the party line that gets crossed.
How many House of Rep members do they have? These people you're talking about.
Kwankwaso has a few.
Oh, he has a few.
19. He has 19.
He has 19.
You're excluding the two major parties that have.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Rational mind. It is at the discretion. If the government wants to form national unity, it is at the discretion of that government who they form it with. And hold on, and whoever they feel they have the best political synergy with is who they will form it with. It's not by numbers of votes that.
It's not by numbers or rational mind is lamenting.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Doesn't with the parliamentary system, you can consider, if you want to say government of national unity, look at a parliamentary system is a good example of what we're talking about.
Are we practicing parliamentary system?
Can you allow me to talk, please, Joe? All right, let me so parliamentary system is a good example because you have to make shift positions with major parties to form a government. You don't form a government with just smaller parties and exclude those major parties, and you say you're forming the government of national unity. So my point is this: it's at this, yes, woman, I agree with you. It's at the discretion of Tinubu to do that for himself. It's at discretion. But I'm saying, properly, if you want to form a government of national unity, he needs to bring on board these two major parties that had over 14 million votes at the election. That's what I'm saying. Because they have more in the House of Rep. Okay, why are they asking them to support their member? What's his name? APAPA. Why are they asking him? If they don't really need them. Why are they asking them to vote for APAPA? So, dude, let's not talk about national government and national unity. You're talking about smaller parties. I have no contribution.
You're mixing stuff up, rational mind. Voting for APAPA.
You are making it up. You are making it up.
You will let me land, Abi, or you're going to filibuster me.
Sorry.
Voting for Akpabio's office is a what's it called, Senate-wide election. So Akpabio can go and lobby with Lizard if Lizard was voted into the Senate. That doesn't concern Tinubu. As far as BOLA Tinubu is concerned, we're not practicing the parliamentary parliamentary style of government. He will decide the people that he naturally aligns with, maybe ideologically, maybe personally, whatever criteria is up to him. We're practicing a winner takes all system, and he's the winner. He's taking all. He's made his choice. So far as we know, Kwankwaso is one of his choices for national unity. For all we know, it may be APM or APP, whatever that he picks next, but that will still qualify as a government of national unity. So you can beef and say the numbers here, the numbers there. It simply doesn't matter. It's winner takes all. Tinubu has the discretion and the prerogative to do whatever he wants.
In that type of unity, when you exclude a member of the family, you have to put all the members of the family. Nigeria is
nope.
And every party out of the family.
Nope.
Yeah, it is. That's what it's. What do you say about unity? What is a unity? What is about the word?
It's just all that one is just is phrase.
Yeah,
it's just a phrase.
Right. Because he wants to do with
because he doesn't have to pick anybody. That's the alternative.
The only thing I agree is this. I agree one thing. It is at Tinubu's discretion. So he will decide what he wants to do going forward. Because you know that whatever blunder he makes going forward, it's going to backfire on him. So
that's fine.
The best step for him is let him take it through very well. If he wants to bring on board people from what's it called? That is, if the court pronounce him to be the validly elected, yeah, it's up to him to decide if he wants to bring other parties on board. Like, cannot do without those two major parties.
Rational mind. I'm glad Tinubu will never listen to you. So I'm glad.
Listen, I beg him to listen.
And I'm glad he's doing this outreach to Kwankwaso to work with someone he has the ability of working with. And Kwankwaso brings a lot of value, especially in developing the North, educating the kids in the North. So I don't know. If I were Kwankwaso, I would not personally take a ministerial position because I think it's too big for that. I will want to nominate one of my proteges to take on the ministerial position, maybe someone that helped me when I was in cabinet, when I was a governor or something, that really helped drive that as policy, and then see how they can propagate that and let the states, the states across the country adopt his winning education policy. But please, if Tinubu can't work with Labour Party or whatever, they did not help him win. Well, Peter Obi helped him win, really. So Peter Obi maybe deserves front seats for inauguration. But anything outside of that, no. he can decide to steal part of his Labour Party parliament, House of Rep people to be in their caucus so they can be voting along with APC. If I were him, I would do that. But I don't have to pick a Labour Party person into my cabinet. And in fact, I will never do that. But I will use the House of Rep and the Senate members to vote my will. I will lobby them for that. But outside of that, no. I will only work with people.
You will use them.
I will use them. Yes, I will use them. I will use them to vote in my policies.
I beg you, I hear you.
I will use them. I can entice a few of the parliament members with some few
when they stay in your position,
seats in some committees.
They don't want him to succeed, right?
Who is saying that? Have I ever lamented? Have you seen me lament before? I don't do that now.
You're lamenting now.
I'm not lamenting. I'm telling you what I would do if it was me. I'm not lamenting.
That's what I'm saying. And when you do that and they don't work with you, you have excuse to say, okay, yeah, they were in the opposition. They processed me like.
Yeah, because you offer them a helping. You offer them handshake, and if they refuse it, then you go after them. You go after them. That's how politics is played now. Do you think it's 10-10 game? It's not. It's not. It's not patake. It's not patake or 10-10.
Let's hear the point he wants to make, because I don't get what he's saying. Sir.
Okay, I think because his mic is not loud. Let me keep quiet.
You mean me?
Yeah, make your point.
No, my point is that when you say government of national unity, you have to bring on board every political party, especially the major ones. And I give an example of a parliamentary system. That's how you form a government. I understand Nigeria is not a parliament, we don't run a parliamentary system, but in this case, if you're saying you want a government of don't get me wrong, it's his call to make. He will decide who he wants to work with. He doesn't say he doesn't want to see anybody from APC or from Labour or whatever. It's on him to make that decision. But I'm saying that in the true sense of it, if you want to say yes, you want to form a government of national unity, you have to bring on board, especially those two major political parties. That's what I'm saying. But of course, I realize he's going to make that call. But for me, yeah, it's not just how many House of Rep or the SDP or even Kwankwaso have. What was even his post? Same person that was calling people that Andrew Liversalt. I mean, who is the Andrew Liversalt now? So you can imagine. So you see, the point is like I said, it's Tinubu's score. Like I said,
but you can't write Kwankwaso off now. He's bringing something to the table.
And also the Labour Party and PDP also.
Labour Party has nothing really to bring to the table. You would rather go for PDP people rather than Labour Party.
He has nothing, but Kwankwaso has. How many rep? How many does he have?
19 or so. 19.
So how many Labour has?
How many?
But he can work with Labour. He can work with Labour without bringing them to his executive branch.
Exactly.
All you need the Labour for is just to use them for votes. That's all you need them for.
Use them for votes, right? And discard them, right? Because they are a piece of crap.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, now. Yes.
Same ones that people are creating.
They're dispensable.
We all be alive to see what become of Tinubu. We all be alive here and we'll see it.
What's wrong with rational mind? That's politics. You use them.
Don't be naive.
What's the big deal?
You can use people and discard them. It's part of the game.
Is there a must? Is there a must that he must use Labour people?
No, if he needs them, that's what I said. If he needs them, he can use them and dump them.
Listen, dude, guys, I've said it. It's on him to make the call, not me. So my only point is just what I'm not talking about is that he would make that call at the end of the day. That's all I have to say. So it's not
all right, thank you. All right, Kulata, round up that space, and then I want to play a clip after that. And then with that clip, I want to bring Dewale and Mike into the conversation. But round up that space.
Yeah, I mean, I've rounded it up. The Peter Obi deserves inauguration front row to sit down in front of Tinubu and witness the inauguration, because without him, Tinubu will not have won. But outside of that, it doesn't need him in anything executive, doesn't need anything Labour. You should use Labour as much as they like to get their votes in the House and the Senate. And whenever they don't need them again, they push them away. So that's it.
All right, brilliant. So that's Kulata. You could hear the sleep in his voice. So a real trooper. So let me play you this clip, and then I'll bring Dewale and Mike into the conversation. We're still at the courthouse, and they spill out from there. So watch this.
Answer that quickly. Well, the first question of
allegation of corruption, bribe taking, Abi. It is not true. And I've told them severally, if you have an evidence to prove, bring your evidence that I have collected money or we have collected money from anybody. That is not, it's absolutely untrue. That's that.
The second one, obviously, Peter will be taking side with ABURE.
Peter will be taking side. You see, I don't want to keep on exposing, but he deserves to be exposed. He deserves to be exposed. Some time ago, in one of the interviews he granted, he said he does not know me at all. I want to tell the whole world, he's a liar. And let me tell you why I say he's a liar. I've been trying to cover him, but he does not deserve it. The reasons are this. One, this is a man done his primary in Asaba. I did the opening prayer. And I was not a young officer. I was the deputy national chairman of the party then. So not a junior officer. This party, I've been 21 years in this party. When this party was formed, I started with the party, and I've held a lot of positions in the party to the level I have today. So that is not true at all, at all, at all. I've never taken cover from anybody, and anybody who is courageous enough to say this is evidence against you, I'll be happy to see such a person. It is not true at all. What's in there? My cap is here. You can see it. It's not burned. And the boy who removed my cap, he will suffer it in his life. I saw him. No, listen. I saw him. He's a young chap. He will never grow old, by God's grace. He deserves it. You know why he deserves it? You know why? Listen. I didn't use cutlass on him. Did he not deserve it? He deserves to be cursed.
To answer more light on this question of allegation of 500, I think the people, you see, we're in this party, we know what happened. But we've been holding our peace, we don't want to talk. The people who are alleging that this faction is from APC, who make sure they cut through the chances of it on the 2023 election, they are surrounding him. We know them. But time will come that we'll start calling their name with facts and evidences. Facts and evidences. Not they are the ones just because they are very good in media, but time will come that we will start speaking because we deliver Obi without 1 naira.
Okay, listen. There's one thing I have not explained. When I was referring to how when he denied me, after doing the opening prayer at Asaba, his first campaign started in Benin. I was in Benin with him. And we used his aircraft from Benin back to Abuja, charter plane. Not only that, when he came to Ekiti, Febabara University, I led the team that hosted him in that campus. We were there for over 2 hours. I led the team to the palace of Eweadu Ekiti, and he doesn't know me. He's a liar. From there again, we moved from there to Ondo State. I was there. I led the team. The same thing to Osogbo. I was there. I led the team. I've been saying that he's being forgetful, but this time around, he's a liar.
Oh, sorry, sir. Can you tell us precisely your position during the campaign? You know, are you the general, or maybe are you part of the campaign team? And what was your position?
Well, by hierarchy, I'm an automatic member of the campaign team. But my position in the party that time, I was the deputy national chairman of the party. Number 2, deputy national chairman of the party. And there was a time, when you are going to that question, there was a time when they alleged that the campaign that took place in Ibadan, that's my base, that I was not there. Had to be, it was the cause. I was with him in Abuja. We were to leave Abuja with his aircraft, but the airport gave us small aircraft. And if it's somebody that has value for positions and age, even if there are going to be 4, I should be one of them. I was excluded, and I was asked to join another aircraft. I joined aircraft to Akure. Before I arrived at Akure, before I get vehicle to Ibadan, it was already in the dark.
So if he also refer to that, ask him again whether I was not with him in Abuja during the Ibadan rally.
Sounds like a man that has beef with Obi, that was abandoned, that did not feel recognized, that they carried a lot of deals over him. But at the same time, it doesn't bar him from taking money from APC and doing what he has to do. If you have beef and you're further encouraged monetarily, you will carry all this thing out. And that's still my stand. This video doesn't shed any new light to me. It further reinforces my belief that it's straight.
I've said, I think it came from a place of bitterness. I think it's easy to even take a bribe, and you are bitter already. It's easy for you to accept the bribe and do whatever because you don't even care anymore.
Exactly.
All of us, I think what I can summarize, all of us are just demonstrating the Nigerianness in us. We all believe, and that's the problem, that everything has to come with money. If a man can be so bitter like this, and the only thing we can conclude is that it's money that can make him to behave like this, I think I don't agree with it.
No, we didn't say the money making behave.
No, that's just it.
Bring your voice down. But I wanted to bring Micah and Adewale into the conversation. But the one thing first, there's something that's always rankled me. It is the Nigerian attempt to try and reinvent the English language. It's not our language, so let's just leave it alone. There is no such word as evidences, and you hear it from Nigerians all the time. The evidences, there's no such word as evidences. It's evidence. Evidences. I mean, for goodness sake, man. The evidences. What is the evidence? That's no meaning.
You see, what do you call them? This dictionary, Oxford Dictionary, from time to time do adopt languages, all right, into the dictionary and makes it English permanently. So one of them is when Nigeria says, what do you call this word? Fanimoros, only to find out that word has become English language now. So evidences is now the
Hey, you don't mean it, Adewale?
Yes, it is.
Fanimoros, is that
and if you are looking for the etymology of that word, originated from Nigeria. So if you want to
it's a Yoruba language.
Yeah,
I know what Fanimoros.
Yes.
Woman, didn't you notice how he was asking people to bring evidence and he was saying it with glee?
He was saying it
with glee. He knew that that is something that will not come out easily, you know. Nigerian politicians are very, very smart. They do their background checks before they even put themselves in situations where evidence can be gotten against them. But knowing what it's like, you know, it's not out of the question now.
Yes, I'm glad they put it to him anyway, so at least we can document that he tried to deny it. But what we're just saying is the destruction of the Peter Obi. The whole thing has just turned into a bit of a farce. But let's bring Mike into the conversation and Dewale as well. So Mike, you pick it up from that. Video clip and then speak to the space. What you've seen the politics of as of today. But before you come in, Mike, let me just do a bit of a little bit of something. So let me acknowledge the super chats from Ayo, from Alexander, and Alexander again, but the two Alexanders in this instance, and then Prince Daddy, of course, who does that regularly as well, and to document then Ayo with the coffee as well. So let me do that, and as I do that, then let me ease myself off to hand the reins over to DOG as as Mike takes over to talk us through the politics of today. So thank you, everyone. GOG, over.
Anyway.
So Mike, kick off.
You see, I can't believe most of you guys here cannot really easily just picture how the whole thing came about, and just putting yourself in that position. Every one of us, they have been in the same room with obedience. Well, maybe not actual room, maybe at least a room like this, internet room. And you know how shaky it can be. Now, it's very obvious, especially during that time where the whole thing was so heating up, like when the Lagos election, the obedience and the anger. There was a time where, especially during that Lagos situation, you couldn't be in a room with obedience, talk less of being a minority in the room, being like the only Yoruba person, especially a Yoruba person in that room. So the way I picture this whole thing is that in that party, during that time, with that man and a few Yorubas that were in that Labour Party in the same room with the rest of obedience, they were feeling some strong heat. I think that's where the drama began. They were feeling like they were being at the anger of what happened during the election, them losing the election. They were taking it out on anyone that was Yoruba. And even when I remember, I've been in place like Nigeria Watch, you couldn't call in during that time just to be a Yoruba person, or even Dr. Damage. Imagine the actual Labour Party room. Imagine all those Yorubas in Labour Party, the way they would have treated them. So we all know that drama began, that that man was being attacked as being a person of the tribe of Ashwaju within the party. I think that's where the problem began. And the man, and who would I blame for this? He has to be Obi. I mean, obviously, in that kind of situation, he should have been the one to control the party, like trying to keep everybody together, to say calm people down, but he didn't do that. Obviously, he was taking sides. It's obvious. Unless the man was lying. The man said, Obi said, he said he didn't know him. Unless the man is lying, but if we have to go by what he said, if what he said is true, that Obi actually said
that was a video. Yeah, he said that was a video where Obi granted an interview and said he doesn't know him.
Okay, so put yourself in that man's position.
Yeah,
okay.
That's why I said bitterness.
Exactly.
It's from a place of bitterness. They've been segregated. Obi is taking side. They are trying to take over the party. And this man has been in the party for 21 years.
Imagine.
Obi was just in the party 8 months or how many months now. So I understand them. But obviously, if you now factor in all those other stuff, you would think, okay, there's a possibility they've tipped these guys as well. Like, what are you people looking? Are you people dance? Yeah, take. Go and fight this guy and dismantle and disrupt everything, which is a possibility. So you can say they are bitter 100%, but you can easily take advantage of a bitter person if you want to go against the person they are bitter about, if you get what I'm saying. Carry on.
Yeah, it's obvious. I mean, I'm not here to deny whether the man maybe money, someone was on, find money or things like. But we all can picture that this is definitely where it's coming from. You couldn't that era during that after that election, the way the many obedient were so bitter, they were just misplacing their anger. You couldn't be non-obedient, especially if you're a Yoruba person. You couldn't even be in the same room and say anything. Like literally, we see people like we rain calls on you, man. I mean, all of us, they have experienced it. You go in a room where they are obedient, they will just say anything that doesn't they feel they suspect you are not in line, and they see a Yoruba person. They will rain a curse on you. Imagine that man being in the same room with a bunch of Labour Party obedience. Imagine the way they would have insulted him over and over, or accused him of, oh, you Yoruba people. So that's where the problem started. And Obi, as the man just said, he said he didn't know him. Why would you say don't know a man that obviously he said he was the assistant, he was a deputy chairman, so you never seen his face before. You don't know him, really. You don't know a member of your party. I mean, come on, that tells me that Obi was taking side. The guy cannot lead. This is the guy that wants to lead Nigeria. You don't know how to manage crisis within your party. You don't even know how to calm your supporters down to the point where a member of your party is willing to even destroy yourself. The guy that wanted to rule Nigeria.
Mike, you know one thing I realized, and I said this several times on the platform, like every time Obi has gone to different states to campaign, I've never seen him bring out like the gubernatorial candidate, the rep, and try to campaign for them. He just does everything for himself and just leave them to it. And me, I've seen selfishness in that guy from there. And obviously you can see the anger and bitterness. And it was the anger and bitterness that even made him curse the guy that took the cap off him. He was really angry. So the part of the bribe and all those things, for me, knowing the country we are and these politicians and trying to just kill that obedient stuff inside the Labour Party, they could easily tap it out from these guys because they are bitter already, you know.
That's what happened. I think that man received a lot of abuse because almost remember that after the election when Obi lost, there was a girl that committed suicide now, one obedience. The bitterness was so strong. Yeah. They said it on it was the Channels TV or one of the, there was many of the bitterness is still going on in their mind. You can't be around, like you can't even call in a show like Naija Watch right now or go anywhere where there's a bunch of obedience. Imagine where the obedient headquarters is and a man that look like that look purely Yoruba man that dress Yoruba, you know, in their midst. There's no way they want to take the anger on him being in the same room with them in that party.
I think that again killed most of their gubernatorial candidate chances as well because they started saying things. Then some Yorubas they were supporting Obi2 started thinking that are these people serious? So you think we are forced to support Obi? So a lot of people you can even see on social media, a lot of people their comments on social media started changing. A lot of people were supporting. Like in Lagos, they started supporting Sanwo-Olu because the tone of the obedient, the tribalistic, the Igbos among them that say, yeah, we own Lagos, we do this, we do this. I think those statements, people started seeing through them and it killed a lot of other people's chances in that Labour Party. And that too would have also transferred into the party. Likes of these guys would have suffered, like you said, would have suffered that hit as well. And we are now at this point where you're at the tribunal. It's more like they have even taken over the party you've been for 21 years from you. Who are these people? They are not even, they just came few months back. Obviously, they are like being tribal about it. So I understand their bitterness, honestly. So that's why I said to Kulata earlier on, like, fine, it's a possibility they've been bribed, but I think they are bitter. I see that bitterness is on another level, you know.
The anger was there.
DOG, can't you see from this angle also that though they are not saying it that you are going to withdraw the petition, but if Obi get to win the petition in court, do you think they have a stake in that party again?
Yeah, but they've seen that Obi won't win. They've seen that Obi won't win any petition. They are not fools. That's why.
I mean, that man is educated and wise enough to know Obi wasn't going to win.
Exactly. So
he's only foolish obedient that believe Obi will win that thing in court. Anyone with sense already know. Even the Sultan of Sokoto already said it. Forget it. Even a lawyer like Adebayo already came here several times. Like, forget it. Obi is not winning that petition.
Like you and I, what are you talking about?
Rational mind.
So rational mind, would I believe you over Adebayo, Prince Adebayo?
And so what? Who is he?
Yeah? Who are you? That's the question. We know you now. You are not even somebody I can even take for.
You know,
I can't take anything from you to the bank, so forget it, man.
I mean, no, knock it off.
The only people that believe will be a winner in the court is people like you, man. People with the IQ, 60 and below IQ.
Rational mind. What is your point? What are you? Because I can't hear you. Your volume is a bit low. What are you trying to say? What are you saying?
Well, maybe when I get a chance, I would increase it. Or you people can go on. I'll just continue.
I hope everybody can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, Mr. Adewale.
I like to always take a middle ground in every situation because, most of what we're discussing is just what we watch, what we hear, not that we're, present when all this happens. But what I can deduce from this is this. I could remember when ATIKU joined AC. Is it ACN then? And also another time when, what is it called? this EFCC guy joined the AC. One of them, Ribado. When
And that's 2011.
Was it? Yeah. When they joined ACN and AC, they joined because the person that built the platform gave it to them, but they did not insert themselves and usurp the authority of that platform. They knew this is just a platform, and they also try to, have how should I say, equal opportunity for everyone, not like more or less imposing themselves on that platform. And when things did not go well the way they wanted, guess what they did? They extract themselves. They left because they knew they wouldn't have. So even if they survived, they still have somebody who built the power at the party. And not just one person, not just one individual, a collective number of people built it. And then if they needed to have a voice, it's probably better for them to leave. Now, what is happening in Labour Party is that an individual or collective group of people insert themselves on this party, and whether money exchange hand is between them and the
and God
and the people that got it, and impose themselves and emerge as the candidate of Labour Party. Now, you see, when you now push the original owners of the platform aside as if they do not matter, this is how it's always ended up. Because, like someone said earlier, or someone argued earlier, that these people are bitter and they want to try as much as possible to insert themselves back into authority because this is their party. Can you imagine someone who has been in a party for 20 years? Now, we all know all these parties are just there for them to catch out in the first place. And we have someone who needed that platform so badly, and he came and did what he had to do and emerged. Now, it is wrong in terms of power play to want to have, should I say, more authority there simply because you have this number of people or, sympathetic to your cause. No, because at the end of the day, look at this man. Akio was never a member of Labour Party. But
he was a PDP man.
Yes, and he went to, what is it, Z party, something like that. He even wanted to contest for senatorial position. And at the end of the day, he came with Obi to Labour Party. It wasn't originally a Labour Party. APAPA said it was a deputy national chairman. That is not a small position in every political party. But you see, now, it seems that the people who are trying to get back to the position of authority are Yorubas. And the people that came over to hijack the platform also felt that, well, these people are Yoruba, so there's possibility that they must have colluded with the opposition, to take power away from them. Now you begin to look at it. Who tend to lose more? Because at the end of the day, if Peter Obi did not win this case in the court, I don't see any future. There was a time we were discussing the future of Obi in the Labour Party and in politics generally. And we're talking about, okay, if Tinubu perform well, he probably will not have a political career anymore. But it seems that time is going to come so soon now, because if he leaves Labour Party, where will he go? I wonder which platform is going to go. So, Yoruba will say, "My ballet, try as much as possible to unite the platform that gives you that opportunity." Money is not everything. I don't know what he gave or what he promised those people that are already in the Labour Party, but I strongly believe that he should have, bring everybody to the round table. Even all these APAPA and co faction, he should have done that. But you see, he doesn't have authority in that power because majority of people that are supposed to have power have already been silenced. Now, so it's possible that the APAPAs and the Arabambis and their faction already, going into deal with the opposition. I mean, I just told one man now, watch the video where ABURE is still functioning as Labour Party chairman. receiving opposition parties in the Labour Party secretariat, Pabio and co. At my head, I'm thinking, this is nothing more like it. This is like a deal too. If opposition is coming to to canvass for votes, for you to talk to your elected senators and all that, that shows that they already see you, that you are valuable to them, and you are cutting deal with them. He entertained them. I mean, he makes speech. And it was shown on the Labour Party YouTube channel. So in my mind, it's like Obi should have been able to work better with the likes of this Arabambi and APAPAs and co, instead of outrightly denying them, because doing so does not make you look good as a politician. There's always going to be rancor in any, even the one that you built organically. But here is a platform where you are just someone who is you borrowing the platform. And remember, most of the politicians that have been borrowing Labour Party hardly go far. They use it, to their advantage.
Excuse me. We all know why Obi went to Labour in the first place. It was in PDP. It was because he realized he couldn't defeat ATIKU, and he quickly switched. It's not because he was all about Labour. He was by himself.
Yeah, but of course. But at the end of it all, it seems that if he's taking side, that doesn't make him a good politician, because you cannot do that where you still have the old guard. I mean, you can't push them out. You can't push these old members out of that party. It's not possible. At the end of the day, if it doesn't work well for you, what is going to be the end of the party? So a party that is not organically growth, or should I say a movement that is not organically grow, but just an accidental, movement, it's always end up in a disarray like this. And it's unfortunate everything is spinning out in the public glare. Everybody can say, I mean, old political parties, old ones, they know how to manage their crisis, even though people know that they're having issues internally, but they're still able to manage look at what is happening in the National Assembly issue stuff. But everybody knows there's a faction, there's disagreement, but they're handling it with grace. They're handling it in such a way that you can't even know which camp one belongs to, right? So Obi, on the other hand, Okudiakato in Yoruba language, and we all see how this thing is going to end, because it seems that a party that you don't have control over, I don't see how you are going to be able to,
It's not looking good at all.
No, it's not. It's
because
not.
I can bet you Obi will not make any statement. The only thing we will do, like he normally does, is to go behind and say he apologize to the man. That's all.
I mean,
he will not come publicly and condemn it. He has never come publicly to condemn anything.
The Labour Party, when they started absorbing all these orphan politicians, in my head I was thinking, you see, not everyone is as good as the likes of the Tinubus and co, who are able to know the strength of all the stakeholders and trying to bring them together and match everything together. But you see, you're having people like the Kwankwaso and co trying to call a shot at a party that he didn't build from the beginning, right? So you can imagine in the public glare you are accusing and you are using derogatory word against someone who has been in the party for a very long time. So in my head, I was like, what is he going to achieve? Trying to ridicule, score, publicity stunt go, and that you think that is enough?
Adewale, this problem, this last the one that happened yesterday was it was Osuntokun that started it. He went to court. He was sitting in court. When the chairman came, he said that he should give him space to sit. He refused.
But they said there is enough space for them to sit. But
I don't think the drama outside has anything to do with sitting.
Yeah, but
it's something already pre-planned. Like, okay, this guy's coming here today. We'll wait for him outside. So I'll be planning now. It's like when now the Kano has a court case when they all gather themselves outside. They are waiting. So that's what it is. They already plan to be outside how these attacking. So it's not because of the seat incidents.
It wasn't just that. When the court called for the party representative, and the, what do they call them? The female leader showed up, and the party chairman stood up, and the court decided not to recognize both of them. To me, Akin Shutokun at that moment should have just, let it slide. But, he didn't do anything. He was more or less like, well, I'm here. So between the part...
he was also taking side. He was taking side with the ABURE group.
Of course. I mean, it's just a DG of a campaign. Which one is even more powerful between the chairman of the party?
That was the question I was asking Ekene, that in what capacity was he sitting in that court?
I mean,
Oshutokun.
If we have to look at the hierarchy of things, the party chairman is the one that will ratify the position of the DG of the campaign, right? So all this thing is just power play.
If you look at the whole thing, even when they started, it was obvious now that even the party apparatus will not carry along the way they choose everything. Obi just came in with his own team, irrespective of what the party apparatus, they don't have any input into what they are doing.
You know what I'm thinking?
Those guys, they just align just because they were overwhelmed, and they just allow everything to go, and that is what is boomeranging now.
Yeah, but that doesn't dismiss the fact that it's possible.
It was obvious they were not carried
money
let me tell you, why can't we also see it from another angle, that from what has transpired now, it's not possible for somebody to be hungry and be displaying this. Why do we normally attach money to everything that happened in that country?
Yeah, but you see, Simba, let's look at it from this dynamic. What do you intend to gain by, appearing and trying to, upstage the other faction now? Something that they will have done during the primary or shortly after the primary, before election, and to do all that. Why are they now doing it now that election is over with and it's, cases in the court? Why
Adewale, the person that's supposed to do it is Obi himself. But Obi is not a good manager of them. He's supposed to have reconciled the two factions together, knowing fully well that if he didn't do that, it will affect his petition. But he failed, and he came publicly. I watched the video. He came publicly and denounced this APAPA man, and he said that he doesn't know the guy. He has never met him. And look at what the guy said. Look at the occasions that he gave. That one tells you that the guy is a liar. How can you say somebody that he called the prayer during your primaries? He cited about 3 or 4 or 5 occasions where they went for campaign together, and Obi can come out and denounce such a person. I don't get it.
I still believe that, what is not grown organically, it will take a while to be able to stand. And APC wasn't grown organically, but they're able to match because they are part of the same, flux, and that's why they're able to match together. And they are still, trying to remove them themselves. Right?
If you look at APC today, Adewale, 70% of APC members, they are formerly PDP and ANPP.
You know what?
Or CPC.
Oh yeah. Kind of, well, you still have some little element of PDP, but not that much. And APGA is completely fizzled out.
The likes of Ganduje, the likes of Rufai, and all those guys, they are PDP.
Oh yeah, that's true. But you know what I'm suspecting is going to happen now? Yeah. In the way things are going, APAPA is going to petition the court to withdraw the case or trying to remove them as the petitioner.
I don't think so. He will not do that.
You think
he will not go to that extent. He will not go to that extent.
The man is bitter. He's
bitter, but he will not do that. He knows the consequences if he does that. He will not go to that extent.
What will be the consequence? Damn all the consequences. I mean, the man they were calling Oli, Babalawo Oli. What do you think is going to happen? This man is,
You can see him, he was cursing, how the guy was cursing, the man was cursing the guy.
No, you need to cross this person. Whatever, you already come back, but well, that means you will not grow old like me. So if he could be reacting that, publicly, it wasn't measured. So he can do anything. His emotion was high, and I expect him, publicly to be able to control his emotion and all that. So the way it is, if they are truly bitter, it could also petition to remove himself or to remove the party from the petition, and that will bring because most of the prayer requests will be hinged on the fact that the party is no longer in support, and most of the things they're supposed to get from INEC will require parties' signatory and all that. It's possible, bro.
Wait. I have one question. So the main battle, the main discontent was that the man said he's supposed to be chairman, and someone else said he's supposed to be the chairman, right? Or what was the main issue in the beginning?
The former chairman was removed.
Okay. So the battle,
by virtue of the hierarchy of the deputy chairman will automatically take over. They refuse to become the acting chairman before they will now conduct another congress to elect another chairman. But he was not recognized, so he has to take the case to court, and court affirmed him as the acting chairman of the party.
So now my question is this: so why were the crowd taking side? Why were they attacking him? I mean, what was this whole attack against him all about?
Because they sack ABURE that has been there from day one. So they believe this man is coming with ulterior motive. But why is this thing happening now that ABURE has to be sacked from the local level? So they already concluded that APAPA and his cohort, like Arabambis, are people that has been used by the opposition to turn the party upside.
What make them jump to that conclusion?
Is the obedience way.
That's a good one. That's a good question to ask.
But they jump to the conclusion. Okay.
Killing people is not learning, no?
Here you go.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you couldn't see what happened.
What happened? Tell us your
spinner of the spinner.
Yeah, I mean, you people didn't see what's his name, Arabambi, holding the hands of Dakwabiodun, doing anti-party activities in Ogun State. So when you see that kind of a thing, and you want to
we have read that one for you so many times now. So
no, you had that, and so what? Is that not enough of evidence of somebody doing anti-party activities that is working with APC? This is the same people that was storming people.
Was this sanctioned?
They work with each other now.
Anti-party
this obese that we are talking about. This OP we are talking about, he's been in PDP, he's been in APGA, he's been in Labour Party.
Was this sanctioned? Did the body judge not support Labour Party candidate? Was this sanctioned?
From PDP, exactly. And the question I asked Beware of Spinner the day he asked this question. I asked him, okay, Arabambi supported another gubernatorial candidate in Ogun State. And I asked him that, okay, did your party, Labour Party, has a gubernatorial candidate? He said no. So can you consider that one as anti-party when you don't have a candidate? Then your party can support another candidate.
Exactly.
So will you consider one as an anti-party? He was not giving us example of Amosun that is an APC. And I told him, I said, come, yes, Amosun. And it was dealt with. Amosun he was in the Senate, but he was not contesting for any other position. It's only when he come out and the party waved that one away from him that we now say, okay, they tolerated such an anti-party activity. But once you don't have a candidate, we see it all over. If you don't have a candidate, you can adopt another candidate of another party. If you have your own candidate and you are supporting another candidate, that's when we tag that one as an anti-party. So what you are giving, I don't see any reason why you should be doing.
There's something that I found very, very amusing. There's one of my co-workers from the Southeast. This man, before the election, every time I try to discuss politics with him, it's like, nah, don't listen to all these people. Even when I bring Obi up, he say, nah, don't worry, I don't want to hear those people. Shortly after the election was over, this man will be the one to come to my office and try to discuss politics. Today, he brought this case of, what is it called? APAPA's case, being maltreated at the. He said to the man, why did he show up? And I was like, why are you so interested? He said, everybody's interested, this and that. I was like, well, because of it did know, and that's why you are so interested in politics now. It kind of surprises me that someone who was never involved, who was never, interested in politics, is now the one trying to bring it up with me at work, a place of work. So that shows the what do I call it? The obese influence, or especially on the people of the southeast. They believe this is their shot, this is their last card. If it doesn't work, that's it. And it's the fact, because the way it's going now, if the Tribunal or the Supreme Court affirm that Tinubu is the winner of the election, that is it, game's up. Because in the next 16 years, forget it. That power will be going back.
I think that's why they woke up. Somebody kind of broke it down to them. Like, look, this is your time. We'll go back to the north, and then we'll come back to south, go back to the north again. You won't win in the next 30 years. That's when they started to wake up. But it was too late.
I read, was it yesterday or so, that the Senate sent a bill to ABURE in regards to independent candidacy. I was like, why would the Senate pass such kind of bill when they know that it could affect the members? I mean, we have multi-parties already. How come we're now trying to enact law that will bring, independent candidacy? Have you guys heard about it already?
No. And I don't think it's something that they should pass, because in a multi-party system of democracy, the independent candidates, how would they survive? Even most of the parties are struggling to survive. So I wonder how
an individual.
But in some instances, I've seen situation like the situation will be found himself now, where he has a platform that is trying to have more power, more than he does. So in an institution where you have independent candidate, to be able to control, his own platform, his own campaign, everything. So it's good for democracy, but at the same time, for kind of politics we practice in Nigeria, it will be too complicated, because you have a lot of people now that will crowd the stage, and we're talking about 18 candidates. We'll be talking about 200 candidates. Just looking for.
You don't remember when we have, was it 2019 or 2015 election that we have about 80 or 80 something aspirants?
Yeah.
We've had it before, almost 80 something aspirants, presidential election.
Simba, 98 candidates. 98. It wasn't 80 something. They can't be ballot for almost 1 month.
So it's possible that maybe in a place where you have.
Then which logo are you not going to be using to represent those people, or you'll be putting their pictures?
But the condition of that candidacy is very stringent, and I found it a little bit also ridiculous. That stipulation says you have to have at least 20% of the voter register in each local government or each state. Depends on what you are contesting for. If you are contesting for,
and you must have offices also.
Yeah, if you are contesting for presidency, for each state, you must have 20% of the number of voter registered in each state. So that means you already won the election. Then if you have a verified, confirmed voter register, and people sign up for you, and 20% of the entire voter registered in that state. So I found
As
that
a governor,
as whether
that be
governor,
as a governor. Then they, as a president, you have to have it in all the states.
yes. When I was reading yesterday, I was like, could it be true? And I found it very, very ridiculous. How is that even possible? You know, I think they made it that stringent so that you'll be able to weed out on serious people.
But Adewale, why don't we even collapse to two parties?
Huh?
Why don't we collapse to two parties?
Yeah, but you know,
like NRC and SDP then. Two parties rubbish.
It's
PDP and APC, PDP and APC will still be winning the kingdom come. Unless they remark, they change the name. This 18 party is rubbish to me. It's also rubbish.
You can't say that because it was PDP and NNPP. That party, they were the two major parties.
System. There's a danger of
TPC, not NNPP.
Oh, sorry, CPC.
Yeah.
Sorry.
With just two party system, there will be a danger of one party state where you have just one party controlling the entire country for a very long time. But when you have, you know, multiple platforms that people can decide, just like, you know, to use, I think it will strengthen democracy more than when people now.
I have a question.
But
from what you just said now.
They can't win election. They can't win at the federal.
Hold on a minute. Without that momentum that Obi had initially before he went to Labour Party, do you think any other individual candidate will just move to a party like Labour Party that doesn't even really have any grounds and make that wave again in that country?
Someone like Buhari would have done it.
It's possible. It depends on the scenario. You know, what we are witnessing now is not as if we haven't witnessed it before, but the time called for it and everything play out is we're supposed to play out. So there's nothing really new. It's possible that it could happen that way, that someone will emerge in the future.
It's already possible. It's always possible because if you're already a member of one of the ruling parties or popular parties, and you go where you're already known, especially if you are coming from one big ethnic group, you can always do it. Anyone can do it, man. Even Osinbajo can do it today. Osinbajo can go to one of those low parties and run and will make big number. Trust me.
They will lose anyway.
He may lose, but you get that same kind of number like Obi did now.
Yeah, but you know, it's possible. I said it here on this platform very, very long time ago. We have to watch out for those people that always come out to the media from now onward for the next 4 years. Those people are the ones you watch out for that are always trying to graze every invitation, hugging camera left and right. Those are the people that are trying to project themselves and permanently stamp their picture in every Nigerian's heart so that everybody will know who they are, have their names in their mouth.
That's what Shure is doing now.
Even President Adewale that was invited yesterday.
Yeah, that's what they are doing now. They are preparing themselves for the next 15 years.
Just keep watching. They will always make news. The one who wants to be on the headline every opportunity. Those are the ones that you watch out for the next 4 years.
But that's how ATIKU and people like Tinubu did it too. Now they started in the 90s. They were around. They were just behind the real big guys back then. The Abiolas, you know. So that's how they started too. You know, you have to start from
them already know. So
no, Mike, their own is different too. They are not like all these guys. So Tinubu started and hit the ground running. ATIKU started and hit the ground running
in the 90s.
Yes, now.
But they were not popular. They were not electable.
Maybe no. Tinubu contested for senator. He was a senator in 1983.
You are popular.
He can do that, but running for president, I mean, he couldn't. There are people that were more bigger.
But you see, timing is everything in politics. You have to time everything at the right time. Because if you come out at the wrong time, there's a possibility that time may not favor you. And that was exactly what Tinubu did.
Mike, let me ask you a question. Why did you support Tinubu?
Honestly, I didn't. My main candidate was honestly Shawari. I didn't really believe in all the top three, to be honest. But the only thing I learned many of us to behind Tinubu is not because we think he's the best among all of the. We know he's better than Obi, but this whole obedient thing kind of forced most people to be behind Tinubu, to be honest. like the way they were doing things was like, I'm like, no, I can't allow you guys to win. Like
Hey,
they
but
were making Obi this one special guy, which is fine. But then the attitude of just attacking everybody, just oh my god! I'm like, okay, you know what? They make it so ethnic. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just back to Tinubu. But to me, my my belief was always that
but if somebody now asks you that, okay, then by extension, if I ask you now, why do you believe more in Tinubu apart from being your ethnic origin? Why do you believe that Tinubu is better than Obi?
I think Tinubu, I will tell you what Tinubu is better than Obi, honestly. I think Tinubu already has a team. You understand? He already has like people ready to go straight to work. And that's one thing I always tell people. Like, it's not really a leader is not always what your ability is. It's the ability to pick people around you to do the work.
To coordinate people.
Exactly. Like I told people, I said, look at Jonathan. Jonathan was a guy that we can say was a decent guy, but he didn't have a team. He just picked people out. He inherited people that were corrupt all around him. So no matter how he was determined to perform, people around him was just not loyal to him, and most of them was just very corrupt. So that's why
because it doesn't have the what will I say? How will I say it? The authority over them.
Over them, exactly. Or someone like Tinubu, for example, he already has his boys, he already have them, like people, of course, in his cabinet, people he already grew, and they fear him.
Tinubu,
they are loyal to him.
Exactly.
And they will do the work.
They will respect him, and whatever he says, they will obey.
They will obey, exactly, and they know that hey, this man can't fail because we've been friends we've known each other for 20, 30 years. We'll be behind him, he's our man, and how he perform determine our image and things like that. So it's like he has the loyal people, and he has, they're all under him. But someone like Obi, for example, he's a lone wolf. That's what I'm saying. This guy become president. Now we start looking for team all over the place, looking for people where can he find people that can be so loyal to him that they will perform.
Aside that, Mike, aside that, guys, what I feel
who is loyal to Obi out there right now? Can anybody tell me?
See how Obi wants to build any team to rule that country. I haven't said that. Secondly, I just feel at this point in time in that country, Tinubu feels like the only person that could run that country at this time amongst all the candidates that ran for the presidential position. So for me, I don't see from day one. I won't lie, from day one, I never see Obi winning without all the momentum built. The momentum changed some people's thought. It might win. See, this guy is not Abiola, and the whole scenario was different. But how can you want to rule a country? But when we look around you, almost everybody around you have been pushed to you from probably Obasanjo and the likes of those.
They were submitted. They submitted them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's a proper word to use. Submitted. They were submitted. Even this Oshitokun, and I think that's the annoyance. Oshitokun was not a Labour Party.
It was a collective contribution from left, right, and center.
That's why I say I get the bitterness from those guys. They've pushed them aside, and they were the main party member. From scratch, 21 years. 21 years. It's just like working in a country for 21 years, and they just come on there and say, "Oh, we are shutting down. Everybody go home." One day without nothing.
Do you know Tinubu gets sympathy votes?
What?
Tinubu, I said, do you know that Tinubu got sympathy votes?
Sympathy votes. Did he get sympathy votes?
Got many sympathy votes.
I agree with that one.
No, it's not true, Thomas. How?
A lot of people vote for out of sympathy because the way it was being attacked.
Out of sympathy, out of yes.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't agree. I don't agree.
I'm not saying all.
I think Tinubu has more supporter now than pre-election. It was a post-election sympathy that you can talk about. Pre-election, he didn't have that sympathy at all.
He has sympathy. No sympathy. That guy was a
lot of people had to sympathize with him. Even Wole Soyinka had to sympathize with him. I don't think
Wole Soyinka was not even in Nigeria.
Yeah?
He was not in Nigeria now.
No, I'm not saying what I'm saying, like politically, because Wole Soyinka normally would have aligned with Obi automatically in the campaign. You understand? But
That
the
was
way he saw the way obedience were attacking Tinubu, calling him and Papa we know where following Shishika to just withdraw his support for Obi because of that. Out
That
of
was his
sympathy for Tinubu.
candidate. That was his candidate actually, but because he wasn't around and being an elder statesman, there was no point going outside like but this man in Afenefere campaigning. There's no point. They do their works behind the curtain and all that. Who knew there was one that handed Mogalu hands to what do you call this part? So
Wole Soyinka was always the pro Southeast. It was always the Southeast, like pro Southeastern person.
it's obvious.
Yeah, it was always like that. And automatically would have joined. He would have campaign for Obi. But the way the obedience came about, he was like, no, I can't
he
do
was
this.
supporting Obi initially.
No, he
It
said
was the
it
shenanigans
initially.
of the
There was an
obedience.
interview,
Yes, he said
right?
it. Yes,
Simba.
yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
he had to
said it.
dissociate himself because of
Tinubu
the.
sponsored.
When Soyinka was attacked,
Tinubu sponsored Soyinka's birthday. You know that his 80th birthday was sponsored by Tinubu fully. It was one that sponsored
So
it.
what are you saying? You think Tinubu will buy for Wole Soyinka? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, and I've heard it from.
What I'm saying is that. Soyinka supported
sorry,
Obi.
Adewale, let Justified come in. He's been wanting to come in. Can you come in, Justified? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm there. What I'm just saying is that, of course, if you are to look at a relationship, Soyinka would have supported Tinubu fully, of course, without any doubt. In the Nadeko days, his 80th birthday was fully supported by him. His house was renovated by him. He did all that, but Tinubu doesn't shout. He doesn't talk about all that. But he still supported the Obi. But with the issue of all this shenanigan, abusing and all this stuff, so this that made the demand to withdraw his support. But going by the whole support, I think Soyinka being a realistics really followed Obi. But everybody has seen that Obi is just playing in the intelligence of Nigerians, especially people who don't have history, who don't know who don't have history, the young ones. But those who know the history now know that Obi is out. And I think the next court case that we're going to see might likely be brutal, because the guys who are going to come with their own supporters. So that's what we're going to see in the next court case. They're going to court with their own supporters, and
I think that will be next week.
Yeah, something will likely happen. It's going to be brutal.
No, it's not good. It's not. I don't think people.
Attention today.
No, if that Lamidi was a Northerner, yes, I will go with what you're saying, because
but Mike,
those Northerners, they like that kind of let's meet outside.
They will hire people.
But Mike,
hire people.
The Northern people has nothing to do.
Mike,
I'm saying if he was Yoruba people are not going to go out there and be doing let's fight Igbo people outside, let's meet outside and be fighting them. We don't do things like that.
But Mike,
they will hire people in Abuja. They will hire people.
If they are claiming these guys are bribed, is there not a possibility of the people that bribe them to give them supporters to go with them to the courts as well? Like go and scatter everywhere.
Allow that.
No, I don't think it's in the best interest of Tinubu or anyone
to do all that. Yeah,
it's not in the best interest of anyone except obedient to be fighting outside of court right now. To be honest,
you know what, Mike? Yesterday's incident is going to make DSS, the court, want to make that court environment very, very tight now. So for you to even have access to that court premises, you must be approved. You don't want, because I was listening to the news this evening. What actually played, something caught my attention. I mean, all the journalists were accredited, just to tell you how the court was trying to handle this until the Labour Party crowd now decided to, descend into the court premises. Now, what caught my attention during the proceeding today? The reason why they are now seeking for adjournment, they said there was a particular document that they were supposed to, submit. The Labour Party supposed to submit that document. However, they were supposed to go to INEC. The court asked, they were supposed to go to INEC to get the document. But when they were now, trying to, tell the court the reason why they are unable to present the document, they said the INEC asked them to pay 1.something million to access that document, and they refused to pay just $1 million. And in my head, I was like, why would What will it cost them? But the court now said that no, you don't need to submit the document, but you just can go and assess the document. So in my head was like, okay, what will I mean? One of the sons or can go pay $1 million and factor into their bills when they get paid at the end of the court case. So why can't they pay the money and go look at it?
True. Sorry, Adewale. AY, are you there?
Oh yeah, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, nice to have you. You probably want to chip in something for you to come in, yeah?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah, you can have the floor. You can.
All right.
Let's hear your opinion.
Thanks for the audience. A few days ago,
there
was a conversation around having crowd around court premises, and I could understand where a lot of people that were pro Obi were saying that okay, you can always have protesters in court. At least is their fundamental human rights, and there's a right to protest and all of that. And looking at the backdrop of what just happened, I think we can see the effect of having things, anti-democratic activities like that around court premises, and the tendencies of having that and the influence it can have over court cases. You have a court case, you have an internal wrangling, and you moved it from where it was supposed to be, which is your household, your party secretariat, you moved it into the court premises. It's a very, 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 very bad PR. And I'm so disappointed in Obi. I think he disappoints me every day as the day goes by. Because
it's after the election, right?
Yes. No. Not after the election. When I looked into him before the elections, of course, looking at the statistics, you might say, okay, maybe the guy might have something upstairs. But the more you look, the more you see that he's really, really anti-democratic.
There's not much to him.
Yeah, no. There's not much to him. That's the first side of it. It's something, I think, what happened. And it goes to show the kind of leader, if he gets it, wins the case. Let's say he wins the case in the tribunal, it goes to show what will happen to the country for opposition voices, opposing voices, because no matter who you are, whoever the president is, there will always be opposing views. So if there are opposing views, what will be the reactions? And we can see the evolution of the reactions from the supporters. And also, I will also say this: there's from the judiciary, from the perspective of the judiciary, there's the law, the way it is, and there's the goodwill. You need to have both to win cases in court. And I can take a stem from someone like Sean Kuti. Of course, if you read, a lady had a similar case, and she's been jailed. She kept in prison, for about 21 days. I think Sean Kuti is being released on bail. You need both the goodwill and the law to be at your side to win the tribunal. And obviously, the way he's going now, he's losing the goodwill day by day. And the northern space is already talking. If you look at
for the Sultan to even come out and say what
I wanted to comment on that. If you look at the Sultan's release press statement as being like, okay, everybody, let's follow the processes, let's see where it gets to. But now he's also coming ahead to say, no, whether you like it or not, this is what is going to happen. Is a point that
everybody's getting tired of their nonsense.
Yes, a decision is being made already, or a decision is being close to the cases. And if you look at the trajectory of the cases, it's obvious that he doesn't have a case. He just wants to keep the noise. He wants to keep the noise. He wants to keep his followers upbeat.
But naturally, don't you think that that's even the wrong way he had gone about it? Because for me, I think with the momentum he has built, he should have he's not this. If he was the second, I would still agree with him going to the court and doing all these things. But you came third, and you know how this politics in this country is being played. You know that you don't even have a chance. If you look at what you've brought as a case to the court, it doesn't even hold waters at all. So why wouldn't you focus, or instead of putting all this energy on court cases, why wouldn't you focus on how to build the momentum going forward and just do as if you support whatever happens and go forward, arrange your people, then build that party
Build the
more.
party, exactly.
Let them have tentacles in every nooks and cranny of the country, wherever they've been and all that. Because all this thing is doing is just killing his ambition
The guy's a
on
mumu
a
now.
daily basis.
No. So one thing is clear.
DOG, Obi is the opportunist.
No.
He's
So
an
one
opportunist.
thing I would like to say that one thing is very clear in the way he ran his campaign. He lacked people that I would call strategists or thinkers. He lacked them, and that was the reason why you can have the momentum, but if you don't have people that are trained in elections on how to win elections and listen to them, I'm very sure that he did not employ their services, and that's the reason why he lost. Because
Can
if
we
he
say
had
he was
employed,
overwhelmed with the support as well?
no,
Because
the
people were
momentum.
contributing money for this guy from all over the world.
But money is not the
The
only
guy,
thing that will,
the guy's only loyal to
money is not the only thing that
Mike,
sponsors.
wins elections.
sorry, what? Mike, you said what?
The guy's only loyal to the money now. I mean,
Yeah,
the guy is
because
loyal.
a lot of people were contributing money, so I thought he just thought, there is too much support. People love me everywhere I go. They
People
shout
from
my name.
that part of the country, they are loyal
Yeah,
to money.
then the social
All
media
about
too. I
money.
think the social media hyped him up as well. So he probably just pushed all those strategists and
That's
all
why
those
you always
people
find
aside.
situations with them
I
where
think
the followers, you always appear that the followers are the one leading the leader rather than the
Does
leader
he
leading
even
the
have
Can that
followers.
also
manifesto?
boil down to the Labour Party not being a strong party beforehand as well? Because that party, a party itself should have strategists in it. But Labour
so.
Party is not a strong party like we all know. It was
No,
like,
I'll bet to disagree on that because
okay,
one, I think if I going back to 2019 elections, I think I can looking at what is happening now, I can say more of the strategy came from ATIKU, no Obi. Obi was just a backup boy or a handbag while ATIKU was going around the country then to have engagement and strategize on the elections. Because you can see now that because if Obi had amassed himself in strategy sessions for that election cycle, there are some fault lines I think he will not make in this election. Like as simple as not having agents covering all the polling units. Man, you've gone through these elections before, up to the tribunal, and you've lost. And you came out with these most foolish examples of IREF. You are dumb. I'm sorry, you are really dumb. That means you didn't really run the elections, or you didn't understand. You were
He didn't
just
even know the meaning of the IRF. He had to. This lady exposed him on during interview.
exactly. That means you are really dumb. You didn't know what you don't know what you're doing. Because if you knew what happened, Buhari won the elections, you lost the elections, and if you lost the elections to Buhari up to Supreme Court, and probably because you said you won the elections, you didn't have your evidences, and that was the strong reason then. And you're coming for elections this time, and you do not have strong witnesses that can back up any evidences you can garner during the elections, post-elections. That means you are really dumb. It's just somebody that failed an exam before, and you are approaching a medical exam, and you are approaching the same exam again, and you are still failing with same mistakes, large mistakes, same thing you experienced before. I think is something we need to critically look at. Look at someone like, for instance, two same politicians. You will see their outcome in the subsequent years. Look at Kwankwaso ran, Obi ran. Look at the way Kwankwaso has handled his own base, support base. Now look at the way he's already progressing his influence. Now he needs to know that, okay, I'm strong in Kano. I think I need to extend my base to some other critical areas. And there needs to be an alliance with the South for anybody to win presidency. It's starting the work. Now you could read that, okay, he had a conversation with Tinubu, I don't know whether 4 hours conversation. I don't care whatever they say, but I'm very sure one of the things the guy might even ask as a northern politician will be like, okay, come on, how did you do this thing? Nobody has, apart from Obasanjo that got it on a softer level, nobody has won elections like this across the world. Let's be honest with ourselves, like this across the world, no one has ever tried it. that your incumbency was against you. The only person I can think maybe that wants to try it now is Imran Khan of Pakistan, but that's if they contest elections. But nobody
And
has
if
really
you even think about it, Tinubu only won 30-something%. He didn't even win over 50% of the votes.
exactly nobody has ever tried it. I mean like this under every different scenarios. I think let's be honest.
We probably should give Tinubu kudos for going with that Muslim ticket, because that, I think that's part of what gave him that edge, a little edge.
Since I knew that, the day I heard Fashola said since 2002 they've been conducting polling for policy decisions, not elections, so policy decisions.
Yeah.
He gave me an insight to, this guy is far ahead of in terms of understanding democracy and party elections, winning elections. So as of 2002, when everybody was still sleeping, everywhere we are in democracy, you're already using polling for policy decisions and policy directions. I can now understand how far you've gone from 2002 to now. Imagine how long you have grown for you to understand that, okay, you have election managers, you need to have a situation room across the country, gather your evidences, you introduce technology and all of that. I think PDP and their byproducts really ought to sit down and think that elections are no longer run on what will I call it, on just feeling or emotions. And the thing is, I think ATIKU did his own strategy session during his recruitment came late during the campaigns. One of the things one of the articles I read, I'm not sure how true it is, but said he recruited some election management professionals after he had lent support to the crash crisis. You understand? So because he was hoping that he was going to gain momentum with that, and at the end of the day, but the momentum was overturned at the end. So that's why Atiku knew going close to the election, but was still hopeful that he was going to win the election. But in a way, they told him the honest truth. Atiku is one of the persons that doesn't like to hear the truth, that there was a likelihood that he was going to lose the elections.
But AY and every other people on the platform right now, I'm thinking, if you look at the way Atiku ran campaign, is more like he didn't really do much of campaign compared to the others. And I think that plays.
Yes, Atiku was strategic, right? Even if you look at the strategy, really, if you look at out of all the three candidates, the person that put the less work compared to the result or more votes.
True. You have a point there.
If it wasn't Obi, Atiku would have won that election. If Obi wasn't running, I'm telling you.
Even let's say Obi was not. Okay, let's. People keep saying that, but I bet to disagree again on that because. Yes.
Yeah, because that
I bet to disagree. You know why? Because
that thing going to the north as well. I don't think a lot of people will buy that.
Yeah. So
no. Are you saying? You telling me that those southeast votes would have gone to Tinubu, to Yoruba man?
It could have been divided because
I'm telling you that the dynamics of APC's strategy would have changed, or will change. So the thing is, you think
AY, my brother, don't make me. Southeasterner will never vote for Yoruba.
They will never vote for Yoruba man. Let me tell you. Let me give you a perfect example. Thomas. Let me even give you guys a perfect example. Do you know the Abiola election? Wait, do you know the Abiola election? After knowing the fact that a Northerner, Babangida, just ruled the country as a dictator, and before him was another Northerner. Like, this is the first time, like, a Southerner we now come in and
have a chance.
They still voted for the Northern guy over Abiola. The guy still won the Northern guy, Tofa from Kano, still won the Southeast over Abiola.
It was only Anambra that Abiola won. Every other state in the Southeast was won by Tofa.
So Simba, you agree with them as well?
Yes.
Okay, so what
Simba, hold on, my brother. Anywhere Yoruba line up with Southeast, we never.
Thomas,
Thomas, can you see the video that Kulata brought? And at the background, they say they should even give it to ATIKU. We don't want Tinubu, and that Easterners that are saying that.
That's what this fight is all about now. They are not fight. This whole thing is not fight for Obi to be president. It's fight for Atiku to be president. They rather have the northern guy become the president. I don't know what is their issues with Yoruba.
No, because for me, I say it differently. To be honest, I feel people were tired with the killings, the insurgency.
These people, they will prefer a northerners to a southwesterner anytime, any day. So, the hatred for the Yorubas is more than the hatred they have for the Hausas and Fulani. Believe me.
Okay, so let's do a dissection of the Southeast, really. So let's pick a state like Ebonyi. Now, when their governor came out, and when the governor came out after election, I was doing surgery, and I was like, my people decided to go against APC presidential candidates in favor of Obi. I can tell you that if you look downwards, if PDP or ATIKU was a preference, APC will not win elections in Ebonyi State. So if you remove Obi factor in that Southeast, Ebonyi State was
Did they vote for APC in the presidential election?
No, so APC got 42,000, right?
That's the highest in the Southeast.
No, Imo is the highest. But I'm saying in the gubernatorial elections.
Okay.
We're not telling you that their issue is with APC.
So
their issue is with Yoruba.
I think it's driving at the point.
What I'm saying is, if it was Atiku Tinubu, the influence that got that vote for Labour Party was Obi, which was ethnic. But let's remove Obi from the picture and Atiku and Tinubu. I can tell you that their governor is strong enough to convince them to sway the buck to Tinubu, because the party, the party after Labour Party at the presidential elections, the next affiliation was to APC.
So let me give you. Okay, that's Osinbajo you are using as an example.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
how much vote did their governorship candidate got to win the election? How much vote did they give to Tinubu as a special aspirant of APC? So if that same governor cannot convince, I agree with Mike. It's not about the party; it's about the man Tinubu, our Yoruba candidate.
If that was the case, Tinubu had a conversation with all their stakeholders. So the thing is, of course, we can say that Southeast is predominantly PDP, or they are tuned to PDP. But at the same time, there are some parts of Southeast.
Let me tell you one secret you don't know. It's Southeast. This thing we are sharing between Yoruba and Hausa, Southeast, they are not happy about it. They have seen the template that if we lose from Hausa, it's coming to the Southwest. That is the problem, my brother. Forget about Tinubu. The fight is against Yoruba.
I thought the fight should be against the Hausa, because the Fulani has ruled for 8 years and the Malams were killing people in their farms.
Forget that one, man.
But if you know the way South is going,
I agree with you guys,
For instance, if you go the way South is going to shift in the next 4 years, if Tinubu is legitimized, you will see that South will technically detach themselves from Southeast in near time. In near time, especially with this. If you notice that this APAPA movement, APAPA tactics that Tinubu has already used for South, and that's the only part that Tinubu is insistent on APAPA as Senate president. That and speaker for Southeast. But that South move, if you look at Pandef, has already kept quiet. Every other person has kept quiet in their domain. Even opposition parties were trying to move it to the north. They were saying no, it's not possible. So Now, South are already positioning themselves. They already seen the light that, okay, after Tinubu's presidency, when he flips back to the north and is flipping back, Southeast will be at a disadvantage with all these shenanigans they are doing, because you will need to negotiate at that point in time with your southern brothers. The key to presidency is not northern people first. It's your southern people first. Your southern brothers first. If you can discuss with them and rally their support, then
This
you can
Southern
go.
brother thing we always talk about. There's no brotherhood in the South, man. Let's stop this Southern.
No, so the thing is, South.
There's never that. I stopped giving up. I gave up on that South rubbish. We always South we always talk about. There's never brotherhood in the South. Let's forget it, man. There's no such thing.
You'll be shocked at the handshake going on with. If you look at what the event that happened that Tinubu honored in I think on the 3rd that he went to Rivers. You think it was only Wiki that was there? Almost all major South stakeholders, political stakeholders, were at that meeting. They were at that meeting.
Even if Buhari come there, they will be there too. Now. They are there to collect.
Who told? No. I'm telling you that the 2-day event, they were there and the conversation was robust. That's politics for you, man. That's politics.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, prove. I mean,
can I ask
the fact that there's no such thing as brotherhood in the South. There's no.
My question is,
beginning of Nigeria,
my question to you, Mike, now is which zone, with the way Southeast is behaving now, which zone we want an alliance with Southeast?
Okay, no. Before you, Mike, can I ask you a question before you answer that one, please? When it goes to the north and it comes down south, you being from the southwest, if the two candidates are one from the southeast and one from the south, who will you vote for?
Honestly, like, to be honest with you, if even like before this, when Buhari became president in 2015, the first thing that came to my mind is, if Buhari finished 8 years, honestly, I'll be supporting an Easterner to be the next president, because I thought the power was supposed to shift to there.
I'm saying,
but it's the people that change my mind. They're the one that change my mind. It's their attitude.
No. I'm saying, my issue. I'm saying after what transpired, after they've done what they've done, that you know what is going on right now.
The way they make me feel right now. Okay.
Right now. Okay. What would you, if they had to come back? Because
I'm supporting the South guy. Trust me. If I continue to feel like this, unless they change, these people, they don't provoke me past redemption.
But Mike, it might boil down to who they present though from the Southeast. It might.
Unless maybe who they present.
Personally might play a part. You know.
That's why I said. If I'm still feeling the way I'm feeling,
I bet you disagree with that. Now,
unless whoever they present happens to be someone that just change. I mean, present a completely different attitude and just convince me that he's just a person. Or the people themselves change their strategy the way they. But if they continue like this, I will not support them. I will support South guy. I'm telling you.
You know why I disagree? Evidence from this election shows that you can be very good, you can be controlling of your supporters, but the extreme part of your supporters can spoil the cake for you. They are baking for you.
100%.
And every evidence has shown that in this election. So I am very, very sure that if they present a good guy, someone like Soludo for them,
they hate Soludo.
I'm very sure that they will still be themselves.
Soludo even himself, he will behave like Obi. Trust me, he's not different. They all behave the same way. They will still. Soludo that went to prison. He went to prison to be hugging Nnamdi Kanu, the guy that's ordering the killing of his people. The way they think, for these people, they don't get sense. He went to prison to be hugging Nnamdi Kanu. Like, when this is a guy calling people to be killing people in your place. What about the people that have died, innocent ones? The way they think it outside, all their politicians, trust me, current one, I can't even think of one that make. Like, let me even think. They all mumu, man. They don't. Exactly. These guys are mumu. I'm telling you.
Let me tell you something. Anything post-election, it has revealed a lot about them. They don't know. It's as we progress. When we're looking at the inside, we're like, okay, so this is the way these guys are. Because everybody's really seeing the deep-lying hatred, deep-lying bitterness, deep-lying, fake makeover. The makeover they try to present that they are good.
Really. Sorry, let BT chip in. Yeah.
I'm only asking questions. I'm actually enjoying you guys talk. So I'm only going to ask questions. Thomas, if you don't mind. Do you feel
sure, carry on.
Do you feel like the South have replaced the Southeast in the hierarchy of the political power structure?
Yes, yes. Let me answer that question, Abati. They have already taken over. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, because I feel like
Yes.
they are kind
The
of.
momentum, the Southwestern now, as well. Let me give you an insight to what is happening. You know, we have a platform in Nigeria where I still belongs to, and in that platform is just a Nigerian platform for doctors generally. And if you see the kind of fight that is going on that platform, and so I did a demographic profiling of the people, the way they are talking. I discovered that the Yorubas, the people from the north, and some maybe like 50-50 from the south are the ones supporting Tinubu, because every day you see posts that people have to react to. And I can see that momentum. It's like the people are now, the south, the southwest, and the northerners are now more unified against the southeasterners. So what I can see now is that if there is a candidate from the south and another one from the southeast, people, the northerners, the southwesterners will be more comfortable to go with the south guy than the southeast. I think that's what I feel, and I can pick it from a national platform.
I agree
Can I
with you,
add
Sha,
something
because
too?
even their nonsense that we own Lagos. Lagos is no man land. That build a bit of hatred, and like it's like a wake up call for the Yorubas. Like, who do these people think they are?
Yoruba people have been foolish for so long without
If you
our
didn't
mother
vote
this
for
thing.
Obi, you think Obi will win in Lagos? You know?
You see,
But do you know what's going on? It's like when Yoruba people are now rebelling, they are shocked that we are, because they've always think that maybe we are too docile, we don't say anything. So
to the point they won't call us cowards.
yeah, so now they're like, they can speak, they can respond, they're angry, but they're never angry now. So they're so used to us being docile.
Yeah, because we are so welcoming.
No, our culture and all those things, man. And I
Yeah,
had this fight when I used to come on this platform like a year ago. You was the only, like, literally, they will
Mike, me,
come
I'm
here.
happy to hear your voice. That's why when you first speak, I said, whose
See,
whose voice was that?
I'm glad that people like Jale Koko have woken up now, because back then the Southeastern will call in here and just be bullying Yoruba people. So I'll be the only Yoruba guy to come to challenge them, like, God punish you, because me, I used to be like that before. As a Yoruba boy, they teach you to be a try to be civil and everything. Until my Ijo friend, like, I spent some time in the south, in Port Harcourt, that area, and then some Ijo people say, listen, one time I Igbo man be this. If Igbo man slap you and you no talk, the next thing you go do, have to cut your head off. Say, don't think, we Yorubas, in Yoruba culture, in Yoruba land, you come back by anything. If you don't respond, that person with his conscience will haunt him. Will come back and begin to respect you. You want to do it again. You say, you understand? And the man is so gentle. He's not a fighter, so let me respect him for being a gentleman. But with their own, if they slap you, they see that they get away with it. They don't see that. That's why they won't lose complete respect for you. But that's when they respect you. Do you know the first time Igbo people started talking to Yoruba people respect? Now was after that Lagos incident. This after when they dealt with them in Lagos, this Sanwo-Olu election. That's the first time I see them coming on preaching, Yoruba, we are brothers. I say what? That's the first time I see Igbo people talking to Yoruba people with respect.
Because, Mike, do you know why? Because in their culture, they respect strength. It's a cultural thing to them. You have to show strength for them to respect you.
Respect you, that's the way.
Look at one day on this platform, me and Steve Gomez, we got into it, and I was actually tagging along with Soli, because it's like, it's not a culture. I'm like, Baba, I was pissed off, like, enough.
Baba, I tell you, there's this place we used to hang out. We used to go and play football. It's a lot of Igbo people and everybody. I'm the only Yoruba guy they respect. I'm the only Yoruba person they don't talk to anyhow, because they don't say this one. You know, go I know go. But every other Yoruba, they just insult them. Push that.
Mike doesn't have full stop.
Let me lend the support to what you said.
Yeah.
No, so if you look at the trajectory of what happened to Lagos, now you see that people that were front burner of these people like Chief Priest, they were strong canvassers for Obi. Now they are welcoming MC Olomo. because now everybody is now looking at
Yeah, e-money.
Yeah, no. So those guys are already knowing that because these guys are quiet does not mean
They are
because
stupid.
let me tell you, this Tinubu winning the election broke two things in terms of ethnicity and religion. The factor of religion, where people were saying religion, if you look at people that post religion, where the South is actually leverage on what they do in their local politics, regional politics, which is leveraging on the Catholic platform to actually speak their mind, to actually influence votes. And that's one of the things that happened. If you look at people that were canvassing for Obi, majorly they were they took their roots from, religion from that part of the country, even down from Pentecostal. Look at the evolution of people like the Pentecostal pastors that actually were rooting for Obi, majority of them. If you look at their background, you see that, okay, they stayed in the Southeast, and they were incorporated in the religion, which is a show of strength, is a platform for them to project the political direction for the people. So nowadays, and you feel like people that were still talking, the bishops that are still talking are bishops from that side. The South now has actually gained power. I think South already signaled all their political stakeholders, their children, and say, hey, no harassment whatsoever anymore. When power goes to the North, when power is coming back, we'll have a leverage to ask the West to actually give us power based on relationships. Of course, the Southwest will really do that. And South.
Can I ask a question quickly, guys?
They're in a double loss. Yeah.
Can I ask
Ask a question?
Yeah, I just want to ask you, do you guys remember, if you look at the issue of this Easterner with Yorubas, you will see that they are always like standing like a roadblock, like an albatross to the progress of any Yoruba man that wants to be a president. Do you remember in 1993 when Abiola wanted to be president?
No, even don't start. No, I want to even take you back. It's not about, let me go back to the time of Zik and Awolowo.
Let me ask this. So just remind me, I just want to forget. The name of the politician that went to court.
Zeribe.
Correct. Look at this one too. I want you about what this education minister that's got zero at the convention. He's got zero. He's gone to court twice now. He's going to Supreme again that they should stop Tinubu. So I don't understand the game, how they play their politics. I don't understand.
See, let me tell you the nature of Igbo people, right? This is where they are. They always want to be number one in anything. And the person they see as next to them in terms of being number one, challenging that number one, that's who they see as enemy. So within the context of Nigeria, one ethnic group they see that is a real competition to them is the Yorubas in terms of maybe advanced, being number one in many things or stuff like that. Is Yoruba. That's what they have that feelings towards the Yorubas like that. That's why Zik in the beginning. They saw the Southwest.
And that's why they are more comfortable with the Hausas.
That's why they're more comfortable with the Hausa, exactly. Even in the South, but if you see, when they want to create new country called Biafra, they exclude the Yorubas, but they include all the other tribes. They will say, it could have been maybe a southern country, you understand, South Nigerian country, but they always exclude the Yorubas. Another group of people they're always trying to exclude within that South is the Benin Kingdom. And then, because they see that Oba Benin is very powerful there, it's very respected, you understand, within that South area. So they always want to exclude the Benin Kingdom because they see them as, and then when they want to draw the Benin close, they will start attacking their Oba, saying you guys need to abandon this Oba thing, Oba, because they want to dominate 100%. That's just their mentality. Like, we have to be number one. We have to, even when Zik became the president the first time, the first thing he did was appoint Igbo as the head of everything. That government was so nepotistic.
Mike,
let me.
Sorry. Were you here this evening when I was talking about the Labour Party and the invasion of the obedient space? And was it Des? Des was like, we know that the Labour Party will not survive. That will be. I'm like, this domination attitude again. Who told you that Labour was not there before you showed up? Maybe it's a cultural point. I don't know what it is. Like,
I don't think it's a cultural thing. I think it's more.
But what is it?
If you look at the approach, they grew on the philosophy of survival of the fittest. If you are weak, you deserve to be downtrodden, and you deserve to be cut out of whatever it is. So, and if you look at the Yoruba system, Yoruba culture, there is an affinity towards the downtrodden. Like, no, these are to be protected. They are not to be, you don't approach them anyhow. You don't talk to them anyhow.
They are not to be oppressed.
You cannot oppress people that are weak. You have to give them
exactly.
time to
You have
develop.
sympathy for them. You have empathy for them. Yes.
Yes.
And will carry them along.
Exactly. Extra sympathy, and you learn extra support for them, and to be able to develop, and because you believe that when they are strong on their own, they always be the weak people in the society, and you need to always lend them support. If you look at their own system, if you are weak, you are cut off from the system, and that's why if you look at the West and the East, the things that they thrive on are the things like, okay, I build this mansion, I build this road. It's not your job to build road; it's the government's job. But you are trying to, show as a sign of strength, and that's one of the things that pisses them off, because when they see us preserving our weak and lending extra support for them, they will like, no, these guys are weak, allow them. And over time, when those weak guys start getting stronger, they start getting pissed off or irritated. And I keep saying it doesn't mean that Easterners are smart, but they are not the smartest. Let's be honest with ourselves. They say they do business. Look at the longevity of their business. It does not transcend over generations. Check it. That's why when they say, oh, they do business, everything about them is not systemic. It's not built to last for a long time.
Even the way they do business, the customer service is terrible.
That competition they do among themselves, and that's why they cannot have a unified leader. And that's why you see them condemning themselves. This one is not good, that one is not good.
Because everybody wants to be the boss. No, listen to me. Give me 1 second. Do you know what? Remember what happened during the PDP primaries? Just look at what happened in APC primary. Just oppose both sides. Only the VP in the APC did not step down for a fellow Yoruba man during the APC campaign, if you remember. But in the PDP, no Igbo man stepped out for each other. Everybody wanted to be. Nobody didn't. Everybody was there to the end. Everybody wants to be the boss. Maybe that's why I kept asking. Maybe it's a cultural thing. Like, everybody wants to be in charge, and when you have that kind of mentality, you cannot build a reputable force. So that mindset works very well in business, okay, but it does not work well in politics. Politics is the game of give and take, right? You must give some, take some. There's no absolute in politics. So I can't speak on their behalf. They have to learn that game the hard way, but I don't know how long they will keep playing this this game. Yeah,
Babati.
Yeah,
I will come back. Thank God we'll be alive in the next 4 years. I pray Tinubu is able to kickstart this industrialization policy across all the geopolitical zones, and you will see the rate of growth specifically between the West and the East, and you understand what I'm saying today. Like, if you are showing strength to be the boss, it's good for the short term, but it's not good for the long term. Tinubu, look at the politics. Tinubu built for how many years? They built it across many party lines, across many regions. Now, same PDP has been building and crashing. Now, tell me what they built from the scratch and sustain over time. They don't have policies like that, and that's where sustainability comes in. If you are always showing strength, who is who, there will always be somebody that topples the other person. There will always no king lives forever in that kind of environment. It's like survival of the fittest. We've been through this before. It's like a military form of government. You are strong today, of course, somebody will come tomorrow and topple you. So there is no sustainable development in those kind of atmosphere. And that's what is happening in their space. They need to learn how systems work and how to make systems work, irrespective of.
I agree with you. What you can see, if you look at let me finish, because I agree with Ewa. Okay, if you look at the few conglomerates that we have in Nigeria, look at Glo, look at the Dangotes. Can you point to one Easterner that has a conglomerate? I listened to that. The Freeze. He interviewed one guy that said he has one program, one that is using for like all this bank app, this app that is using for financial transaction. And the guy, they wanted to buy that app from him, $10 million. The guy refused to sell it. So he said his money that is making is more than that. And then people are now they start advising the guy that he should not make it in one-man business. He said, no, it's not like he's not doing business with anybody. It's only him and his wife. And that's how he will go until he dies, that he will hand over to his son. So I think that is the mentality. Because what he wanted, as he wanted to be rich, they have this oppressive kind of culture, and he doesn't want to share his wealth with anybody. And so I think I agree with Ewa.
Simba, you see, one thing is this: that conglomerate we talk about, I don't think it's a real disadvantage, really. If Tinubu should manage to do that industrialization, honestly, I see the southeastern part be one of the biggest beneficiary. You see, you only need to say, okay, the import policy, you just put restriction there and trust these guys, they are likely to.
They are screwed.
No, they are not screwed, to be honest. I don't see them as screwed. See, they are traders just because the country allows for it. But immediately you restrict this thing, these guys, they are business people. Let us just give it to them, honestly, without even trying to be mischievous.
When you say they are business people, no, let's be honest. Let's put it on.
That thing is a bunch of fallacy. To be honest,
What is fallacy there? Even
they just make noise.
No, Mike, let me just say something.
See.
There are business people, right? But what's their business? Trading. Let's say trading what? They are taking advantage of what? Exchange rate. Taking advantage of what? The import policy, right?
Import.
Taking advantage of what? So
that's a terrible business for the country.
It's not a terrible business.
You are going to import. I can teach a monkey how to do that. What are you guys talking about? These people are good at business. They just go and be importing. They are making other countries rich, making Nigeria poor. I mean, they import. We don't have policy. We are the only country. Even when it's trying to do it in Ghana, the Ghana government have to ban it. No. You can't just be importing all over. Just importing everything to our country.
Mike. Let me give Ola one example. When we are practicing regional governments, the Yorubas, they formed the Odua group, and we knew the number of industries, companies that were under Odua group. Tell me what they have in the southeast, in the eastern region that time. When you are talking about industrialization, tell me what they have. So it's not even taking advantage. Is their behavior, is what they like.
No.
Let's not make this some kind of Igbo bashing. No, are we talking politics?
Let me tell you, every part of the country have their own industrial strength during that time. See, I'm not a kind of person that just wave people up. We are talking of what is obtainable now. That is why you think these guys are not into businesses. The truth is this: if you really go and look at the CAC, the corporation in the country, the Igbo people are not this terrible as you think they are in importation or whatever. No, they are not. Okay, offhand today, people want to say, oh, innocent motor is just this thing. It's not manufacturing, it's assembly. See, I did operation management and I know what manufacturing is. You understand? People want to discredit that it's not manufacturing. What that guy is doing is pure manufacturing. You see, if you just stop importation and you put some correct automobile policy, especially the one Jonathan did, if you implement that thing correctly, that guy is going to be one of the biggest automaker, at least in sub-Saharan Africa.
You,
because
you
of our
see, you see, you
conviction.
see, one thing we do in Nigeria is this, and we fought for these Igbo people's this thing. When we want Igbo man,
No, Mike,
hold on, let me tell you
see,
something. Let me tell you something. One Igbo man will start one brilliant business, right? They will just announce it as, oh, it's the old Igbo brain that's doing it. Okay, when Dangote started his own big business, did they say, oh, it's the Fulanese that's doing it? That's the thing. We highlight any Igbo man that does something.
No.
How often do we highlight a Yoruba business that started, that's running something, is doing big started that's
you see one
dominating
thing,
one?
Mike.
We don't do that, but you guys, no. The thing is this. Let me tell you something. Wait, hold on. Let me tell you what Igbo people do in Nigeria. Whenever they do anything, they make noise about it. They highlight, even in the celebrity world. Like whenever in America, whenever maybe one Igbo guy there was a time one Igbo guy was drafted into the NBA in the early 2000s. Emeka Okafor. If you see the way Igbo people were making noise all over Houston. The Igbos, the Igbo, it's Igbo. How many? Whereas I'm like, you think it's Igbo that dominate the NBA? Whereas the best NBA player was Hakeem Olajuwon.
You should bow.
It's like they make noise whenever they do anything, and they convince everybody as if they are the only ones doing it. They can do it, you know.
Even right now, the best player in NBA is a Yoruba guy. It's a Yonis now.
If that guy was Igbo, even if Israel was Igbo, if all these if all these Afrobeat singers, almost all Yoruba, if they were Igbos, oh boy, the noise they go don't convince us then, and then they carry Nigeria for head. They will make all the noise, like, and that's how they convince everybody that they are just the best. There was one Igbo guy that came and say, after the Jew, it's the Igbo man. It's the Igbo. The way they pump themselves,
the guy said that they were the one that began the Nigerian movie.
The way they pump themselves. The way Allah is talking about innocent, I said there's 1,000 innocent there. It's only one innocent out of how many billion? 40 million.
Mike, let us take politics apart and let's face reality. See, I won't just say because I disagree with someone politically, and I will now use that thing. No. What we are saying now that they are not participating industrially is technically wrong.
No one is saying they are not. We are just overhyping them as if they are.
I think let me clarify this.
On Yema, for example, is an Igbo guy.
Exactly. We can also name Yorubas that are doing some great things, but it doesn't mean. Okay.
Right from the beginning, Yoruba are known for big administrative something like what
Ola,
it's not true. It's not true.
Out of 60 million Igbos, how many Onyema, how many innocent? Your two guys now represent the brain of all 60 million of them.
Mike,
come on now.
No. I know that our brethren from Eastern, they can be.
Ola, wait. Do you know Nod? No. So do you know Nod? Do you know what Nod is? NORD.
That's the Yoruba guy manufacturing car.
It does cars too in Lagos, but it doesn't make noise now.
But Yoruba people don't start shouting Yorubas are this, are that, because one Yoruba guy is doing something.
Even Dangote is assembling I think he started assembling his own car that they use in the trucks.
Yes,
I understand.
Southerners are doing it.
No, I know. No. I know that our brothers from the southeastern part, they can be loud, but then it doesn't mean they are not doing it. Look, in the economy,
we don't disagree that they are not doing something, but we are not. What we are trying to tell you is that they are not that. They are like a special kind of people, as if anything they are doing, nobody else is doing it, or nobody else can do it.
I know. Everybody has its own capacity. Of course, they are not the
exactly.
I agree with that for sure.
You are just getting it, Ola. It's not. We are not condemning them, but it's the way they portray themselves as if they are the best in everything. That's what we are trying to disagree.
That's what we are trying to disagree.
Again. Yes.
They will convince you that they are the special created African.
Ola, let's take Lagos for example. The reason why
they are special Jews.
Let's
they
take
are
Lagos
anointed.
They will say they are Jews. The rest of us are black.
And son of Abraham.
Even when you see Yoruba culture, you can even see straight similarity between Yoruba and Jewish culture. But Yoruba, I don't think Yoruba will come out and say they are Jews, because I listened to one historian that said, okay, look at how the name configuration in Jewish. So they use it to describe, right? When you want to say one name, you will tell story behind it. It's the same thing Yoruba too. You will tell story behind name. So your name is descriptive to Yoruba. But the truth is this: I don't know how our brethren from the southeastern just suddenly become a
Ola,
Jewish and all those, because that kind of thing is, to me,
Ola,
sound ridiculous
Ola,
when you cannot even
Ola.
stand by your own identity, that you want to subject yourself to another identity. I'm a
Ola,
Yoruba man and I'm proud to be a Yoruba man. So
Ola,
there's nothing wrong
let me
with me.
back you.
So
Let me back you. You know, Yoruba people, the Jews, they circumcise their children on the 8th day.
the same thing you find in
Yoruba traditionally circumcise their children on the 8th day. In short,
Exactly.
Yoruba name their children on the 8th day. Just like the Jews. Just like the Jews, they circumcise on the 8th day. And that circumcision is the number one sign of being a Jew.
Exactly. You know when you mention Jewish name,
Pastor, let me surprise you. You know, that thing has a medical advantage.
My brother told me, there's a clotting or something. What's the advantage?
Yes, about clotting. Yes, that's about clotting. When you do it at that age, it's less likely that it will bleed. And it's also, when you circumcise a child early, the torture and the pain that associated with it, the child will not be able to remember. And that is why it is advantageous to do it early, unlike what some traditions do when they will be doing it when they are already mature, ready to get married.
You see, the Jews, they circumcise on the 8th day. The Yoruba circumcise on the 8th
Even
day.
the Arabs, they do the same thing. They circumcise before 8 days. Yes.
During the Holocaust time, the way they recognize some of those Jews, they look at them, whether they are circumcised. Because there's no way you can deny, you understand? If you say you are not a Jew, they check. They will say, okay. They will know whether you are a Jew. And the same thing with Yoruba. So, but Yoruba will not say, oh, we are Jews. We are from Israel. We are the nation. We are the lost tribe.
You see one P that we normally fall into in that country is to look down on other tribes. You know, there was a time I mistakenly believed that Hausa people and Fulani people, they don't travel. It was on this forum that I learned in a very hard way. That Hausa and Fulani people, that they traveled. You know, I was so ignorant even up to the last 2 years. So the thing is this: people fall victim. Thomas, you are breaking. You are breaking. You are breaking, Thomas.
I can't hear you. You are breaking. Is that Simba?
Thomas, can you come back in? Can you go out and come back in? Because you are in the matrix.
Are you in Nigeria?
You see, this our own competence trap is what caused our problem. Okay, look at what caused the first coup in Nigeria. Did you know that those people that destroy our regional democracy there, they were actually trying to implement what Zeke could not do pre-independence. You know, Zeke.
Dominant. They want to be dominant. They want to be dominant. Yeah. They want to. Yes, that was what motivated them.
Zeke wanted the unitary system, and you know, Sakamodu Bello didn't want that. As a matter of
fact, Ola, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes, please. Can you please take charge, please? I have something to attend to. Very important.
But one man don't come out me for this thing because he knew that I won't be available for a while. But
no. Just take charge. I will come and shut it down later.
Okay, no problem. Then.
Just go on. Yeah, I'll be in the background. Yeah.
Thomas, we are coming to Australia.
So
the
thing is this. So the thing is this. Now that thing that Zeke wanted to implement, that's exactly what I think they wanted to implement, because all of a sudden you crash our federal system, and believing that because you had the largest number of officers in the military, and you look at others as maybe they will not do anything, and that was a mistake. That was a serious trap. And
not only even in the military that time, they have the largest number of people in the civil service.
So you don't just look at others, oh, these people, we are above them and we are going to rule them, and that was a serious trap.
Ola, do you know why?
I'll explain why. Can I quickly interject, please?
I've not even landed though.
Remy is here. Remy, oh my God! You know, Remy is gonna go the other way.
There was a counter coup now that just showed that these guys are we're better. You know, it got to a state that they believe that, okay, you know, when people even say Yoruba are coward, you know, that thing sometimes may have some kind of it impact on me, because look at it this way: if Adekunle Fajuyi could say, you cannot take my commander-in-chief without taking me first, and the guy have to die before you could even take the commander-in-chief, and someone led the entire tribe into civil war and he ran away. When the thing now they say, I will now be saying Yoruba is coward, Yoruba is coward. You see, that kind of thing can be so, you know, can be so, I don't know how to qualify it. So except
A lot of our Yoruba always have been that they are cowards now. That's why.
You understand? When you say Yoruba is coward, and yet Adekunle Fajuyi say you won't take my commander-in-chief except you kill me, and he put it like this. It's like on the line. And someone left
Fajuyi was a mumu.
and ran away. So please go ahead.
Okay. First, good morning to everybody from here. I've been listening to you guys. It has been a very productive discussion. I will say, first, I'll give glory to God. God really saved me. God really saved Nigeria. Because...
I mean, what happened?
Yeah. Obi came, and with his supporter in the Southeast, they will have destabilized that country. Their major aim is to take power by force, by any means. And luckily for them, they already understand that some Nigerians, they have this, I'm sorry to use this word, hatred towards APC and Tinubu. And they also use the NSAS movement and people like Obasanjo and Afenifere and the rest. If Obi have won this election, I can bet you that Nigeria will break in the next 4 years. Because the mindset is to rule, and the mindset they have is that to pay back Nigeria what Nigeria have done to them according to what they have in their mind or what they have already inputted into their mind for several years. They will have shown us Pepe, and meaning Pepe. The other time when Ajale Koko was saying that what Umahi was doing was not good, I let him realize that this guy is playing politics of the future. And I can see that guy, if he plays politics very well, he can be a vice presidential candidate in the next 8 years. And I tell those people, I've mentioned in this forum that it is the South that will take this thing after the Hausa would have it. Because with this, and I mentioned that what Obi has done, he has infringed on the chances of the Southeast for so many years to come. The same thing Soludo have. Unfortunately, when you look at all the major tribes in Nigeria, they always have one particular leader or few leaders that they always listen to. For them, they don't have. And when you don't have this set of leaders, there is no way you are going to be coordinated. For example, in Yoruba land, no matter what people say, majority of Yoruba, no matter how they abuse Tinubu, they will still listen to him. And we also have some few selected leaders. We know ourselves. Afenifere was against us, but Yoruba people say it's okay. That is their choice. Nobody bashed them because they were elderly people. Let them be. Because we knew they don't have that strength. They don't have that clout to command Yoruba to do this or that. And Yoruba have their own free mind, but still majority of people still believe that no matter what happened, this is our leader, or is one of our greatest leaders. Whatever you have against Tinubu, people will say he is very corrupt. To me personally, I think everywhere in the world there is corruption. Even in the white man's we are living.
Remy, let me say this. Can you imagine Ohaneze endorse Tinubu?
They will finish them. They will kill them one by one. What are they doing to their people now? They are killing one another in the name of we want to get away or blah, 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 blah. So look at the way I see Tinubu is this. It's a master strategist. That is one. And then two, whether he eats money or he does not eat money, we can see the visible development. Lagos is a very good example. Look at the leaders this guy have churned out over the years. And I told people here, if we have one Tinubu in every region in Nigeria, don't you think Nigeria would have improved more than this? He is not a selfish politician. He knows what he's doing. Whether he is getting money or not getting money from whatever he's doing, at least we can see that physical and development. Look at Lagos State. Can you believe that this generation, Lagos can have a light rail? Look at it, my God, man. Can you believe that? Just from a state, not from the federal government. And that is not The only one, the red line is coming upstream. And Dangote refinery, how many people do you think Dangote refinery will employ? This is a 24-hour continuous.
Millions of people.
So when we are talking, people for me, I told you that yesterday that when you go to Ikeja, what do you see? Trading, people selling clothing and whatever there. Before, this place used to belong to a lot of private companies. They have their offices there. And those places that are Ikeja, Ilupeja, which are industrial area, what do you have there now? Churches. They are all churches. And you are telling me Nigeria we are the one killing ourselves. If Tinubu come up now that those places should go back to industrial estate, the religious people will not let you, they will not let him breathe. So they are unfortunately for the Southeast, I'm not bashing them. They didn't play their policies very well. They are not well coordinated. Yeah.
Let me, on those areas you mentioned that there are warehouses that are being converted to churches. See, you can't really blame the churches. The first question you want to ask is this: who approved? Because when those industrial factory were laying fallow and the investors they wanted to sell, and they would just sell to whosoever, and who approved it? You see the same government.
I am not blaming.
But if the same government comes tomorrow, if they can compensate,
you are right.
If they can compensate and relocate them,
because I have never seen a country that developed based on religion. I have never seen. Even the so-called Saudi Arabia.
Remy is combination of all factors: religion, industry, and
what I'm trying to say is this. I don't know whether you have been to like country like Dubai. I don't know whether you have been like Kuwait and all those countries.
I understand what you are saying.
I don't know whether you have been to Israel or you have been to all those so-called Christian or whatever. Even in Europe here, they don't normally go to church like we go to church in Nigeria. And they don't normally go to mosques in Saudi. They still continue to do their business and whatever. They don't put it on their head that we usually. I have told the people that one thing that is killing that country or killing Africa is number one is religion.
No, Remy, I agree with you. You know, me that I'm talking to you now, the way I talk now, you will think everybody that you will think whether I pastor the church. See, for several years, I have not attended a church. I started attending like a month ago. You understand? But then, despite not attending a church, I still understand the impact that
don't say you could hear me. Why differ can differ from
me or my father?
For me, I am not saying.
Don't let my name deceive you.
I am not saying that people should not go to mosque or people should not go to.
But Remy, I want to point out something there because what you said about churches in Ikeja, but if you don't have the holistic view of why and what happened. If you look at the physical planning of Ikeja today, I don't think Ikeja is suitable for warehouses where there are expansions along other settlements. You know, going towards Agbara side, going towards that E4 sides. Most companies, some of those companies relocated to the island because they wanted to have their head office in Ireland. And some of those, of course, and you know, if you look at the cost of, you know, looking at most of the companies are also growing, especially in Lagos. Commercials are growing, and a lot of them already have a plan, long-term plan of where their employees are staying, how far it is from where they are, the relocation plans, getting so many things come to play. And some of those
so what would you prefer? All those kind of places, we should have turned them to cluster of offices or shared office for simple
Remy, that has to do with the lack of urban planning.
I want to counter AY on that.
Remy,
you see,
it is
so
a failure
what I'm
of
saying is,
urban planning.
what I would say is, if you look at Lagos was built on not really exact intentional planning, and what is happening in Lagos is even more difficult because they're having to break down a lot of buildings, properties, you know, like trying to reconstruct between an already constructed city, which is a very difficult as against, you know, building on a fallow land. That's what's happening in Lagos. So
AY, that Ikeja industrial area you talk about, it was well planned. You see, we only bastardize it. You know one thing, I was in that, if you know the NEPA on that take the one near, or but that take the one close to that Guinness there. I was there from 97 up to 2003. You see, one thing about that place was that it was well planned. If you see the way those places were fed from the feeder, we call them feeder, the high tension that feed all those places from urban undertaking there. It's not as if they are not well fed. But the issue is this: when we started having problem with electricity, and all those companies could not really sustain themselves, especially when the import policy is not in their favor. You see, you expect Dunlop to be producing, and the cost of production is very high. They are using diesel. Even the electricity is not stable. So, and you now open your border for goods to be coming in. It is normal for Dunlop to go down, for NTN, that's the Nigerian textile mill, for them to go down, and so many companies there to go down. Then when they go down, they would like to sell their assets. And this asset they wanted to say, who are the ones that were capable of buying from them? Who are the ones that were capable? No, the churches were the ones that were capable of buying from, because if another factory should buy from them, they will still face the same problem they were facing. Now, when government look at it properly, that okay, government will see the opportunity of making money, because don't think that those churches too, they were there, that the government didn't make money from them. So that's exactly what happened. The government that created the industrial estate around that place changed the plan to suit the economic reality. So if the same government want to restructure that place tomorrow, they can still restructure, but you have to compensate because you approve the plan of the same place. So to me, it's just that this military, the military we usher into our politics in Nigeria, they set us back. Like, I don't know if
sorry to interject you.
Okay.
I was listening to a report on Channels TV the other day about Ibejuleki, and they were talking about the Dangote refinery. That part of Lagos is about to become a disaster as well, and it's going to be worse than the old Lagos, because Ibeju will be the new Lagos, right? The way it's going, I'm telling you, it's so unplanned. Even the air quality. Do you know that they're not supposed to build about, is it 5 or 6 miles?
40 kilometers.
Yes.
I listened to it. 40 kilometers.
You said that
40 kilometers
around.
And people are buying residencies, residential houses.
There's supposed to be no houses, but they're already building. There's supposed to be a train line there. It's not properly built. What happens to the super expressway? Now you're gonna have tankers going there on those small ways.
No. The super highway they just built from Lekki to that refinery, they have a special dedicated lane for truck. So it's not going to be.
What I'm saying is this,
but the plan was to actually link that Lekki port with rail connecting to Lagos.
But Rome was not built in a day.
No, Remy, listen to my wait. In a sense, society, those things are done before they fit. You do these things.
I quite agree with you on the people buying property close to the refinery. I think they should be compensated and move away from that place.
Compensated and what? As in what?
Let me see. You buy land there, and they have to find a way to compensate you, maybe pay you the value of the land.
No, Remy, you're missing my point. Hold on. Let me finish my point so you know where I'm coming from. Saying that they should not have approved them in the first place. You don't approve those plans in the first place.
But they don't know they are going to put refinery there maybe several years ago.
If I did not listen to that guy, do you know that if I did not listen to that guy, I would have thought that Ibeju is the best place for it. Is a real estate.
Don't buy in that place. Don't buy.
No. So for me, listening to that guy, just changed my mindset. Like really, because most people were not thinking about it. Everybody was just thinking of the commercial opportunity in that place. Obviously, which is not safe for work, which is not safe for living. Come on. Oh God.
The guy even described the guy even described the air quality, described the kind of gas. Do you know that, Remy? Apparently the kind of gas that we have been buying in Nigeria will be banned in Europe. Did you know that?
The
like
kind of
of petrol that they're producing in Nigeria is not even safe for that's the reason why you get all this fuel.
No, the kind of oil fuel they import into Nigeria is not.
That's the one they import to Nigeria. That is, I don't know, because this is an heterogeneous market. So when you go to
the guy
why
you saw the same case. The guy broke the reason. He broke the thing down the way the way it was being done. What he was saying is that to build a refinery in that kind of area, they should have done many things to that new development before putting it there, before finishing that. Even I think a prior clip was saying that the plan was that they were going to have train lines that would deliver to a dry port 10 to 20 miles away. That way, most people don't have to need to come to the main port. You just go to the dry port and pick up your stuff. That way, there's no pressure in that area. That was not done.
Okay, what about producing all this petrol and taking them to like Tinkan from that place, and from Tinkan they can put them on the rail, or maybe they can.
No. You are looking at it differently, Coca.
No.
Look at this now. You know, that's industry there. They will be releasing some gases, some this and that
Yes,
can cause acid rain and some other things. So it's not about transportation alone, but even when they are producing, when they are refining. So what will they be releasing to the air is what it's talking about. Now, from the gases they are releasing to the air, the quality of air you are going to have. You understand?
But sorry, Ola, to cut you short. I don't know about this because I learned that they are producing to the highest standard because they have the Euro standard, and also
carbon.
I know that no matter what happened, there's still an hazardous place. So now that you make this kind of you are not a narrative, maybe a reality. So to me, I think when there's a problem, the next thing is to find solution.
But
So you cannot uproot the refinery for the people.
I know.
What can we do? So that is the most important.
Okay, I'm saying that they are still approving building. They are still approving new estates in that area. Every time you go on YouTube, you see new estate in Nebuja. I'm like,
we don't know how many kilometers is this estate.
They are even marketing. No, listen to me, Remy. They are even marketing how close they are to the Dangote refinery at a certain point on YouTube for those.
You're right. I have seen some.
It's 10 miles from Dangote. I'm like, how are they? Who is approving this project? If it's supposed to be 40 kilometers away, who is approving this project? Somebody in the outside is right. Somebody's approving this project. Who is approving?
That's the problem. Lagos needs serious urban renewal because let me tell you, Lagos is a jungle, whether we like it or not. Millionaire, all this guy, the millions we are making, you know, there are some millions that even take you to short lifespan life expectancy. That's exactly what Lagos is. So Lagos to me is a jungle, and Lagos is a place that if we want to be serious as a country, in the next 20 to 30 years, there should be urban renewal there because Lagos it's not livable. I have to be honest.
They should have learned from the mistake of the old Lagos, and you should build your new Lagos where you then fully plan. You implement. You learn from the mistake of the old, right? So you build properly.
Exactly.
But they are making the same Lagos, the same mistake you made again in the old Lagos.
A place like Lagos in the future, you want a good sewage system, you want a good drainage system, because all those solutions you are just pushing away. Look. I hope they've done the real environmental impact assessment, and they will implement the real how do we call it, the real strategy to make sure they mitigate whatever can happen. So, whatever we are doing now is a medium term. It's a medium term, a time that we just need to do something. So see, it's a serious concern when you build a refinery, no matter the level of the standard that you are talking about. You understand? To me, in the future, I'm looking at where they need to concentrate on the, you know, I don't just know. It's a job. I don't know. Okay, look at where we live now. We can easily move to our backyard and walk around and run around and no Okada. But then you can't even find, even when you go to Lagos Island alone, you can't even find space between two houses.
Don't mind those idiots in those banana lines. How can you have a mansion with no backyard? White house with no backyard.
Ola Babati. Now this brings us back to the same thing. if all the neighboring states, like I live in Oyo State, but each time I leave Lagos and go to Oyo State, I'm not always happy because it's not developing, even at 25% rate of Lagos. If to say that Oyo State or Ogun State, they are also developing very quick, instead of people living closer to the refinery, people can live in Mowe or Ogun State or in Ibadan by fast train and go and work in Lagos. Everybody, some people, they don't have nothing to do in Lagos, but they still want to live there by crook or by means. Everybody just want to go there. Everybody all over the country is going there. So that is why I said that development must happen in the state. People now should start handling their governors very well.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example that what we fought from diaspora from Ogun State, actually we were able to push our governor to, even though I don't like him, but this one I can give it to him. You know that red line in Lagos that they are almost done with, right? It's supposed to end in Agbado. That was no. So we got our governor to sign a deal with Lagos. They are going to extend it into Songo and Ifo. That way you can live in Ifo and work in Marina. You can live, so that way there's no need for. So our goal is to make that area the New Jersey of the New York of Lagos, where you can live in that New Jersey. You can live in that low cost in Ifo, your 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom. Get on the train in the morning, go work in Lagos and come back. So some people say they're actually doing that right now. So we should be doing more of that. I get your point, Coca. So I get your position.
So when you see all of this thing that people, the election has come and gone, and you are still fighting over unnecessary things, for God's sake, if at the end of the day they still declare Tinubu, which is going to happen in the court, what are you going to do? You wasted 6 months. You fought unnecessary fight. Your chances in the next 4 years is no more bright like before. And things, I just don't understand. We are all Nigerians. Everybody wants development because at the end of the day, if their state is developing, look at Ebonyi State Governor Umahi was begging the Southeastern, the Ebonyi to come on. There's enough land. This place is good. Come and invest in my state. Come and do your business. They refuse. Everybody wants to go to Lagos.
Man,
no. You see, Remy, you can't blame people going to Lagos. You know, although I was born in Lagos, forget about my Ekiti accent. I was raised in Ekiti, born in Lagos, raised in Ekiti, right? I still found my way back to Lagos. Now, what will I be doing in Ekiti if I have to ask you? You graduate from Ekiti.
I know you are right, but if you don't stay,
you understand?
If you don't invest in Ekiti, will still become backward. It's still going to be the same thing, and you guys
exactly.
You'll be blaming the government.
What push a person like me to electrical that I studied that time? Although I will tell people that if I'd gone for medicine that my father wanted me to go for, maybe I would not have graduated because I know my strength was never in cramming, was just to be analytical and mathematics. You know, I can out of 16 weeks in the semester, for example, I can just do a month reading and I'll be okay for the entire semester. So what am I saying is this? While picking that, I look at my environment data and say, if I should go to school, will I graduate and become teacher and farmer like my people? That was why I made choice of going for electrical. I was even looking at, okay, I should be able to do something on my own. But look at it this way. In that country, the resources that the country was supposed to use, that each state region are supposed to be using to develop themselves, in the cook and criminal manner, they put everything in the exclusive list. That is why that is why the energy. That's why the energy is being channeled to accuse the federal government the more, because these people can easily give you an excuse that they don't have enough, even though they are not being creative enough. Right now, look at the same federal government too. Immediately they see that you are getting VAT. The federal government want to take over it at the same time too, because they see. So anything that will give you money, they want to take over.
But the VAT, I want to be clear about it. What about the VAT? Is this being collected by the state or federal?
They are still in court. No. Let me play that. Remember Rivers?
No, they put it to the National Assembly to make a law.
Why?
No. So they settled out of court. Actually, they settled out of court.
But do we know the details of that settlement?
No.
They've already taken it to the National Assembly so that they will make it federal.
Oh man, that is some BS, man. That is some BS.
So the question is this: why should federal be? controlling everything because that the
No,
federal is
I don't
controlling
think they can do
these
that,
excuses.
Ola, because there's a current litigation.
And they're in court now. I'm sure
So they can't do
they're in
that.
court now.
See, once the National Assembly make the law about that, see,
What about all the money? What about all the money
even the
that
court can rule, right? The court
Sorry,
can rule and the National Assembly can.
remember Rivers did the one and Lagos joined the suit. That's the same one, right?
I think Lagos State started that trouble as far
There's a
back
current
as
litigation. Ola, you know why? Let me just, I'm not a lawyer, but there's a current litigation and there's an existing law. So the litigation is on existing law. Now, if National Assembly, I don't know if that law is part of the Constitution or I don't know.
No,
so if
National Assembly can rubbish that process.
If it is part of the Constitution, the National Assembly will find it difficult to do it. Because to amend that aspect of the Constitution, they need to go through all the states as well.
No, Patoski, you know that thing was not clear because the National Assembly have the constitutional right to amend to, because there are two ways.
Is
right?
it part of the Constitution? Is it just a law somewhere?
Ola, based on what I read, this is the thing. They were afraid that the state might win that case in court, so they rushed that bill.
They are likely to win, of course, yes.
So
they are likely to win
before they can win that case. Let's quickly change the law. That's what the reason why they brought that bill up.
But exactly. The law will not have a retrospective effect now.
No, Patoski. Political moves. We always override in that situation. Political move, we override whatever.
No.
You know our judiciary
I don't know the position of the current law. If the current law is just an act somewhere.
No,
but if it is part
what
of
they
the
had was that they were having issue with double taxation on VAT. So they were not sure. Some people will pay to federal on one hand, and there are some people will pay to state. So it was unclear who to pay to. That's the reason why they ended up in court. So they were saying
if that law that they are trying to interpret, there's an existing law that the state said is claiming they are supposed to pay to them. The federal is saying they are supposed to pay to them. If that law that they are trying to interpret is a law on its own, the National Assembly can legislate on it. Let me explain to you. The Constitution.
No, let me explain to you. The person that actually passed that put that into our law worked under Babangida. I heard him explain on TV. He said it was supposed to be controlled by the state. That the actual deal was that because of interstate commerce, the federal government will collect on behalf of the state, they will pay maybe a certain amount to the federal for the same way APAPA is doing it for Lagos, right? So that was supposed to be the rule of the federal government.
No, APAPA is not doing like that for Lagos. So
no. You stay with me. You know what I'm saying. I'm getting that because of those interstate commerce, that federal government was supposed to be the one to help collect VAT on behalf of the states. They will now determine, okay, this one is for this, whatever. They will now take their own court. So they were supposed to have a sharing formula, but because of government change or whatever, they couldn't get to finishing that. So by default, it just stayed with the person collecting the VAT, and they just ignored the states. That is what he said, because he said he's one that drafted that part of the law, and he worked for IBB. I forgot his name.
Anyway, the last time they put it to the National Assembly, I'm not sure they passed it though, but then because initially it's like the National Assembly was supporting the states. So, but I don't know.
We are saying the same thing. And what I'm saying is that
I guess they are still on it. They have not passed any bill.
What I'm saying is this: that if they look at the source of that law, if that law is, I don't know, if it is part of our constitution, VAT is a revenue, and part of the constitution, revenue allocation and all those things, I think it's part of constitution. If that thing is part of the constitution and the National Assembly wants to amend it, they need to go through the states. But if it's just
no. When it comes to Patoski, when it comes to the regulations of FIRS, Finance Bill Revenue Act, is solely exclusive to the National Assembly. In this case, so what they wanted to do while they were having the case, Wiki was the one that brought the case up actually.
Yeah.
So, and Lagos State joined. So when they were having the case, so because FIRS saw that the states were right and they had legal access, so they quickly ran to the National Assembly to amend the act that enables FIRS to actually collect taxes, to expand it so that it can clearly capture the VAT system. So that was what happened, and they had to step it down. That the judiciary should actually pass a judgment on it before there can be an amendment. But now they've stepped it down because I think Tinubu, there are a lot of things about taxes that has to be reformed, because it's very clear that the federal government is deepening its hands into revenues meant for states.
Exactly.
Because using the cover, especially, and that one is aiding lazy states to keep being lazy. States like all those northern states. You know what I mean? So some of them
you see one thing about that country is, if you want to move forward, the first thing we need to do is we've been saying this thing: take agriculture, take education. Most item in that exclusive list about overseas something, just take about 60 of them away, give the federal government just the military, the foreign affairs, like our immigration and all those things, and about 3 or 4 items there, and let them be focused, because our federal government focus on too much things that they are not even supposed to, and that is why they are failing at the international level. What they are supposed to be doing, they are not doing.
Ola, do you think there should be a partial immunity for the governors?
No. If you do partial,
no, they can't do partial. No, they must be immune.
No, give them immunity. I can tell you. See, we are so terrible in that country that we cannot do without giving those governors immunity. Although it has its own disadvantages.
All these things you have mentioned now, they are not in the exclusive now. They are like in a mutual list, or kind of, because state government also handle agriculture now. They also handle education. They are not exclusive to federal government now.
Look at the angle I'm looking at it from. You see, when you put those responsibilities to the federal government, have you seen the revenue sharing formula? You'll be wondering what the federal government is doing with the amount of money it's sharing. That is why the National Assembly, they have enough to share and loot.
Ola, let's go there. Let's go there. Let's just remove the Senate then. Just have one house. We don't need to have two bicameral houses.
Not even only that, if they can be paid them moderately, I'm okay. If they can be paid them moderately, I'm okay. But what these people are earning, you start your business, you may not even make it in 10 years. Even you that you have, if you are an entrepreneur.
The man said we only control 3% of the budget now. Just 3%. That's a lot for 200 people or 500 people. That's a lot of money.
And you start wondering where Dino Melaye have money to be buying houses in America and all those cars between us. And you are saying 3%.
The only house, those cars, uncle.
That's what I'm saying now. Those cars, those houses, and you are saying 3%. It's annoying. So to me, there are too much money at the center. Because number one, when you say the oil is coming from the south and it's going to Abuja, everyone will concentrate on that. Whereas they are doing illegal good mining in Osun State. They are doing in Safara. They are doing in everywhere. So the thing is this.
So that's why they need devolution of resources to the state. At least let's do 50-50 first. 50% to the state, 50% to the federal government.
Why do you think they
No, 50% is too much for the federal government. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Why do you
Why do you think we have fraudulent revenue?
Remy.
Why do you think we have
let's check before we go ahead. Under the current arrangement, right? So the federal government takes about 35%. So the remaining 65% goes to the state and the local government. So that's the thing. So there are 3 tiers of government: the federal, the state, and the local government. However, the reality is the local government has the bulk of the responsibilities. So
they are not getting money directly. The state government
exactly. So if you look at what YEMI did with NGF when they are having issues with Buhari was the adjustment. They need to restructure RAMFAC, which is the revenue allocation that the federal government needs to stay with their own revenue. State government, then local government. But the issue where they're having issue was the sharing formula between states and local government. Local government has more roads to build because Fashola used to say that thing. Local government actually has more roads, the largest portion of roads, compared to federal government, compared to state government, and all other responsibilities. So, under the current system, most of the jobs and projects state governments are using money to do, they're actually a combination of local government money and state government's money. So, if you look at it in proportion to the allocation, in proportion to what they do, you will see that there have been a lot of mismanagement in the past, which has caused them into a lot of debt. The thing is, when they say there is no money, it's not that there is no money. They were getting money all these 8 years. But the problem is the debts that they've incurred is eating their money from the top, because DMO would deduct your debt from source. So if you look at somewhere like a Cross River State, when they deduct their debt and everything, it comes to they get 900 million or 1.1 billion per month.
So what are they? What about the debt? What about all the money?
Let me even say something after AY.
Sorry, I just want to ask AY a question. So all those money these states have been borrowing, has it been reflected in the development of the state? I can only see Akwa Ibom did a wonderful job with all those.
Akwa Ibom is even part of the culprit. The question you should ask is, from 1999 to 2014, what were they doing with all those monies?
Okay,
AY, I just want to shift the argument a little bit. You see, one thing now, you said the local government and all those stuff. You see, the problem I have with the present arrangement is this. I still maintain it. Federal government should not be getting more than 15% at most from whatever allocation that is going there. Because
security, passports, basic things. You don't need.
I disagree with that, because
okay, I'm coming. I will tell you why. Now look at it this way. You see all those local government you are talking about. They be fraud in creation of local government over time. You know, you create local government just to slash that money from the center, instead of creating local government to be productive and contribute to the center. When you create local government just because you want to share oil money, that's a fraud. You see, the local government matter should be left to the states. It's a matter of fact, redo the constitution for state to be creating local government. You can create, if you like, create 1 million local government, but you must still generate your fund and just contribute to the center, instead of saying, okay, because you have 1 million local government here, you are now using that one as the basis of allocation to the state. That's why you see fraudulent.
I think I beg to disagree with you on that.
I disagree with that. Let me
disagree. I'm talking about my experience here now. You understand?
Okay, you know something. When I said federal government cannot get 15%, or because one, if you look at, let me just pick one aspect alone first. Military is not beans. You need funding, great funding for military. I'm not even coming to immigration, to secure your sovereignty, to secure, and especially at this point in time where we are being endangered by terrorists. So there has to be continuous funding programs for military. And as of now, we're just starting to, all our agencies, all those NASA that have been collecting money, they are just dead. They've not been doing anything. It's just now that we're trying to revive them, and they are trying to start to produce arms, locally.
I got you because you missed my point. You didn't get my point. You still not get my point. When I say they should not get more than 15%, 10 to 15%, 15% of exactly what? Of what? You got my point. Look at what I'm saying this way now. Even when they get 25% now, 35% now, how much is going to the military, into our defense budget? How much are they spending on the National Assembly? How much are they spending on those universities? Because what I'm saying, that when you give this 10 to 15%, take your university away from them. They don't have business in sponsoring about university. You are all those things. Take it away from them. Move it to the region or the state.
No, let them be autonomous. Let those
take the airport away from them. Take the airport away from them. Take the seaport away from them. Those should be matter for the region. When they now generate the revenue themselves, let them be given 10% or maximum 15%. You may discover that it may even be more than this, because what I'm saying basically is this: Kano State should go back to its hide and skin. All those Bata, Magma, all those industry we used to see the other, all those Nigerian, the textile mill, all those things. They should come back nationally to create job for people. Because if you create more job for people, you won't see all this criminal recruitment that all those they are taking advantage of poor people to recruit them into the banditry gang. You know, you give them job. So whatever you are getting from all those things, you should be some part of your contribution to the center. If the federal government is getting, let's say, 10 billion today for that thing, maybe by the time you are now giving 10% or 15% this time around, can even be more than the 35% they are getting presently. But what you want to do is this: you want every region to concentrate on how to develop themselves, instead of some people to be using some kind of crook and miss
feeding bottle federalism.
Exactly, to be creating local government just to access oil money. People are still fighting for more states now. Why do you think they are fighting for more states? Just because of the same oil money that's coming from the south.
No. I think first thing, I think one of my own opinion, Tinubu will have to do a lot on that. I think on states creation, I don't think we need to create more states. I think the one thing we are not seeing is the way the states have been mapped or positioned is disadvantage to a region. I think they should move when they say things like the Northwest is the North, you need the North, you need the North. I look at it politically, really. How will you tell me that a state, a region that has 7 states, will not naturally have the advantage over other ones that have 6 states in terms of population and voting? Do you understand?
In the house, they have that big advantage. They have a larger share of.
No. Look at it. Look at this election, presidential election. Let's look at ourselves now.
I'm one of the election officers here now. You understand? When you divide our to electoral division, we know what it is. You know, in Nigeria, they may use landmass to divide and say, okay, maybe because these people, they have expanse of land, you now give them maybe 36 local government, for example. You now look at area that is densely populated like Lagos, you now give them small portion because you are using land area. Instead of using population to do all those things, you are now using land area. Those are the kind of the fraud that we have in state creation. And that is one of the reasons that I'm happy that even this particular census is postponed. Because when you do census, you don't use land mass to share resources. You'll be using per head of people, the people that live within your environment you cater for. You'll be what you use to share the resources. So these are one of those things that I'm looking for us to take away by saying, let the region control their resources and now contribute to the center. So if you like, create 1 million local government in your region. It's okay, as long as you are not accessing the oil money that's coming from the south.
That's what he's saying. That's for now. That's the reason that that's what AY is saying. That is the incentive for them creating that. Now, if you remove that through what you are proposing, like I think everybody agrees to, that way you can create 5 or 2. It does not matter, because it's still what you produce from your area that determines what you get, not the amount of states you have.
Exactly. Because with that, all those states you see, they will be able to do some kind of strategic alliance. They will align with others fast. When you take all those ship money they are going to, when the Ganduje will not have money to put on his head.
Okay, for instance, let me tell you the scenario of what's happening now. I said what I believe is the politics is what translates to governance. Now, okay, let me tell you what's happening now. Now, Northwest is agitating for Senate presidency. Now, one of the reasons why is there an ongoing conversation in their space, but we don't have it in the Southern space, is because there is an underlying fear for restructuring. And you know, if the presidency and Senate presidency comes to the South, of course, the South, Akpabio and Tinubu will go all out to balance the equation. Because if the equation is balanced out and nobody is having an advantage over the other, and everywhere is fair and balanced, we know that in a way, Southerners will quickly adjust themselves to industrial policies. Let's be honest with ourselves. Because, for instance, during this 8 year reign of El-Rufai complained about Kano, and he said those guys are not ready to do anything. They are just being petty, and when there are free things offered in Kaduna, they rush down to Kaduna to come and pick it up, all in the name of brotherhood. And they will just have to accommodate them, or the only thing they, for instance, if they want to get access to education and all that, they have to, get a Kaduna State residency and all that. If it's an underlying fight in their space, although they don't bring it out, because El-Rufai said he's tired of having to accommodate them, because in terms of IGR, they are not serious with generating taxes. They're not, especially like Kano side, not the Kaduna side. If you look at Kaduna side is not really northwest. If you look at Kaduna side very well, it's a mixed population that is as productive as somewhere like the North Central. So I think the lifestyle of each region also is something we need to watch. And if everything is square and balanced, let's be honest with ourselves, some region will not get the money they used to get. I can tell you how much this Northeast Development Commission, they are pumping into it just because of the sympathy of Boko Haram, terrorism.
I know. AY, but why do we do this ourselves? Nebraska can never be New York. That's what the issue we are having. We want to legislate parity in Nigeria. Do you know what that does? Lagos has to wait for a poorer state to develop.
Exactly.
Let them go at their own pace. They're actually dragging Lagos and Rivers. They're driving them. They're dragging
They are
them.
not only driving Lagos and Rivers back. Why will, for instance, what's the socio-economic comparative advantage for building a rail from Kano to Niger over building a rail from Aba to Port Harcourt?
Or Lagos to Calabar. That's like the priority.
So those are the things we need to. But the thing is, because of the numbers in the legislative seats, there are 19 states up north, there are 18 states down south. If you make everybody 18, so number of senators the same, House of Assembly, of course, roughly the same. So nobody has monopoly. That's what I'm saying. You don't. That's
I
what I'm
agree
saying.
with you completely.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Northwest is proud. They are making themselves that they are proud. They have this population because if you look at the number of states alone, it's 7 states in the Northwest across Northwest geopolitical zone. So when they are allocating something, South, that's why Southeast will feel naturally agitated. Look at the way they will share the money. Southeast has 5 states, 5 small states. They will say, oh, Northwest has 6, 7 states. So when they are sharing those things, they are not really sharing it equal based on their using the advantage of having one more state extra. And they are using that in also negotiating in voting.
If they are to have a higher number, you understand, states like Lagos will have the highest number of representatives.
We can see. No, so
because that's the kind of thing we find in this environment.
Ola, this election should tell you that Lagos has the highest population in Nigeria, not Kano. The number of registered voters in Lagos is 7 million. Kano is 5 million. And they will still say that they vote more than us, right? Right? They vote more than us, yes. But the number of voters registration in Lagos is 7 million. That means the statistics we've been working with are not really, they were inflated, highly inflated in a way. So, and that's why I feel it's best that Tinubu conduct census, and the way the census will be that
some people will be telling us that beavers were that this is the worst. Because when I told people that beavers is one of the best invention or innovation in the
because it exposed because this is the real numbers for the first. This is the actual figure that we've been working for.
All those minor things people are talking about, they are just saying that we can just fine tune. So some people now is for them to cancel beavers if they have chance, and that's the best thing we've had since 1999.
You've not seen any. I'm just saying you've not even seen anything. Do you know the cross? I don't even want to talk about the cross-border activities that goes on between Niger and Nigeria, Chad and Nigeria. That those people don't even respect sovereignty. Do you understand? They don't even respect sovereignty. If you are going through Lagos border or Ogun State border, you know the number of checks they will do on you. How will a president, people have not talked about that, how will Buhari easily say that if you disturb me, I will move over to Niger? Niger is just a country.
Honestly, that's why we seriously need that.
Anyway, as someone that grew up in that Songo area, do you know how many businesses were destroyed when they closed that border between that and
of course it's normal now because
that was evil. I'm sorry, that was evil.
Lagos and Ogun State strategic location alone, you know, the volume of business there is huge. So it's going to definitely affect livelihood. So it's not funny at all.
People were not forced to become firewall to survive. They were paying extra to bring it up to the back door now. You know, the usual illegal routes now.
Of course, once you put restriction or something now, you make it lucrative for the smugglers. It's normal. It's normal. So to me, that is why we desperately need person like Tinubu that challenged the 2006 census that did it. So now, this time around, not only that we need to do census, we need to do census to create database. All this are national identity, we should convert it to something like a social insurance scheme that even you can never have salary, you can never work without.
We need to integrate all our database. If you have BVN, you have NIN, you have voters ID.
I'm not those saying that security ratio. You know me, I didn't register for voters. This, immediately I become a citizen. You understand? They have my database already.
To the point you were making earlier, let me just add this. Let me just throw it. So I want to see what you think. Nigeria, the train that they have from Lagos to Ibadan is disappointing. We need those fast trains. Lagos to Ibadan should be about 20 to 25 minutes. It should be that way you can actually live in Ibadan and work in Lagos. The one they have now, I don't even know what this is. 92 hours to get from.
Let me say something on that. Now, you commissioned a train since 2019, right? Is it 2019? Yeah, I think it was first time 2019. You're just planning to do e-ticketing in 2023. 4 years.
Because they are making money from hand to hand now. They don't want e-ticketing. There's no money to steal now.
And Lagos, look at it. So I was listening to an interview from someone who said what they wanted to do actually was to electrify that rail. You understand? For their red line, electrify the rail. But he said they couldn't do it. They had to go for the diesel powered one because NRC is not evolving yet. So there is a move to decouple that Nigeria Railway Corporation in such a way that they will decouple it in such a and give everybody will be under NRC, but it will be managed in sub-regions. So if it's the same rail, you electrify the rail, the trains on it are electrified.
No, the blue one is electric, right? The blue one is electric.
No, I'm talking about the red one, the red line. It's diesel powered.
I was asking you about the Lagos Ibadan.
Yes, Lagos, the red line is
it costs across it. Okay, yeah.
So in their mind, in Lagos State mind, they wanted to electrify that rail, same like the blue line. You understand? Electric trains, fast bullet trains, of course, they save more and they move faster. But NRC is not yet grown to that level. Do you understand? They've not grown to there. Just still talking about creating.
Although I quickly want to correct something. Although the fact that it's diesel power doesn't mean the speed is
no. Let me correct something. In that red line, I was living in Kenosha when someone came to Milwaukee to buy those trains, and I actually drove 1 hour to Milwaukee. I was at that event. Those are brand new trains, but here's the problem, and they are brand new and they are very fast. They were supposed to move intercity, so that's also a concern for me too, because those trains were not designed for metro. They were designed. They were supposed to be doing what Lagos to Ibadan is doing. So with that many stops, I don't think that train will last that long because the brakes is not designed to be braking every 5 to 10 minutes.
I think long distance. So I think it might change because there was a conference that happened about a month or two ago in the Southwest where they prioritized rail transportation and electricity.
Or the Dawn agenda.
Yes, focus on the region. So I think that one of the things they will task Tinubu to do is quickly decentralize all these things and let them move on their own pace. And I think if they can move on their own pace, getting Tinubu's backing with sovereign guarantee, I think a lot of development will come to the West.
For real, I think power as well, right? Power as
Yes,
well.
real and power. Because
You
if
know-
they can do that and Tinubu is able to just hand it over to them, to the regions, and give them a sovereign guarantee.
Tinubu has given all the money to Southwest. Look at how they are developing.
No. Tinubu will not. So, okay.
I know. I'm saying it's the perception.
So, BT, don't you know that? Don't you think that Tinubu has? Me, I feel that if you look at what's going on, has been happening recently, all the approvals and all of that, I think Tinubu is already in the government. It's just that we just need the original logo. On those
the
states,
move they are making, I'm like, wait a minute, did you guys know all these things? Like, all of a
yes,
sudden,
so you start thinking that. So, who is the brain behind? Is this not Buhari's government? If you've been looking at the last 3-4 weeks, the moves that have been happening.
They went to Southeast to go and do some drainage. I'm like, what's going on?
Exactly. So you will think, is this Buhari's government? Why are they not thinking about this all this while? But you can see that
Tinubu boys, they are part of the government, but the problem is the cabal, they have their own agenda. See, at Buhari followed APC manifesto. By now, we should be talking of Buhari as the best president in Nigeria so far. But unfortunately, like Aisha Buhari said, that even those people that didn't even participate in bringing Buhari into power, they hijacked that thing for their own purpose. Right? That's the problem. And unfortunately, too, Buhari is not strong enough to be able to look away from nepotism, and that's the problem we have. But hopefully, we believe that Tinubu will be able to do a lot of things.
Because I've seen Osinbajo, because Buhari has not been conducting fake. Osinbajo has been giving some crazy approval that I've been looking at, similar to Tinubu's hands on,
Lagos. Like you want to be like, oh, when I first did it, I'm like, you should have done this years ago. Like, what
exactly. If they've done this thing years ago,
Oguta Lake, do you know how many years Southeast cried for that thing in Buhari's government, and they not even look at them once? So those little the road approvals, so many of these approvals coming, and even myself, I'm asking that where are they going to get money to fund all these things?
All those kind of things are bogu, so that this government will put the name there. You look at it this way. You start doing a lot of things. Look at Lagos Ibadan Express Road. See the way they are rushing. This guy just want to make sure that they
will say they were the one that
they approve as much so that they can put their name to it. So that, but when you are talking tomorrow, this Lagbaja did that. That's the way I can think about it. You know,
so because I'm looking at the way they are working on second Niger bill, Lagos Ibadan. I'm like, so you guys are funding for these things before, so that these things can move very fast. How will you be constructing 127 kilometers of road for 7 years? And Fashola had to fight. But it's okay.
That is why some of those things need to go to the states. They need to go to the states.
Ola, do you know who is the key to this government success? Akpabio. Let me tell you what. Akpabio comes from a region that has been yearning for resource control and regional government.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nobody. You think it's Southwest? Forget Southwest. They want it more.
That's what I'm saying. That is why Yari is blowing the dog whistle. Do you understand? That's why Yari is blowing the dog whistle that Northwest needs to become Senate president, because
they know where it's going.
Yes, a combination of Tinubu and Akpabio is going to be crazy.
I was hoping for North Central for speaker because they wanted to. They feel like
exactly.
I was praying for that.
So no, we're hoping for. I'm hoping for it, but even if they get, but that guy too, that guy in Kaduna is El Rufai's boy. Abbas is a very El Rufai's boy. So and El Rufai is also known to take some bold moves, not spoon feeding. Don't spoon feed me for anything, like, because Kaduna State also wants to, ascertain their own power too on the Northwest, because they want to quickly grow to become as influential as Lagos. Do you understand? So that's what moves El-Rufai has also been making. So it's only people. But if you bring somebody from Zamfara to come and become Senate president, we're in Supo, because that guy will not.
Can I quickly interject, please?
Yeah.
You can see that they are playing a very good politics. Barao is from Kano, and this Abbas is from Kaduna. That means already looking towards the next 4 years. That is the game plan.
But the thing is, North Central now is coming to the fore, and that's what Tinubu wanted to.
By the time they give North Central the secretary to the federal government of Nigeria and give them 2 juicy ministerial.
Very key position.
No. North Central will not take it. You know why?
They will take it. If
they
you look
won't take it. They won't take it, because I listened to one of the
it was
guys from North Central,
because he's the current deputy speaker from North Central right now.
That guy is Wase is influential. Number one. Number two, when they were talking, and the argument is right. He said, when we talk to party politics, that's where you have chairman and all of that. Leave it. When we go to the legislation.
But it's unfair. It's unfair. They gave Tinubu 4 states now. I mean, that's a lot, and it's not.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a lot.
And that's the thing. I think you guys are not looking at it from the legislative angle. What about the governor from the North Central? They are also angling for a juicy position.
They have 5 governors. Are you kidding me? As in,
listen, I'm trying to tell you
of the Northwest.
Do
you understand?
Lalong is being penciled down for like secretary to the federal government of Nigeria.
Okay.
That is a very big, important position. Plus the chairmanship position. And plus 1 or 2 other juicy ministerial position. What else do they want?
No, not like Remy, not like that.
No, I do not support that they give Northwest 2 positions like that.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. That was come on.
It's a deft move. It's a move that will pay in the future. That's what they are looking at.
No, but the thing is, when you look at the optics of politics, now the whole public is aware. The optics of politics would demand that one of that Secretary General, I would prefer that they give Northwest the Deputy Speaker and the Secretary General to SGF. Let them give them the 2, and let North Central get the Speaker, because this thing, what is coming up now is they're already playing a power play, and let me tell you what the power play is going. Before, the Northwest has been taking the lead in the northern space for political decisions. Now, North Central is also coming to the fore now as a power block. So on their own. So you cannot just ignore North Central anymore.
I know, but the point is this. They don't want to give them 2 powerful positions. They have the speakership and just have the chairmanship of the party. These are 2 powerful positions.
Okay, give them the Deputy Senate President.
And the chairman of the party cannot step down. If he can step down, then they have a very good case also.
No. Okay, don't give them Speaker. Give them Deputy Senate President. Speakership is in Southwest, Northwest. SGF is in Northwest too. So what are we saying?
So I think it's what in politics there must be a risk, okay, for everything.
And the thing is, in reality, SGF ought to come back to the South. There are many offices that ought to come to the South. That's why I'm saying that the numbers do not favor us because of the states. 1918. Look at it. In Buhari's time.
What makes this thing lopsided is that if the Southeastern have played politics like the rest of Nigeria, we won't be having this kind of trouble. They will have got this Southeast on a platter of gold, just on a simple Southeast. The Senate president so easy, but the way they play that politics,
they give them a deputy speaker, right? I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, they have to.
But South does not have any problem because we already settled ourselves. We want to share the position, so we don't have any issue. It's just the North because of the greed.
If you read there's some news today that some of the speakership candidates that are competing, some of them have started stepping down.
Yes, Dogowa is Northwest. It's part of them.
That's right. I keep telling guys like Tinubu I don't know how he does it, but he's a master at negotiating at deals behind the scenes. Somehow people just agree with him. He just call them into the room. Next thing you know, people start bowing and doing whatever he wants. He's a master at this game.
I like Tinubu's strategy. Tinubu will tell you that don't fight for this. There's a better. I think one of the things he does is he provides you a better, much more superior alternative.
No. If I am a rep member, you have to take it. Still have a lot of position for you in the future, unless you just want to fight for. Look at what happened to Saraki now.
But Wase does not have time. Wase, I think this might be his last.
But it's not so easy for you to be a deputy speaker, and then the next position you want to be a speaker. It's not so easy like that. It's not so easy. I read what Bagamiala sent recently. He said that all Wase and so many, they are very close to him, and he doesn't know who to pick. But because the party cannot go against the party, and the person the party have chosen is a veteran too, a PhD holder, and so many, he has been in the.
That's what I said, Remy. That PhD holder is a cover up. That guy has a blood of a Westerner. Yes. Let me tell you the truth.
You mean that Abbas?
Yes, the mother is.
I was wondering. I'm like, wait a minute. Even that name sounds like a Yoruba name.
No, let me tell you. And you know. Let me tell you something. Like, if you notice anybody that is a northerner that has stayed with, maybe came to school in the West or did something in the West, their IQ is amplified, and their sense of reason is not detribalized, and you understand what I mean. So they're extra sharper. Regards to Northern, I respect that they're also wise and all of that, but there's this extra competence on governance that they have. You understand? And the way things should be without, someone like Buhari had that issue that he was not firm, he was not surgical with his decisions. Like, no, you are my tribe person, but you are doing what's wrong. It was not that firm. So, as I said, a lot of restructuring will be firm in these 4 years. A lot of people will cry. A lot of people will cry. As much as we are saying, you cry. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, I'm with you.
You are talking about Tinubu's master class. That is what you are talking about, Peter Obi, and we are talking about governance. Tell me one politician today that will not listen to Tinubu. None. He's there at the top echelon of Nigerian politics. I don't think there's any active politician today that will have in any party, apart from maybe somebody like ATIKU. But besides that, is there any other one that will not bow to Tinubu or that will not listen to Tinubu? Forget about money.
Simba. I think Tinubu was hiding his influence pre-election. I think he was hiding his influence, like how big he is in not only Nigerian political space, I mean African political space and global politics. He was hiding it from us. He was not making us to really see into him, although we see into him in Nigeria, the networks he has. I think now, the more as the day progresses, we'll be seeing how influential this guy is.
Once you have worked in that oil space, man, you have connections, man. That is a global connect. That oil, yeah.
From down to even can we look at it? Even this Guinea passport of the thing that you are using against.
Oh boy, I shock you. Say this guy big pass this like this.
Okay. If a whole country can give him that recognition by helping, that means he's not even a kingmaker only in Nigeria. He's a kingmaker in Africa.
Do you know how many people? That's what I'm saying. Do you know how many people Tinubu has helped to win presidential elections in their country? You think people down from Ghana down to South Africa? Do you know how many people Tinubu has helped to win presidential election? The guy is really influential, but the thing is, the guy does not move with PR on his international radar and all of that. And I think that before, I think ATIKU is not that influential. If you are a business person, you understand politics and business and economics, man, you are a gem. If you can understand politics, economics, and business, how the three of them interwoven. And I think Tinubu is the best option as at today in Nigerian politics, because it's the only one that can get Nigeria. Is the only one that can. I don't know. ATIKU cannot. How many foreign direct investments did can Obi attract to Nigeria as a country?
Who knows Obi? Who knows Obi? Who knows Obi?
How many foreign
Obi is a nobody. He's a nobody.
ATIKU that is saying how many foreign direct investments can ATIKU attract?
But Simba, you see that Obi thing, the man thrives in divisive politics. He does the divide and rule. That's how.
Exactly, I agree with you.
But that's why he can't hold the party together. People say APC invasion. Is there no PDP invasion in APC? But if you're really that, you will find a way to bring people together. Look at what Tinubu did.
No, they are only giving excuses for him.
No.
How can you be saying that another party is the one that is causing problem in your party? That means you cannot hold your party.
Look at what Tinubu did. The man sent people to body of all people. The man has been trying to destroy him for the past 30 years. He still sent people to him. I need you for my God. He was still, do you know who that guy is to him in Lagos? He's still reaching out. That tells you this guy understands politics. Even OBJ. Remember when OBJ, they were fighting about allocation, Simba, in Lagos? Tinubu will
yes, I remember.
Tinubu will still pick up OBJ at the airport. Do you know that he will still pick him up at the airport when it comes? He will still come and meet him in Lagos at the airport. Even if they were fighting. He will still he never abused, you know,
after the elections.
He never for once abused OBJ.
Tinubu always appears weak. Fashola says the same strategy over and over again. He appears weak, even if he has evidences that we used to knock you at the tribunal. He will be appearing weak and coming to your level and begging you, like the way he's begging to be. Oh, let's do this thing.
I feel like they have some dirt on Obi. I think they have something on him, but they're just waiting for him to just mess up big time.
See, don't Tinubu will tell you I prepared for this election. So is he so dumb that he has won elections for that?
AY, one of the famous quotes of Tinubu that I always remember, he says, even before it happens, I've already planned for it. He said even before that he thinks ahead of time. Like even before anything happens, he already knows, he already has a plan for, he already has it. So he was discussing his political names. He said, listen, even before it happens, I already know what you're going to do, so and I'm already prepared for it. Look at what Buhari did now.
It looks like your psychology. Like you can
look at what Buhari did with Emefiele. He knew what's going to happen. He was already prepared for it. Okay, UK, Amy. He knew what's going to happen. He was already prepared for it.
He has plan A, plan B, plan C.
No, the problem is Buhari's people cannot say. If you look at Buhari's space now, they cannot boldly come out and say they want an election for Tinubu. Look at the northwest space. Only people from Kano, they are coming to people. You see that when Buhari was in power, Katsina was the powerhouse where they talk and the whole Nigeria responds. You know, people like Mamman Daura will talk. Do you understand? The late Abe Akari will talk, and everybody in Nigeria will start, you know, who will start. But now power has shifted. Buhari was the one that sent $800 million to loan requests to National Assembly. They stepped down the bill. See power.
That was crazy though. You only have 2 weeks left. Why are you borrowing less than 2 weeks? What do you want to use the money for? Just for retirement plan? That was just you just want to rob the country now. No. Even the party's chairman was a mole now. It was from the PDP, Adamu guy. It was from the PDP. They brought him in to frustrate Tinubu in that APC, and Tinubu still won.
Uzo Kalu is now regretting. He's not regretting.
That one is just stupid, Gary. That one just a stupid man. How can you go on TV saying that, in fact, we will not vote for Tinubu, we will vote for ATIKU if they don't give us that ticket? Who does that? And now wants any ticket. They should not give
No,
it
that one is not, that one is not even. Do you know that this speakership, whatever, oppositions were gathering, they wanted to invite some of the ruling party guys to come and form alliance like Saraki. A lot of them were like, no, who are you people to? This is an in-house matter. In 2020, because everybody knows now that no loyalty, if you are disloyal, you are putting your political future into jeopardy. Tinubu is a one in the guy is just no.
But so
I love the guy. The guy is just
what happens to to Osinbajo? I think he's done politically. Once he did that, nobody will hear from him again.
See what happened to somebody? No.
Well, I think Tinubu should not. I mean, those guys are talents. I don't think Tinubu should just eliminate them like that.
What that guy did,
unless he has enough talent in his bag where he doesn't need them.
Mike, listen. Look at what Obi said. He said he was hoping that there was going to be Osinbajo because he knew he could beat Osinbajo.
That's probably a reason why Tinubu should now hold that against Osinbajo.
No. You can't
Mike, let me
because of Obi, Tinubu should stop being friends with.
Mike, let me tell you something. No matter your talent, there will always be people, even if they cannot do the job as you are, that they will do the job fairly. And the thing is, before talent, loyalty comes first.
No, I don't think so. In life, are you saying if you have a company now? Hold on, let me give you an example. If you have a company now, and you have one employee that's very, very productive, making money for your company, but it's not as loyal to you compared to another employee that's within the company that's more loyal to you, but that one is not producing anything for you. So would you say you eliminate the one that's less loyal? Are you more? It's not all about loyalty. It's more about
in this case, I don't think the example you gave suits the whole scenario.
Okay, so let me say, are you saying any other people from other region that is going to appoint in his government, would they be more loyal to him? Are you saying they'll be as loyal to him? Come on.
No,
not everyone that will be part of your government will be as loyal to you. Because he has to pick minister from every state of the federation. So he doesn't. Are you saying you will find loyal? I mean, people that everyone that is going to pick will be very loyal to him. So you won't get 100% loyalty from everyone, but it doesn't mean we can still use talent that's around you. A talent doesn't have to be loyal for you to use them. You understand? Because, for example, Osinbajo already have experience in that government because he's been there for 8 years as a vice president. He has seen a lot of things. So he can be it can be like an advisor to tell you that, come, we went through this route at this point. And he can give you some, you can't end your friendship just because the guy with talent.
It's not ending. Tinubu does not end friendship, but he makes.
What is he doing if he cut the guy off?
I know he didn't cut the guy. Somebody can still call him to tomorrow now.
I'm saying to cut them away from his, governance. Just eliminate them.
That Ambody one was so bad because the guy made it open. That, usually when you disagree, you don't with Tinubu. If you
Mike, what do you always think whenever Fashola says, "May your loyalty not be tested," because Fashola also almost told that line, but the only saving grace is that it was never public.
No, and because Fashola, if you remember, Babaito that died, Fashola was very smart. Even in that Lagos, Tinubu still listens to some people in Lagos that he will still listen to them.
Yes.
So he made friends with those people so that even when he had issues with Tinubu, he can go to them and say, help me, beg him or whatever. But Ambode was a one-man show and his friends. He didn't have any backup. So once you lost Tinubu, there was nobody to go to and say, Egbamio. That was just it.
No,
he didn't have any backup. You know it now. You know the latest in Lagos now.
Yes, now those are the people that can speak because they know Tinubu's antecedent. And the thing is, those were the kind of guys that were talking to Osinbajo. And Osinbajo was not listening. Was he not there? We were all here now. We were all here when they were advising. When I say, and the way
even the guy from Ogun State, Oshoba.
Yes, Oshoba.
Remember he called that meeting of Yoruba candidates, and your boy was there flexing muscle. like he got some support from the north that they're going to support him against Tinubu.
Exactly. And the thing is, and that's the way they are talking to Obi now, like, please save your future. And the thing is, that's why I said Eastern, when they tell you that step, shoot your sword, you can live to fight for another day, and you're still going. They are just trying to save you from political doom. Once you get to that point of political doom, you see everybody just leave it to yourself, and you just have to be shaking your head. Same thing happened to Ambode. Aregbe is on the same path too.
Oh no,
So,
no. Aregbe once is very, because on one hand he will be very abusive, and the same time he will go back behind, start begging Tinubu again.
Yes, but I think he made amends during the gubernatorial elections.
He's always 1 minute is abusing, nothing is begging. This guy, man.
Yes, no, because Aregbe knows, sometimes you have some troublesome boys in the house. Like, you always have that bad boy that will go but will come back to beg, and
But I didn't even know how close Obija and Tinubu were. I thought they were strong political enemies. So until I'm like, wow, so these guys actually were still
no.
close.
So I think, looking back, I think the conversation that happened when Tinubu started his race, when he went to Obasanjo, I think the conversation was not around Tinubu's candidacy. It was around opposition to our people. Looking back. Do you understand?
Oh, okay.
So many people may not know the tact. The tact might be that, okay, if you don't support me, don't support a Northerner. You have to support a Southerner. So that's like Obasanjo picked Obi. Do you understand? So play your game, I play my game. Whoever wins.
So do you feel like, maybe it's just me, but this is my own conspiracy. I feel like they nudged Obi to run in Labour, knowing fully well that they needed him to run.
No, so Obasanjo did not even know that he was being
No.
used.
I'm saying Tinubu's camp, not OBJ now. Like they needed Obi to run.
Okay, yes. So that is what they wanted. They wanted
because remember, Pat told me he already got the ticket. He had to step down from what he already got from Labour. He already got the ticket already.
So the thing is, what they wanted was the elections to be across the three candidates. It should have been Wike, Obi, and probably Tinubu. Do you understand? Or Osinbajo. No Northern candidates will run. So the Northern guys will pick anybody they want to support. So, like in 2027, 31 now, it will be the affair of what's it? Hello?
If it would have been Tinubu, Wike, and Obi, Tinubu would have won by landslide.
No, but it will have still been a very difficult election because Wike too will also have his own support base. And Obi also have his own support base.
I don't think so. I think Wike. What will happen is Wike and Obi will share a lot of those obedient votes, so to some extent, and those ATIKU votes would have gone to Tinubu straight up, man.
And not necessarily that. Well, Tinubu may win.
No, that would depend on who Wike picks as VP.
Exactly. Okay, if Tambuwa had played and Tambuwa came into the fray and supported Wike, and Wike, Tambuwa, and maybe Obi, and let me pick another politician.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I see that everybody is trying to vilify Osinbajo. In the recent, do you really think Osinbajo thought he was going to win that primary? Knowing the landscape of Nigeria.
He did.
I think so.
He did.
It's not the key in that political. See, we know the primaries in Nigeria, in political party primaries, they are heavily induced.
No.
And this guy didn't have money to pay all those delegates.
Let me give you what gave him the impression. One, so he already formed a party at the presidency. They already formed the caucus at the presidency level, and that influence is what they were using to, infuse into the party.
No. AY. Yes. That's why I'm telling you that Osinbajo is not stupid. He knows that the governors control this thing.
No,
he knows. So it's not today. Even Buhari himself,
the
the way
governor,
Buhari got to that place
listen,
himself,
the governors want Tinubu this primaries. Tinubu did not campaign with any
because
the guy went to his governor.
The only reason why governors did that was because Buhari said he wanted a certain candidate and gave an open field.
No,
which was
the governors have been doing it since. That will not be the first time. That's why I'm saying Osinbajo is
if you look at the governors respect when there is a fight or a dispute, the person that they go to finally on decisions was
okay. Look at it this way. How did Yar'Adua become the candidate of PDP then? The likes of Ibori and others. How did Jonathan?
No. If you remember, even the days of OBJ, who encouraged ATIKU to take over to encourage the impeachment of OBJ. He could have gone through with it now with the help of the governors, but he said no. It was the governors.
Okay, but wait. Who appointed the chairman of the current problematic chairman of APC?
No.
That was the Buhari now.
Forget chairman when it comes to this.
Did the governors not have another interest in another person?
No. The governors have interest in Tinubu. See, look, okay, OBJ said, Buhari wanted his own candidate. At least we heard it, whether rumor or
was it Lawan or whatever.
Okay, the guy said, okay, they should give him free hand to nominate his own candidate.
Yes, Buhari said
never
that.
Intervened. And the governor, because the governor, they knew what Buhari was going to do. They said no. They gave him the list of candidates to pick.
Okay, my question.
And when he didn't still want to pick.
When El-Rufai was talking, El-Rufai said, at the last minute, he still went back to Buhari to confirm that this is what we said.
Exactly, I understand. But Osinbajo's name was never part of the list.
He was.
Osinbajo was never part of the list.
It was being used by people that didn't like Tinubu in the cabal. So they felt like, okay, we don't like Tinubu. Let's find somebody else. It was never
exactly
main thing. Because listen, why the man has no political muscle. He's never headed any campaign before.
Osinbajo had turned his back from Tinubu since as far back as 4 years ago after the plane crash incident. Before the plane crash, he was not playing to their gallery, and they were they will impeach him. Yes.
See what I see Osinbajo want to do. See, people may be saying what will be the relevance of Osinbajo in the incoming government as the vice president of the country. I don't know the position that they want to vie for. The only position they can vie for is the position of the presidency. We can see Osinbajo as someone that may be preparing himself for beyond 2023. So contesting, be after someone that has been in the politics of this country for that long, by now he understands how that thing's wrong. Like I said, without the governors, for example, that pushed Buhari into that power, Buhari would not have won. And this governor we are talking about is part of Asiwaju, was part of those people that still managed to push this man to that place. So by now, I think Osinbajo is not so stupid that he will not know who Tinubu is. It's only people like even Amechi.
No, I don't think so. If you look at 1999, you know what?
Knew quite well that no, he was not going to defeat Tinubu like that. Because see the way he spent his try, he won't try because except their kindergarten politicians. Because already before the primaries, the governors have already taken their position that okay, this is what they want, and Osinbajo must have seen that even Buhari could not even do anything. The only thing that Osinbajo didn't do was just to say, okay, I withdraw this thing. He could have sensed all those stuff because how can you the same money that this guy was giving out to people? Osinbajo could not, and Osinbajo must have known that even those people that were supporting BAT, that these were the people that Tinubu has helped in the past. So except the like of overambitious, what's the name of this guy? What's the name of this Senate president that was still trying to use the chairman? So to me, it'd be a surprise to me if Osinbajo would not know his oga, even though he can say
for instance, Who do you think after Tinubu they will prime to become the president?
The guy that came from NMPP, I think that is the plan. I feel like the
It's
man
not
came back
possible.
to
North Central is either going to North Central or Northeast.
Kwankwaso is gonna run in APC. I feel like that. I think he has. I think what he did with that.
No. Even if he run, it's not going to win. No.
Exactly. Kwankwaso cannot
Not
win.
gonna- He cannot win. They have seen his depth. The depth is only Kano. Okay, that's all. He can't win.
The problem before this time around was if he had not run, if he had supported the PC, he would
if he had stayed in APC,
he will keep that surprise element of surprise intact. But now everybody knows that he's not a witty politician. That is just Kano.
And you guys are talking about Osinbajo. I think Osinbajo did a miscalculation. There is no elected post for him in terms of politically anymore. He can't become the president of Nigeria because in the next 16 years, Osinbajo will be closing to 80 years old. If he's about 60 something now, I think it's about.
Osinbajo cannot even win his polling units. What are we saying?
Okay. Remy, don't mean to digress, but what is the future when it comes to the presidency for the Southeast? Do you think they have any chance for next?
I've already said it. Initially I told you that their chance is very slim, unless and I don't see them playing national politics. Look at the region; they have all the 3 political parties spread out: 2 for APC, 1 for HAPTA, 1 for PDP, 1 for Labour. And the irony part of it is that everybody wants to be a leader. So who do you push forward?
I have a concession. There can be a concession from the South. And the only concession I see. No. Let me say a concession from the South. Let me finish. Shebi is Aso Rock they want to enter B. The only concession they can have if they behave well in the next 8 years is vice president.
They won't behave well.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not gonna. Already. They're gonna.
That's what they can get as they will get a soaked of sliced bread. That's the only thing they can have for now. Tinubu's word.
Because the way they will attack Tinubu, that one we saw, the one we saw with Buhari, it will be like a child's play. Like,
how do you attack the only friend you have left, the only one that really willing to tolerate you? How do you then attack that?
You know that if it wasn't Yoruba people, it wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone in Nigeria, because most of their people that create most of the opportunity for them, like literally a region where they go to just settle, where they don't no one hinder them, get in their way. It's the Southwest. Most of all their top educated people. They will tell you they went to school in the West.
Imagine having people like P Square saying that. I was so disappointed. The guy said he is in Lagos. He came here. He made money in Lagos, and all these local people that call themselves Lagosians are sleeping on the streets, and they saw their father's house.
Who told him that they are sleeping on the streets?
I'm like, who are these guys?
But when Pisco came to Lagos, they just came with their baggie.
I knew them now. They were on NCA 5 dancing on Fumi show, on Fumi's money show. Now I remember them now wearing all this khaki stuff.
Yes,
broke as hell.
Yeah, but now glory to God, they were able to realize their dream in Lagos.
Lagos made you.
Yes, it made a lot of people really to be found.
Look at the girl. Look at the girl. That's the problem. You need to respect people's space. Look at the girl that broke the cooking competition. She's from Akwa Ibom, for crying out loud. She even confessed. I read an article that she couldn't. If she did it in Akwa Ibom, she's not going to get anywhere.
Look at the support. Look at the support.
So I think you should just know that Lagos is just the platform to showcase what you have. Then people will rally around you and support you.
Imagine, you see how like all these other ethnic groups, particularly Igbo people, they're always doing that union, like it's like the ethnic focus. You understand?
Yeah.
In terms of pushing themselves. Imagine if Yorubas were doing the same, like saying, like, you know, Yoruba now we just focus on.
I think this election has shown
we just discriminate.
Do you remember in the 90s where they had the big fight before that new Oludu was? If you remember, Omotola and Kosoko, they used to act English movies. If you remember, that was
Yeah,
they were English theater. You know, they had that fight. They're like, no, if it's English, it's Igbo automatically. Like, so for some reason, if you're Yoruba, you cannot act in English movies.
I think it's turning down now because it was very strong that time.
Back then, it was like, it was, if you're not Igbo, they don't even want you in their new Nollywood. Because I've had people say, "Oh, we created the Nigerian movie industry." I'm like, so who is Ogunde? Who is
That's what I'm saying. That's the way they have. They will say we created Nollywood. When Joe Ladipo have been doing movies since the 60s. Baba Salah, all of them.
Is that was doing movies now?
When all those Igbo guys have started their own, they were cameramen in the Yoruba movies now. Like because when you start reading the name of the cast, you say the photographer, the camera crew, one Igbo guy there. You find out that later on they went they learned from the Yorubas when they started doing their own.
That's what I'm saying that.
And then they now created everything.
Because exactly. So and the thing is, when you now the problem now is when you now start going to the facts of the matter, they will start when they start seeing it, you start resisting it, and it start getting violent because
no. Why? Let me tell you, the one right now I am fighting it right now. I wrote some things to Marvel universe because coming to Disney Plus very soon. You know, part of the X-Men they have Oya, they have Storm that is from Kenya, right?
Yeah. But
they also have Oya that is a Nigerian. But do you know what's funny about the Oya character in the comics? The Oya has Igbo name. I'm like,
No.
How can Oya be Igbo? No, we
can't.
Have
one Igbo person I went to.
No. We can't. Guess who that person is American Igbo. So they want to turn Oya into an Igbo character. I'm like, no. We can't have this. We cannot have this one. Go and find somebody in your own.
They will rob you dry. You know, Yoruba, it's mistake Yoruba. And the thing is, it's like our Yoruba people. The thing is, I understand is when you say your culture, you should be welcoming. That doesn't mean you welcome.
Mike, I think you're right with what you said.
How can no?
After this election,
I think respect how can Oya be named Indio Okonkwo?
I don't know.
Well, how did we get to Okonkwo as Oya?
That's that's another problem. Trying to twist history. If you when we look at documentation of history, I think in Yoruba culture, there's a little bit of documentation, like a little bit of, at least in the real sense of it, saying the histories the way it is, and not saying, even if there is let me say verbal communication of history, the intent of communicating that history is for people to learn. And you know that at the end of every historic lesson in Yoruba culture, at least in those movie days that we see, they will ask us, what lesson can you learn from this?
Right.
Are you with me? What lessons can you learn from this?
No. Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you short. Do you want, if you, I put the link down there. Even the story of Oya, they tell you she's from Oyo State. She has all this. She's from Oyo State too. Yet you still call her Okonkwo. I mean, what is she?
Oh man.
To be frank, I think what I say is, and like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I said, what is panning out in Nigeria is just the big rivalry between the Southeast and the Southwest. Most Southeast.
I don't think Southwesterners are doing cinema rival. They are playing that rivalry game, because if they played that game the same way they are playing it, they would have been finished.
No. What I'm trying to say, listen, this political dispensation is like, it will be too much embarrassment for them to lose to the Southwest. But unfortunately, the whole Nigeria picked the Southwest ahead of your candidate. Nothing you can do. Obi ran on opportunist level, taking their religion, ethnicity, and some disgruntled youth. They call themselves NSAS, turned out to obedient or whatever they call themselves. But in the next dispensation, in the next 4 years, if they don't get their heart very well and vote according to their conscience, not just vote for only their own candidate alone, they will get the same thing. They won't get any juicy position.
Let me tell you something. What's going on? What's going on in the political space? They've not learned their lesson from what the movement have seen. they are still bent on building the bridges, and they want to build it the way now using PDP. You understand?
To me, they are in a confused state. They don't know exactly what they want. Should we go away, or do you want the presidency?
But Obi, no, like Obi is their main guy, is their star boy for now. So that would be the reference point, right? Obi cannot afford to go back to the PDP. To do what? They will eat him up alive over there.
Where can he go?
Huh?
Where can he go? He's not a person that
he has to stay in Labour and find a way. That's his only hope.
He doesn't have that charisma. He doesn't have that wit. He doesn't have that capacity to build a party from the scratch. He should have done that. This is what he should have done. Build your home party with your.
He does not have that. He does not have it in him to build anything. The man hops. It's an opportunist now. Like somebody said, he's an opportunist. He will hop from one party that is bubbling, just hop on it and use them up. You know that Labour is still owing money. I mean, Labour is still owing money for some of its campaigns. He never paid.
I think the irony part of it you guys are not really talking about. I will say it now. There is a lot of Shengan. I mean, there's a lot of corruption in when they present their candidate, even including Obi. Those Labour Party officials, they have all the record. They didn't nominate them according to the law. So many people. You will see that they will lose a lot of seats.
Let me tell you something. If the counter petition that APC does, if it scales through where they say Obi was not cannot be recognized as the validly nominated candidate because
that's why they are doing pre-hearing now. The pre-hearing
if that one should
it was not. Excuse me, please. It was not. You're supposed to be. You must be party member for 30 days before they even put you anything.
Exactly. So almost all their candidates, apart from Alex Oti, is qualified.
Oh, that is why the appeal court told them that they should go and regularize what exactly do they want to present for their main appeal. You'll be surprised that when it comes to the main appeal, this will be not normally, what do you say? It was not duly nominated. They will throw it out. And they also throw out Guinean passport or whatever qualification, they will throw it out. At the end of the day, just the mere process. It's just going to be about forensic or some unit they are disputing about. That's what is going to happen. Because if you continue to say, okay, we want to say Tinubu have Guinean passport, they will also hammer on you on that, and you are not duly nominated. So at the end of the day, they will throw down, and then you will see what is going to happen. By the time they start the main hearing, at the end of people know this is just an exercise.
I think the plan is to finish him politically because they're going to find a way to kick him out of Labour. Once he leaves Labour, it's done. He has nowhere to go.
Yeah, you can go
to where?
I don't know. Go to Abga. Abga will not accept.
No, because that reinforces the Igbo centric. You can't win on that.
No, that a lot of the establishments in Southeast, they are still angry with him. Because of that big movement, a lot of them lose their senatorial seat, lose their representative seat. They are not. What is panning out now is the establishment in Southeast. They are quite happy. Because if not because of him, they wouldn't have lost their seat that way.
They never loved him. Even remember when ATIKU picked him?
Never liked him from the one.
Remember, even when ATIKU picked him, they said, "Why did you pick him without informing us that we should have picked for you?" Like they didn't want him. They said, "Okay, you want Southeastern, we know, but we're supposed to have us help you." Obi was not that guy.
And if you really look at him, how can you, as a candidate, you went to ATIKU declaration, and a day after that you declare your own? I see this person as somebody that backbite and somebody that is a little bit.
He's a divisive figure. That's what I'm saying. He will study a case, right? He will study an environment, see what people hate about each other, then use it against to get what he wants. That's what he does. He looks at the fault lines of any environment and exploits it for his own political gain.
And then because of so many people hatred, or they don't want the Southwest, or they don't want Tinubu, they now join hands together, selling us this and old establishment that's never achieved nothing in Anambra. If Anambra is super good, everything is super good, why are people trooping in from Southeast continue to go to the rest of Nigeria? They should have stayed in their Southeast and prospered there. If Anambra is super, super, super good, a lot of people will continue to stay there and do that. But you don't need to go to any part of Nigeria.
And the guy will come on TV, start quoting Singapore, and I went to China. In Singapore, they have mines.
when they asked him question, said you invested in a company you have a big stake at.
Family business.
Oh my God, your family business. And what do? You are talking about production, but you are the #1 importer of goods in Nigeria, importing a lot of stuff from all over the world and selling your supermarket. Are you helping the local production that way? I don't get it. So from day one, I never believe in him, and I know he's an opportunist, and I know he'll win.
Remy, if you look at Tinubu's style of politics, and we'll see that I can count many people he has turned to millionaires and billionaires with his policies in Lagos. One of the beneficiaries is Elumelu. And now what Tinubu is trying to do is every time that he's doing governance, there are always, every governing administration has the face of their business and the face of their, business and capitalism and all of that. Their business and so they do, like now in this administration, you could see that someone like Dangote is the face of, although Buhari did not do it well, is the face of that push to greater economic expansion of their business empire and territory. And now I can see that someone like Tony Elumelu is being groomed for that position so that he can carry.
Where is he from? It's not from Delta, right?
Yes, it's from Delta, Agbo. Yes.
It's kind of making sense now. It's kind of making sense a little bit.
So now, if you that's what I'm saying, that Tinubu is already giving him the power plant in Abuja.
No, you have to give it to this guy. Look at Eco Atlantic City. Who would have thought that we can build a new city entirely? You look at in the next decade, when development starts coming, the American embassy build their embassy, everybody continue to go. Come on, just look at.
No, they will say that they were the one that developed it, though.
they say it's big money that they are using to build it. They are already saying it now. They say they're using Igbo money to build the
Atlantic. They say they were the one that developed it, though.
This is because you don't go to the media. Do you know how many? As I said, if you look at, do you know how many businesses have grown in Lagos? I mean, all this mama put business. If you know how many of them have grown into established restaurants where their children are already managing it now.
You can see some of them they were given refrigeration by Coca-Cola, by Pepsi. They're going to give them
those days. You understand? Now, if you go back to Nigeria, you see those businesses have grown. They bought their own space and
they now commercialize it. They market it very well.
Can I ask you a question? AY, can you know how you talked about Tinubu building people and he has disciples? Do you know any disciple that came out to support because Obi was governor for 8 years? Do you know any of the disciples that you can say, oh, this is his own fashion that he raised in the political space? So
no.
Does he have anybody that you know?
No.
For that 8 years, nobody. It was nobody. No former deputy, no former commissioner came and said, this is my guy, yo. Nobody.
It's because
for 8 years.
Because when people say Tinubu owns Lagos, let's be honest with ourselves. If I groom people and they become billionaires, most of them are billionaires. So what do I want? I want to point out in that space that I will not get.
So, like I was listening to Senator ABURE on China's TV or maybe some TV station the other day. He said he never met Tinubu. And when he met him, he believed in him. That if you meet this guy, your life turn around. So many testimony like this.
It's very nice. So I have heard that he literally, if he cannot help you, I've heard that a lot. Yeah.
Do you know how Tinubu? Do you know what Tinubu started sponsoring people? You just look at you and say, you following me for a while. You should be able to become the governor. Which state are you from? I'm from this state. Why not go back, like the case of Kwara State, that guy that's Abdurrahman. He got the help of Tinubu to secure to win the election, to take the dynasty from
who has to be encouraged in that position?
Even Patotomi got, when he ran the election that he lost. He got support from Tinubu.
He is the main supporter of Magnus Harabe. He has supported Jibrin in the north. He has supported a lot of northern governors. You guys, you don't know.
Even Lawan became that was Tinubu now. Lawan became Senate president because of Tinubu.
Yes. It's
Yes.
because of him. So he has spread his tentacle all over the country.
That's what I
And
say.
when
It's not only money you
and
spend.
then no. Apart from money, we also stay by you, support you. If you are loyal, you are rewarded.
Even that from Ogun State, because the guy was going against Amosu. With that,
Yes.
that was no way we can defeat Amosu. It was Tinubu that helped him in the LA year of with him.
And Tinubu did not start supporting people for elections today. Before he moved to politics, he has been supporting people. If you look at his history, they said it was just their financial give them money, support them for political offices and all of that before they told him to come and join them. And so I don't know. That guy has a
what Fashola said, he and his friend, whenever they want to go to the movie theater, I forget the name of it. Is that person very close to Tinubu? They will go to Lagos Island. Tinubu always work late in mobile, and they will go to. Whenever they go to him, he will give them money, and they can enjoy their life. But it is that friend that introduced him to Tinubu later, and then he now became chief of staff. But before he became chief of staff, he always go with his friend. They will collect money because Tinubu always work late.
They call him Uncle Bola. Uncle Bola.
Yeah. So when you know what you do, sometimes the deed you do, sometimes you will reap the reward. See up the obstacle this guy have crossed to become the president of a country. Nigerian, we should be very happy. For the first time in the history of this country, we are having a rounded politician. We are having a technocrat. We are having somebody that knows the terrain. We are having somebody that has the right connection all over the world. We are super, super lucky to have him. And he's going to use his brain. I'm not saying that I'm expecting a miracle.
BT. There's a conversation going on now. Like
when the country is organized and the other will follow suit. So we are super lucky. Let's look at all those guys we have. Obasanjo is a military man. He economically is not so sound. And we have Yaradua, who is very unreluctant to become a president. We have Jonathan, who is a zoologist but does not know what he's doing. And then we have Buhari, another military man that believes in the old way and infrastructure, but economically is not sound. And now we have a politician who knows the terrain, who knows how to talk to people. You cannot just go to in front of Tinubu. I've been talking rubbish like Emefiele will talk to Buhari about CBN policy because he knows it. So you have to get prepared before. And Fashola has warned a lot of people that, hey, this man will call you 12 midnight or 2 a.m. Come and defend policy. Everybody should be prepared. This man is a workaholic. He's telling them now. It's a big warning. Don't you? If you are a minister, you can't do. He said,
Remy, that's not the only thing that I fear. Tinubu has friends everywhere, into judiciary everywhere, and those guys. I don't know how that guy came across many people from many walks of life. He has friends and influence. When they named him one of the 100 influential people in the world, I was like, no, this guy has really worked. No, this man has really worked. And now there's a conversation going on in this space, Nigerian space, that I think the statistics on unemployment and the value of our economy is more than that. Our economy is close to $1 trillion to $2 trillion economy, but we don't know.
Was that rebased or?
No. It will be rebased when Tinubu comes in because I think
they cannot capture those
informal sectors exactly, and informal sectors, they culminate into. I think the last few days, 2 or 3 days ago,
do you know how you can solve that problem? You must bring back those community banks, those old webmasters, to capture those small areas that don't want it to. You must bring those things back. They need to bring
that. Or you must use fintech, all those microfinance banks to capture them into the economy and encourage them to register their businesses. Help them.
You can give them incentives now. Incentives to bring them in.
Exactly. Then after a while, you can start to tax them and all of that. Because I think the statistics on Nigeria is it might not be.
It's way off. It's
way off. Not accurate. Accurate.
So we need somebody that understands. This is the thing that people that are about Tinubu is that he understands the game. Now, if he has good intentions, he knows how to deal with people that will resist him. So he's part of the system. He's a cabal himself. So if anybody in that system tries to go against him, he knows what to do because he understands the game.
Do you believe that? Do you notice recently that the South is calm on their oil vandalization?
Because they are finally breaking away from the shackles of the Southeast. You know, there was a guy comes on this platform once in a while. Is it Tunanja? The way the guy tells me about the way I did not even know that they were being oppressed by the Southeast. I didn't know that even they don't want any part to do with this Biafra thing at all. I didn't know. I'm like, I thought they were doing. They said no. We don't put us in Biafra. They want to be by themselves. So they are so happy that finally they have their man in the Senate. They have a guy that believes in true federalism or whatever.
Exactly. That thing is, and Tinubu insisting on that alone is giving them confidence in his government.
I am seeing all these groups online now. They're like, we have our son as the Senate president, so we support this. I'm like, already.
Do you think they play their politics right and they get what they want? They never thought they can get it. Now they see a position. They really fought hard for it. They voted for APC during the last election. And
they want one more thing, though. By the way, they're fighting for one more thing. I heard today. They said that they also want for the first time that they should give them that petrol because it's always that they want their son to be.
As if you know what I want to say. Tinubu will give them.
Oh boy! In fact, if the guys should give them that one guaranteed vote for the next 4 years. I'm telling you.
You can see. You can see
that will be complaining that
you cannot see the competitive nature of all the regions now. One thing I'm elated about is that although we are not there yet, but this democracy is helping the country. Now, you guys, we've had 2 or 3 days. We've heard some people talk about, I want to go to farming in Nigeria. I want to do this kind of business in Nigeria. This is very good because at the end of the day, you are also helping a lot of people in Nigeria, putting them to work. If we are, like people said, if we can find solution to our security and find solution to our electricity problem, and then we are good to go because we have the population, we have the.
I think on that security issue, I think one of the Buhari did not listen to a lot of advice. I think
he play tribal ethnic politics in that region, supporting himself Fulani against the Hausa. So, and I think this has really affected his administration. So I don't think it's really good because I think anywhere you go in developed country, there is multifaceted level of security. Look at our young population. There's so many people you can recruit to be to start even from 30 or 40,000.
They started though. I don't know. I heard in my space back in my village that now registration is going on in every local government. Unemployed people.
I've been look at Amotekun in Ondo State.
So that Agbado thing is for real.
Yes.
Cassava, Agbado, and the guy he wasn't playing though. He was going to
any country. If you can feed yourself as a country, your case is right because if people can feed themselves, what else?
And we have the land now. We have everything.
We have the land.
Now.
Give them incentive. That's what
you know why I believe the guy, because if you could successfully turn all those, when they say Lagos economy is booming, do you remember all those Iyaloja in all those markets in Lagos?
Yes,
market? Those women are big now. I mean big.
They are stinkingly rich. Let me tell you something.
Stinkingly rich and big.
This is my personal experience. I used to live in China. There's a city they call it Shaoxing City. This Shaoxing City, what they do is just to everybody in that city, they have a lot of mini factory, big factory, and they produce lace material. All those laces you are buying in Nigeria, before they used to produce in Holland, but it's China that they are now producing now in large quantity. I can't believe I met a woman that every two weeks, it will bring about more than 20 million to China to buy lace. And he's not even the biggest in Dumont at that time. What are we talking about? These are just traders. 20 million in 1 month, 40 million. The way they treat this woman, you would think she's a king. They will go to the airport, pick her up.
One of my aunts, she sells.
I would just think we are just continuing to read like that. hook will never end. And these are people that are into business, they're making fucking money every day, every week, every time. And we just, okay, I'm not saying it's good to study, but I'm just trying to say that.
Remy, you've not seen all those women. See, what covers us is because they are not on social media.
Yes.
If you look at them, they have different levels of
Let me tell
cooperatives.
you, the late Yashodi
like-
that was my grandmother's younger sister, the Ofoshodi. So I know when it comes to those, I mean, I don't the kind of money they have. Why do you think even the guy running for office goes to them for doing elections now? They have influence and they have power, and they have money as well.
And they vote. That's another thing.
I was telling one guy, I was telling them, I said, you are going against professional voters. They will close shop all day just to vote. They don't care. They will close the shop just to go and vote. You got there and say, oh, they were late. They didn't open the polling vote until 11 a.m. So I'm going home. I say, oh, there. This one is the one you want to vote for. They will stay there to that 11. No, they will vote. They don't care.
Everything must happen in their eyes. And you are well educated. You go to online.
No, they call me. They call me. You know what? They are late. They're supposed to open these polling booths at 8 o'clock, and they are calling at 11 o'clock, and they're just opening. I'm not going back there. I said, look at these idiots. And you want change? You are going against Kabiru. You're not seeing more.
I don't know. I think Tinubu's mother did a lot of job in teaching him the importance of market.
No.
Tinubu has captured market. Not only in
actually,
Lagos.
You know what? Actually, I'm writing a script on the lady that was that she took over from that Abibat Morgan took over from in Lagos. I'm writing a story about civil rights and women's rights, the Lagos women's rights in the 40s. So go ahead. That just came to my mind. So yeah.
Because
so he got
taught him the power of market women. He likes market women. Like, I don't know what they did to him. To be
honest with you, maybe you don't believe in spirituality of ordinary person.
Of course.
I know now.
You're not bored yet.
No, Tinubu is now. He understands. They understand him. It might not be, I don't know, be too into it, but the support they give him is massive.
No, anywhere you go in this world, whether developed country or they also belong to different courts or different associations, which you don't know about. For you to become a leader like that, very strong, and people will listen to you. It's not an easy pick, especially in our kind of world. Do you just look at the metamorphosis of how he became the president? Look at all the trouble. If Buhari did not bring an MF, did not bring that stupid cash policy, don't you think they would have won more than that?
15 million easy.
Yes, they would have won. They would have garnered more votes more than that. A lot of people voted against them because of that. What happened? Because a lot of silent people, they don't talk. They already know who they are going to vote for. Nigeria is not a country where you just come. That is the reason why people like Showore, Mogalo, and the rest, they can never become Nigerian president. It's not easy. First, what have you done? Have you been a local government chairman, a governor, a senator? You have not been out to this. We have not really tested you.
Do you have any clarity? Do you help people?
They always think that okay with that.
That's when I say Ambode, it looks like Ambode did not offend only Tinubu. Because there's those women that said no.
And I need let me tell you how bad it was for our body. Even the musicians, if you hear, I was listening to one herbalist online, famous on YouTube. You know that every year, Fashola shares over 1,000 cows to herbalists in Lagos, Babalawos. It will send them a whole cow.
Apart from that, to be a politician in Nigeria, you have to be spendthrift. You have to spend money. People will not just follow
All this shishi, I don't give shishi. It's all
I know they spend shishi.
It's
See
bullshit,
now,
man. This one.
not following for nothing. Is he going to tell us that Labour just giving that platform a platter of gold?
No. Remy, that's my point. Labour Party say that all the money that Obi raised never came to Labour, that they are still owing on his behalf.
No, he can never go to Labour because you know, this guy, they are smart. He put all his people there. All his people from everywhere in Nigeria. This is all his people.
So all the money for forms, everything will just go into the obedient movement, not Labour Party.
Not yet to them.
But do you think Obi took loans? Because do you know that politicians take loans for elections?
I think he's financed. I think he financed that void. You know, if you notice, maybe AY you were not here, but when Obi started running on this platform, funny enough, this platform used to be obedient. We used to love the Obi movement. As a matter of fact, Obi was our peak on this platform when the campaigning.
Ajale Gogo was Obi's number one man.
Do you know what changed? Do you know what?
I was surprised
when the obedient. Remember, they had a schism in the Southeast and said that no, we don't want elections. We are Biafra, blah, blah, blah. The Obi people they went and said, come and join Obi now. We can become president. When the Ipobians now joined them, is when the thing went down the drain. just you know what I'm saying? When they convinced them, come and join this Obi thing, we can forget even Nigeria, we can do this. Once they joined the Obi movement, so the money they were contributing to that Biafra space was not going to Obi. They started traveling abroad. And these guys abroad, I'm telling you, people give a lot of money, man. I'm telling you, a lot of money. So all those money going to Nandekano before, and the guy in Finland was not going to the obedient space. And
that's why the guy in Finland was upset. Now he started attacking Obi.
Right, because it was
because his money was going to Obi.
And I'm discussing millions, so I'm telling you, they give money in that space. No joke.
That's why everybody's pandering to them now. Like that Nigeria watch guy, they got to pander to them because he wants some of that money.
Even Mayegun, sadly.
Even Mayegun said, Mayegun is not
so money.
Of all people.
One man did not get money.
Because the command panda and one man does not panda that much too.
The one of them told me he donate to Mayegun. I was like,
Michael from Bawalon telling if you want Germany, we come back.
Germany now. You know how we go.
But back then he was calling them a big deal too. Now they're his friends now.
So you go behind the house. So that night they gave very good. You know,
we can't hear you. Can you come? We can't hear you. Come, you're far away from the mic. Is AY there?
Yes, I just feel, I think Obi, I don't think the money is enough, really. The money, but it might not be enough.
No, what they are saying is that even the money that they got, look at ABURE now. Apparently, that chairman was collecting money, 100 million, 50 million from people selling forms.
Do you think this Sam Mamadi that paid for money for Imo gubernatorial ticket that he lost, that the upcoming election, he's already feeling the heat now? The truth is, if you don't have money, I don't think the money was enough. So I don't think the money was enough.
I'm saying that the party said that they didn't receive the money. That's what they are saying.
But on top of the elections, Obi was still crying, because after the election, when Obi was crying, I knew that he had a shock. The shock was not that he did not win elections. The shock was the risk, the investment, the financial investment and inducement were so much. I was thinking the people that supported him will be paid back. And
so he borrowed money.
Yes, of course. Of course. Osinbajo borrowed money from GT Bank when he was wanted to, I think from GT Bank also, privileged information, when they supported him through loans when they were running elections in thing. So every politicians contribute their best now. Yes. Of course, some of them use their properties to stand in gap for some of those elections. So that when they win, so they will have time to recoup it. So it's not like that.
It's Remy is wow. Maybe you're
If
not.
you BT, maybe
Yeah.
maybe you should try. And if you know anybody that wants to try and run for what's it called, chairman of local government. Let's see how much.
No. That's what, actually I have a friend of mine that's what I was advising AAC that should be their focus. If you're a small party, you should focus on after you should focus on local government and those kind of smaller. That's where you should build from.
If I want to build my political capital, the first thing is go from local government.
The guy is 50 years old. You tell well, you have a point. He has to start from somewhere, maybe governorship or something.
No, not him. Not sure necessarily. I'm saying that it's movement. That
Yes. I agree with you on that one. That's true. It's supposed to be.
That's why I said
some of his party members to be
Obi was
contesting.
not strategic. With this movement Obi has, all I expect is after the elections, we say, "Oh, obedient." I'll come for press conference and say, "Okay, we've tried our best and we've done a lot, and we've seen that there were some inadequacies, but these are the recommendations we have for INEC." If Obi has said that on press conference, we recommend that this and this be done positively against next election.
Let me ask you a question.
His stock will have been very high.
Let me ask you, how many obedience are actually registered Labour Party members?
No, so the thing is, the problem with Obi is still being deceived. Why is he being deceived? He feels that the 6-point-something million votes he got are obedient. No! Shatter hypobians from it, Piam. Take away Yoruba people that were having sympathy.
And the Christians that fell for the
yes, take away Christians that exactly how many co-obedience will be left?
No. I keep going now. Take away people that hate Buhari.
Yes.
You only have maybe 1 million. Maybe 1 million that you have left.
And many people sympathize saying it's the turn of the Igbos.
Yes, that too.
And a lot of those South guys is just that's the only reason why they were doing obedience, because they feel like okay.
I'm still saying that if let me tell you something, if let's say the tribunal goes to rerun, the two of them will still lose because ATIKU is greedy, Obi is greedy. Are you with me? They are still greedy, both of them. They are still greedy. I can see the greed in ATIKU's eyes. I can see the greed in Obi's eyes. Now, because if you look at it now, they say ATIKU should be one to step forward. ATIKU say no, I can't step down for you. Yes, because that's the fight is still going on and on and on. But it won't go to rerun. But so that's why I say the greed is in their eyes. What I felt Obi should have done is Obi should have. You see, movement does not sustain itself. Every political cycle, you always have what I would call a revelational candidate. A candidate that sways the popular opinion, really.
AY.
Yeah.
You see the way I see it, what Obi is still doing, still show the immaturity in our maybe among our political elites or within our political system.
No,
because you know clearly these people see, unlike before, because this thing is so clear now, the process is so clear. Or if you want to know whether Obi is telling lie or saying the truth, it's just for you. If you are good in application writing, you can pull out whatever is on that thing, and within the next 12 to 24 hours, you can do your computation and you get the result. Because
we know that he did not win. See, what is
exactly?
He say he did not win. You know why? Okay, you're still shouting leave Rivers and all of that. Let them add it to your vote. It still doesn't get anywhere. You understand? It doesn't get anywhere.
Exactly.
And the judgment of INEC, of the Supreme Court in Osun case, is a pointer to what's going to happen. Produce, if you are fighting over anything, no IRF or anything stupid, and produce the certified copy of the results from INEC. That's what the court will look at. this is the certified copy of the results from the INEC. Even if you bring your own, all those copies and this, no, what is the certified copy of results from INEC? That's it. You have it. That's all. So all this, and the technology did not work. That's secondary. The certified copy of results.
I even AY, I even heard something that I can't confirm, but just because we're here, I'm gonna put it out there. According to what I heard, I can't confirm it. They are saying that the people in the INEC and the security forces, they got wind of some sensitive info that people from that obedience space, because they said during their testing that their server was hacked, I think 169 times.
No. So Pantami came out and said it.
Oh,
Pantami
okay.
said,
so they knew, and they said that.
So Pantami said that the presidential election was the focus, and they received a number of millions of attacks. He confirmed it, and he said, or anybody calling themselves a cybersecurity expert should come and explain to them something you've not checked. How do you confirm that from outside and say it's not an attack? So nobody has come to debate that.
They say that actually that they have names and people in, I think it was Canada.
No, when Obi traveled out of the country, I saw the video when he traveled out of the country. There's some group of guys that came to him that they were ready to hack the INEC portal and substitute the results.
Right, and they said that was that all this thing that INEC is saying that's actually the real reason.
They didn't expect the move from INEC. You understand? They didn't expect the move from INEC. And let me tell you something. Another thing is, he was challenging. One of the things is careful now of challenging the
no, just a second, bro. Thomas, where are you now? We expect you to come online, though. If you are still not asleep.
So it's no longer frontal about the drug case with for Tinubu again, because he's getting afraid now of countersuit. Are you with me? Defamation.
Right.
So if the judge rules against you and Tinubu comes for you on defamation, you will pay heavily. You will pay heavily. So he's stepping it down and trying to, campaigns are overstepping it.
So pretty much it boils down to that Abuja.
The Abuja, everybody is now aware that it's nonsense. That suit is nonsense.
So
nobody's more Nigerian
than
Nigerian.
For at this point, what are you doing for?
So double nomination. That's the double nomination. You cannot confirm double nomination. The only authority body that can confirm double nomination is INEC. And if INEC tells you no, it's no. Nothing you can do. What else again? So if you're challenging polling units, bring the certified copy of INEC results. Court will not listen to any other thing. What are the certified copies of INEC results? That's it. So the truth is the elections and the electoral body still goes back to INEC. The court is just to, most of the cases they've overturned were not cases of numbers disputes. Are you with me?
Yeah.
If you look at it objectively, they're not real cases of numbers dispute. They're cases of maybe things like disqualification, like in Bayelsa, certificate forgery, of things like, but when it comes to numbers, maybe omission, for instance, if there were results like Hope is on the mass case, it was a case of omission. INEC did not add some polling results from polling units, some other polling units, right? And he said they should add it, and they added it and they gave him. So in this case, was there omission? No. If there was cancellation of any polling unit, there was proper reasons given to maybe overvoting and all of that. So the guy does not have a case. Let's see the way it goes. He doesn't have a case.
Well, I wish him luck. I
don't wish him luck. I don't wish him luck.
No. I'm sorry. I mean, I worry for that part of the country. I don't think you were.
There's no need to worry for them again. Once they have, maybe they know that They should get their governors to be hardworking.
Yeah, you know, it's
If
just
their governors, I don't think they need the presidency really for now.
no, they don't know. They've not built enough political capital
They
to
don't need the presidency. You know why? I feel if Tinubu is fair, their tax reforms, state has access to more money, their local governments are working, and they give them some little things like maybe the rail system, second Niger bridge. They're fine. They don't need power anymore because they won't have to really have to look to the federal government for the basics of governance.
and that means they have to look at, but that's what their political class don't want. That's what the political class doesn't want. They don't want that responsibility. They want that boogeyman, Abuja. It's Abuja's fault. It's not. That's what they want. Nobody really. You know what? Do you know what this does actually? If they can pull this off, that let's say AY now knows that I want power security in my state. It's not Abuja's fault. It's my governor's fault. Do you know what will happen during 8 cycles of elections? When you're campaigning, the line of questioning will be different. Debate will be different.
That's what I'm saying.
The
debate will move from basics.
I will give you rule and power. Those basic things will be. We know nobody cares about that. Now, if you don't have any ideas, you wouldn't even have the nerve to show up to run for office.
Exactly. So
you just stay home and I can't do this.
So Obi's campaign of poverty, it will not be a discussion at the national level anymore. Do you understand? Because I look at other presidential elections, it's just more of foreign policies, it's more of defense policies, it's more of
innovations.
Yeah.
I was saying the other day, AY, do you know what's funny? Do you know that in the next 2 years, they have hospitals now that you can literally walk in and the robot will diagnose you, even give you your medications. And that's where we're going. So when they're discussing their own politics, guess what they're debating? AI, robotics.
So now they'll start talking about regulation of data
of
privacy.
those robots, of rights and privacy.
Exactly. So you will have to, whoever is coming in 2021, I think 31, the person will have to do more. Because I think Tinubu will really, as I say, there has to be a reform in the way PDP approach.
That's why you see what happened in Lagos. Like the bar was so raised by fashion that anybody coming wants to outdo him. Look at what Sanwo-Olu has done now. It's
no. So look at Lagos now. Is there any conversation of? There's no conversation around. You don't have food to eat. You don't have hospitals to go. Do you understand? Because everybody knows that it's a work in progress. The level of demand for governance now is, I don't want to pay any. I don't want disturbance from all these hoodlums, ABURE, and all of that. And they're already doing that. So everybody wants comfort, but you pay premium for it. That's Lagos for you now. So Lagos is already advancing to that level of, we want to be a model city in Africa. Any Lagosian can wake up and tell you, what is Lagos government doing? By 2050, they want to be the model city in Africa. That's what they want to do. So the vision is quite concise. So nobody is thinking of, this road it's the responsibility of the government to provide roads. I don't need to beg them. So everybody will be, clamoring for responsible governance. Let me give you money for empowerment and all of that.
Do you know about I was reading the 2.5 gross tax on corporations in Nigeria. I think I was reading about corporations in Nigeria by law are supposed to pay a 2.5 or whatever they make in Nigeria, MTN, whatever. And that 2.5 is supposed to fund the tertiary institution in Nigeria.
Yeah. Yes.
But did they even? So why are we complaining of funding? That's the money right there.
So that's what Tinubu will tell you, that what's TEDFund doing? TEDFund should be able to give. There should be an education bank. Do you understand? That's what they're doing. That's what Tinubu is saying. So many people don't understand. Like, that's why some corporations Now, what everybody's doing now is clean your house. Every corporation is doing that. Is just clean your house. Tinubu is coming for you because all the money you're not paying before, everybody's trying to organize themselves and start paying the tax you're meant to pay. And Tinubu will reform in such a way that see, PT, you'll be surprised the number of corporations we have in Nigeria. They're not paying taxes the way they should.
Would they pay back taxes, or do they forgive them, or would they pay back
No.
taxes?
Even if they forgive, it's fine. Let's move on. Let's move on from there. Tinubu can do that. Okay, let's write off. But everybody, that's what you can do, and it will be a fresh start. Everybody having a fresh start. Get your registrations right. Get everything
Yeah,
right.
because I'm always surprised that, like in America now, some states, do you know how they fund their primary and secondary institution? Money they get from Lotto.
Yes.
They have pegged it to education. So yeah, if you're
Yes.
playing Baba Yebu, that money should be going to education to fund it. Simple.
Yes. Money from things like alcohol. Should be you can go to alcohol, maybe going to all these luxury places to buy something. Of course, just drop something for the poor. Good. Sustainable systems. And those and also I don't know, there's another aspect of tax that should go to R&D, research and development. You understand? There should be development.
For no, they
Yeah.
can find a way. Do you know they can find a way? Do you know what they can do on that? I've heard a lot from companies that these people coming out of schools, what they are coming out of school with, they cannot even employ them. All this, especially engineering,
Yeah.
that what they are coming out with school is not what they need. So even the ones that they pick up, they have to train them for a year plus. I'm telling you. So what they do in America is this: they will now have those companies. They will actually have their building in the university, or they will
Fill them up.
they will take over that department, and they will train. They will still maintain the curriculum, but they will train them to be compliant with modern day requirements.
Yeah.
That even in medicine, that's what we do. When I finish, we use up to date that tells you, oh, you can't prescribe that medication because last week they banned that medication. Like you can't use
It should
that
be.
anymore.
I think it should be applicable everywhere, down to law, down to. It should be applicable everywhere.
So all those archaic things that nobody use anymore.
And that's why I said some societies are just dead. Nigerian Youth Society of Engineers, all this engineering law, and
They should be the one building
at the
the roads
forefront of
now.
all these things.
They should be the
Yes.
one building the train lines, everything. They should have those Chinese companies partner with those universities, train them. All this, they are going to send 10 kids to China to go and learn. That's bullshit. No, have those companies they partner with you need like Lautech or whatever, right? We have Lautech, right?
Yeah.
You would learn how to build train, how to manage it from the university.
And those guys will be earning even before. That one is more practical than. It's more practical than sitting in class and learning a law.
All
Before
these
you know it.
the relevant.
And but the thing is, when change comes like that too, if it's either one thing I know about Tinubu is either you change or you are swept away from the system.
All right.
And that's the truth.
All right, man. Let me. My shift is almost done. I was
All
on
right.
call all the while.
Where is Thomas? We need him to just
Thomas
talk.
Thomas Benuko Lorion. Can you?
Thomas.
What's this one? Hola. I gotta run. AY. Nice talking to you again. I don't see you on the early. You don't come in.
No. Most times I listen. I actually listen more. Just today I feel like, okay, let me just come in.
All right. Yeah, you make good points. I was hoping that maybe, because to be honest with you, ever since we lost, all our core, forget the ones that you're hearing from right now, the core, very aggressive, obedient, they have disappeared on the platform. I've not heard.
Uptown, everybody's moving back to their lives.
Yeah, I've not heard from them. So maybe one of these is when they come back, we can engage them and we can have this conversation. So, but it was nice talking to you, Ola and Thomas. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
All
right, everyone. Too.
No, ṣé ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Ṣọ́ọ̀tì pay down ni.